showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
Energize such dreams. With a growing network of pipelines, GAIL holds a strong presence in the entire natural gas value chain. Right from exploration and production, natural gas transmission, processing and distribution, natural gas trading, city gas distribution, LNG shipping, diversifying into hydrogen and renewable energy, and specialty chemicals.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to day 2 here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. We begin in a couple of minutes. If I may please request our guests to join us within the hall as we get started. For all our guests within the hall, if I may take the opportunity to please request you to switch your phones to silent mode. Yesterday was an exciting day, and in order to have a memorable experience, we'd highly recommend that you switch your phones to silent mode, and we'd love to have your complete attention. Day 2 here at the New Indian Express ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We're truly excited to have your presence. Of course, as we get started, I'd like to mention that day 1 featured many interesting conversations, very, very deep sessions that we had, and of course, from discussing the intricate dynamics of the political landscapes and factors that actually shape the world of education. We also went on to explore the fusion of technology and innovative teaching methods. I think overall, safe to say, day 1 of the ThinkEdu Conclave of 2024 was truly enlightening. Our esteemed speakers not only shared their valuable inputs, but they also inspired our audience with their profound insights and expertise. Of course, alongside our physical audience here, we were also supported by our streaming partner, Daily Hunt, where we had a record viewership of over 1 million virtual attendees joining us and staying tuned through the day. So truly a matter of pride for all of us here. And I'm happy to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 promises to be a lovely continuation from where we left off. We're going to be venturing into fresh dimensions of discovery. As we commence our on-stage proceedings, we have a very special video message from Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, the Union Minister for Education and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. He couldn't be present with us due to personal reasons, but he has graciously shared his insights through this message. If I may request your attention to the screen, can we have the video, please?
Namaskar. Sri Prabhu Chola ji, Editorial Director, New Indian Express Group, and his team, distinguished guests, participants, education experts, friends from media, and ladies and gentlemen. I am glad to be part of the 12th edition of ThinkEdu Conclave. Friends, we are at an inflection point as the nation rises with aspiration of a Vikasit Bharat rooted in our cultural and civilizational ethos. On 22nd January 2024, the cherished dream of our countrymen got fulfilled with a magnificent Rama Mandir at Ayodhya. On eve of Republic Day, we must remember the direction given by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Dev se Desh or Ram se Rashtra, God to nation and Ram to the expansion of national consciousness. All our efforts must be in this direction. It is time for a nation which is Samartha, Shakshama, Vaivya or Divya, capable, empowered, grand and divine. Honorable Prime Minister in his vision for this Amrit Kal has emphasized the paramount role of education and skilling. In the National Education Policy 2020, we have built a robust foundation of learning on which the strong edifice of New India will be built. This conclave is aptly named Maha Kumbh, the Convergence edition. It is indeed a churning of intellect to drive a shared purpose to usher in India's Amrit Kal with an education system that empowers, elevates and inspires. Educators, policymakers, technologists, entrepreneurs and most importantly our dynamic student community must come together to explore the interconnectedness of knowledge. Friends, I am glad that this education summit is being held in Tamil Nadu, which has remained a hub of education and knowledge since ancient times. Inaugurating Kasi Tamil Sangamam from Banaras, Honorable Prime Minister had said, we should all be proud that Tamil is one of the oldest languages in the world. National Education Policy 2020 emphasizes on promoting multilingualism and study in all Indian languages. We are ensuring that even at higher education, the courses and textbooks must be accessible to students in their local language. Needless to say, instructions in mother tongue enhance the learning outcome manifold. Tamil Nadu knows these advantages well more than any other states. Today, the world's population is rapidly aging and Bharat is empowered by its youth. We need to prepare a generation in the coming years that will be backbone of the country, providing leadership and direction. Experts suggest that in the coming 25 years, Bharat will lead in the terms of the working age population. Therefore, the eyes of the entire world are set on our youth. We must reap this demographic dividend. We have a 25-year period of Amrit Kal under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. We have a vision and sankalp of making India a developed country by 2047. We shall work around the clock in this Amrit Kal in whatever ways we can to achieve the goal of a Vikasit Bharat. This will immensely benefit the youth, ensuring improved health, education, employment, opportunities, and life equality. In Amrit Kal, the role of education institutions is crucial. They are the centers of excellence that produce world-class human capital, generate cutting-edge research, create new knowledge, and help find solutions to complex problems. They can act as an agent of socio-economic change that can channelize the energy of the youth towards the goal of Vikasit Bharat and can promote diversity, equality, inclusivity, and well-being in our society. India's education system should not be one that confines students to textbooks, but one that prepares them for the world ahead. They should be exposed to a world where AI and robotics can coexist with Indian knowledge and wisdom, where critical thinking fuels creativity, and where environmental consciousness thrives alongside entrepreneurial zeal. Our young students in schools and colleges today are the ones who will shape their careers and create a new society. They are going to determine how Vikasit Bharat should look like. The youth today are not just the beneficiary of the nation's transformation, but the architects of it. I take this opportunity to congratulate my dear friend Sri Prabhu Chola ji, his team, and all the partners in the education conclave. I look forward to the suggestions and inputs in this important conclave. The country under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister has achieved all-round progress. The future is full of promise and potential. Let us walk the Amrit Kal holding our head high with pride and valor. Our shared commitment to usher in a robust education system that is rooted and futuristic will pave the way for a Vikasit Bharat. Let us build a system that nourishes every intellect, sparks curiosity, and prepares young mind not just for career but for lives and purpose and contribution. Let us capture the India moment. May our youth bask in the glory of our nation, scripting their own success stories and contributing to the task of nation building. I wish you all a happy Republic Day. Thank you, friends. Jai Hind.
What a lovely way to start our day, of course, as shared by the Honorable Minister. The Convergence edition, ladies and gentlemen, not only do we explore the diverse facets within the world of education, but we also have a convergence of educators, policymakers, students, all of us coming together, preparing ourselves for the world, equipped with critical thinking and creating success stories. A lot of exciting times ahead of us, and of course, in the near future, in the next couple of minutes, we have exciting sessions taking to the stage. We begin with an interesting one. Now, this is going to be titled Haryana to Harvard, the Unbound Classroom. Taking us through this session, we have musician and educator, none other than Mr. Anil Srinivasan. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we invite our beloved speaker here at the ThinkEdu Conclave across editions. Welcome, Anil. Good morning.
Good morning. I will try that again. Good morning. Okay, I know you can all see me very well. My hairstyle is very distinctive. Let's hope you can hear me too. Okay, so I am what we call the gate crashed attendee to this particular conference. Good morning, Mr. Chavla. Gate crashed because you can keep looking at that paper up and down, but you won't find my name on it. And because it's an education conclave, we decided to give everybody a challenge that after I'm done, you'll use ChatGPT to check up on who I am, right? And if ChatGPT is going to tell you more than what I'm going to tell you in the next 15 minutes, I personally will sponsor you as an attendee to the next ThinkEdu conclave. Okay? So on that note, especially to those in the back, can you hear me properly? See, I'm a musician, right? So in many music concerts, they put people like me first to check if the sound is working okay. So that after this, Justice Call and other people can have better audio quality. So if you can hear me, it means I have done my job for the rest of the day. Okay. On that note, I always start with this, and this is something that we ask. I work with a very small number of 7,73,000 children today. Okay? You should clap. How can one person work with 7,73,000? That is where technology comes in, right? So I'm going to ask everybody here, because it's the very first session of the day, to start by doing something I get most of my kindergarten kids to do. Okay? Can you all rub your hands like this? It's a very cold room. Especially பின்னாடி உட்கார்ந்திருக்கிறவங்க உங்களுக்காக ஸ்பெஷலா. Okay? Okay. Hands apart. Okay? I'm going to count to 3. When I say 3, you clap. 1, 2. நான் சொல்லவே இல்லை. Okay? Usually kindergarten children will say, Uncle, you did not say 3. Right? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Remember this exercise, but this is also underlying something that we are all facing as a problem in education and pretty much in many other issues in the day-to-day. We are not patient enough to wait for the process. Right? We want the solution, and we want the solution now. So before I finish saying 2, people are clapping. Right? Because you want to get on with the day. What do we want to get on to? Nobody knows. But let me start by referencing one of our distinguished speakers who came yesterday, somebody who means a lot to me personally and a lot to the nation personally, Sri Gopal Krishna Gandhi, who ended his speech yesterday by referencing this particular tune, which is very, very important for India today. And that is this. Okay? All I will say with this particular one is, while the first line is extremely important to all of us, the second line is even more important to most of us. On this, let me start. I just want to have one slide here, which I wanted to use, if the slides are working. One of the big problems, like I said, that we start with is, you remember this beautiful time called the pandemic? When we all attended or pretended to attend Zoom class, when we actually came, put on the on button on our Zoom classes pretty much in bed, switched off audio and video and sent a message to the teacher saying, unfortunately, Wi-Fi problems, but I'm still in class. That beautiful time. Following that, since I work with this many number of children, we did a small poll with government school children in southern Tamil Nadu, asking them, why do you want to come back to school? Because when the pandemic closed and children came running back to school, because during the pandemic, please remember, and this was part of Kaveri Bamsai's panel yesterday also, when we were talking about education technology, let's not use the word education technology and so on. People are predicting that schools are going to close and everything is going to go online, and that's the end of education as we know it. Schools should lease their real estate and make them into resorts, right? And what happened? The day the pandemic ended, we all went running back to school. And so we asked children, and this is in Madurai, Tirunelveli, Thoothukudi, and Kanyakumari. These are the districts in which we asked, and these words were given. And we asked children, why do you want to go back to school? What is in it in school for you? Because everything is online. And I have translated, or rather my team has translated, what they said in Tamil. And these were the words that they said. We go to learn, thank God. We go to interact with each other, socialize, create, co-create, invent, ideate, interpret, make friends, collaborate, all of these, play, run, build. But I want to focus on only 2 words or 3. In line 4, it says laugh, level, equalize. And when we investigated further, the answers were extremely moving. Many children reported that they were not allowed to laugh at home. That if they laughed during class, parents end up thinking that they're not taking education seriously. That if they laugh too loud, parents and their frustration are being shown at children. Level. I am not considered equal at home, whereas in school, I'm wearing uniform, I'm considered equal. Equalize. These are all very important things, right? In a country where we have designed to keep people out, because 1 million people applying for 1,000 seats, 10 million students applying for 10,000 seats, we are a culture of exclusion. School is the culture of inclusion. And we thought this was extremely important. In fact, the last 3 words were, a school helps me solve for my life. A school is bestowing me with love. Did you ever think that a word love would come in a school? And then we discovered, when especially talking to girl children in Madurai, that they said they felt love from their friends and from their teachers that they did not feel at home. This is one of the reasons that they went running back to school. And I thought it's very important that you start your second day bringing the focus back to why are this for, right? If all of this and all that we are doing is not going to contribute to a child's love for himself or herself in the classroom and feel equal to everybody else, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that we are wasting our time, right? I'm putting these numbers because these numbers are important. Also, since I'm a professor as well, unless I put numbers, you won't believe that I have a PhD, okay? 69 is the total number of new job descriptions that fresh undergraduates are expected to be applying to in the year 2030 as defined by the World Economic Forum report. What does this mean? 69 jobs that have not even been invented yet are going to be present just 5 years from now, and we have no idea what they are, and yet we are preparing students in education. What does that mean? 96, the next word, next number, 96 million is the total number of teachers needed by the year 2030. So for all the teachers in the room, ChatGPT is not going to take your job. Don't worry. You have to upgrade yourself, but we're going to need more teachers. So there is nobody is saying that physical teachers are going to disappear and ChatGPT will replace all of us. Nothing. We need more teachers and we need more new teachers. The last 2 numbers also made me feel very happy. 69 is the total number of education technology companies that closed down in India in the year 2023-24. 96 is the total number of new education technology companies that were also created in the year 23-24. What does it mean? We are still trying to solve these problems. We still don't know what the answers to these problems are. If you thought these numbers meant something else, too bad. So here is an exercise that we gave these same children in southern Tamil Nadu. But before we do that, because there's a keyboard, let me do this. Nanarka, I've got a whole bunch of young people sitting there pretending that they don't know what the song is. Because I can tell you that many of them were completing the next line in their heads, right? Which film is this from? Excellent. I'm sure if I asked you a question in thermodynamics, second semester, nobody would know the answer. Okay? Which is also underlying part of the problem in education today. We are not learning things experientially. We are learning things factually, which is why we don't remember things. You experience this film in audio visual, you experience this with the beautiful voices of the people you admire, you experience this with the visuals of people that you like to see, and you end up remembering the experience. It's a very important part of education. One of the things that we found, again in the survey we did, by the way, the survey was 31,444 students that we did the survey with, is that experience is the only thing that remains, not factually. One textbook does not work for everybody, right? So we asked children, these are again rural children, rural skill children, rural school children from southern Tamil Nadu, Tirunelveli, Thoothukudi, no technology exposure, nothing. We said, how would you like your classroom to be? And this is the kind of illustrations and models that they developed. Right? A lot of us, especially above the age of 40, with mind of hairstyle, are pontificating on what education should be. I think it's important that we listen to what the 12-year-old is saying. They want their classrooms to be circular because a circular classroom promotes equality. Rows and columns means that the front row ends up getting more attention than the back row. What a simple insight. My classroom should have everything that I have created along with my classmates around me. Why? Because if I exhibit and display the things that I like and the things that I've created, it makes me feel that the space is for me. I don't want to just have standardized textbook material printed and put on the wall so that I mug it up. Give me an experience. I'm happy that children are beginning to think about eco-friendly and sustainability. Again, please remember these are rural school children. Okay? This was created by a group of girl children in a Dindukal school. Okay? They have gone to the computer science teacher and asked her to help them render it. They said, look at it again, the classroom should be collaborative. We do not want the classroom to be rows and columns. You're asking us to be collaborative, you're asking us to work in groups, then why is the seating arrangement, starting with the seating arrangement, why is it in rows and columns? Right? Put a sick bed in the room so that if we are sick, we don't have to go home, we don't have to be sent away. Two girl children have written, when we are going through our periods, don't send us out of the classroom. We can stay in the classroom and we can still attend class. Give us a map of the world, don't give us a map only of Tamil Nadu, don't give us a map of only what is defined to us politically. These are children. I did not make this up. Anybody is welcome to come and read the report. Okay? And so we started this project where we said, if experience is what is important, experiential learning is what is important. Here is a situation that happened to me, and this became the reason why we started doing this. So in 2021, in the second wave, I almost died. Literally. Not because of COVID. I had some other health challenges. And because there were no hospital beds available, they put me in a maternity ward. There were 3 pregnant ladies and me. I really thought this was the end of life. And at that time, I was treated by 2 doctors, one of whom was a childhood friend, like me, had gone through a middle-class life and a middle-class school education, used to come and hold my hand every day and say, everything will be nice, you're a good person, good things will happen to good people. The second person was a specialist, and I put it in quotes, highly educated, would have been somebody who would have made all our panels proud because he is a PhD from Harvard, he's got an FRCS from Edinburgh, he's got every single degree that you can have. And such a specialist was he that I could smell his cologne coming into the room before he came into the room, which is how I knew I did not have COVID. But his job as a specialist would be to come and look at the blood test reports, not me, would be to look at the numbers and not my feelings, and keep telling my wife, avladha, this is it. Relatives class sollidanga. Tell all the relatives, this guy's not going to make it, right? The second time he came in and again pronounced death judgment on me, and I've got a legal luminary sitting in front of me, so somebody actually passed a death sentence on me, being a specialist. I held his hand and I said, I want you to do me a favor. He said, what? And being Indian and educated and highly privileged, and sometimes, unfortunately in India, hyper-educational degrees sometimes confers privilege which even caste and class do not, right? And this man is looking at me and saying, how dare you say this to me? Do you know medicine or do I? My only answer was, let's hope we don't answer this question. But it gave me an idea that let's not confer privilege just because somebody's got fancy degrees from fancy places. Experience is what matters. If all it takes to solve for India's multiplex problems of education, let me start with one, which is access. If the same talented children in Dindigul and Tirunelveli can be given access to the same Harvard, the same Stanford, the same IIT Madras, excellent institutions and professors all over the world, we can transform this country. Yeah. We can transform it with opportunity, and that is what I have done. What we did, for 3 months in an ICU, I built a platform where now, by the way, one more statistic, because I love numbers, 31,344 is the total number of professors in the United States alone who are Indian. 31,344. It is not a matter of pride. We want them back, right? Let's not clap for them going away. We fed them. We clothed them. We educated them, and they've now gone away. We need to bring them back, okay? So one of the things we said is, if we can create simple access through experiential project-based learning, how can we do project-based learning? That same professor who grew up in Tirunelveli, let him help the Tirunelveli kids, but sitting in Toronto, no problem. That's what technology enables, right? So as of today, and this was a project we started in January 23, as of today, 288,700 students all over India have already become part of this program, where we have even children from Salem, from Soringanallur, from Selayur, from Tamaraparani, directly accessing Harvard and IIT. 4 children from Chennai, and this was not one of the greatest schools, but 4 children from Chennai, 11th graders, using this platform, worked with IIT Madras, have cracked a platform to help children with autism express emotion, right? I want to give you 2 statistics, and I will stop with that with a song because I know you're late for your next panel, which is this. These 4 children are 15 years old. You know what their class teacher told me? I'm so surprised that they've developed this platform because in computer science, they're getting less than 60%. This is the truth, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Education is not only for the privileged. Education is not only 59% in school. One NEET exam, one JEE does not determine your self-worth. What determines your self-worth is your capacity to contribute. And if we can use our own brain talent from all across the world to help our own children through project-based learning or through experiential, and we are just one solution. I'm sure there are going to be hundreds of solutions out there which are going to contribute to this. I think we need to focus on learning and not on education. I think we need to focus on wisdom and not on degrees. I know this is not what a lot of education companies want to hear, but let me stop with that by playing one song and then one exercise, and then I'm done for the day. So on this project-based learning that we've done, as I said, it's more than 3 lakh, almost 3 lakh children. The same girls from Dindigul, 4 girls, have now designed an app for menstrual health. And not only did they design it, by the way, again, 9th class pasanga, 14-year-old, okay? Not computer science students. Not only have they designed it, but the professor from Harvard, who's also from Madurai, who guided them, mentored them through this process, has decided to invest in the app himself. And so it's becoming a reality, right? This is change and it can happen, right? So, because the energy of clapping is so low, maybe we should have brought Nayantara or something, then everybody would have clapped a lot more. Nayantara sonnadhukku ivlo clap. Okay. So can you all just rub your hands together like this one more time for me? You know why I make you do this? Because then you'll keep your phones down. Okay? Hands apart. Mr. Chawla, you have to play the game too. Okay? 1, 2. Yennaya. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Remember this, a group that can clap together, can stay together, and a group that can stay together will change the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would say a loud round of applause, but we definitely have that going. Opening out the world of education and, of course, opening out day 2 here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I invite Mr. Prabhu Chawla to present our speaker, Mr. Anil Srinivasan, with a memento extending our thanks. And, of course, I think today we've learned that, if I may request Mr. Prabhu Chawla to join us on stage. Welcome, sir. We've learned that education, just like music, transcends it all and, of course, transcending geographical boundaries. And we spoke about fostering a world of experiential learning. And I would say we would love to close this session with a fantastic photo op. Ladies and gentlemen, the Unbound Classroom, and of course, we had a spectacular demo of that as well, thanks to our speaker. Taking our day 2 sessions forward, the next is going to be illuminating the path of civic understanding by also emphasizing the vital importance of legal awareness in our collective journey. I'm happy to invite onto the stage our speaker, Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul, former Supreme Court judge. A loud round of applause for sir, ladies and gentlemen. We're also joined by our session chair, Mr. Shankar Iyer, author and analyst. This particular session is titled Constitution as Guiding Light. Why do we need to know the law? Well, we are going to have a lot of answers in this particular session. If I may hand the stage over to our session chair, Mr. Shankar Iyer. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I think I can continue with what Anil Srinivasan had pointed out. The importance of process. And the Constitution is a template for a process of how to hold the country together, how to build a better future, how to enshrine rights. But before we get into the conversation, I wanted to sort of introduce our guest here, our speaker. It's a privilege, sir, to have you here. On the day he retired, Chief Justice Y.V. Chandrachud described him in 5 words, which sort of encompass everything that we expect out of the justice system. He said Justice Kaul is a unique blend of wisdom and compassion. And this is exactly what we expect from the judiciary and the justice system. To me, Justice Kaul sort of is different with a distinction. Some of the judgments that he has given are very interesting. And since we are a media platform, I'll read that part first. In 2008, he upheld the freedom of expression in the M.F. Hussain case. In 2016, the Perumal Murugan case. The overreach by a state or extra activism by the state in opening or filing the curative petition on the Bhopal gas issue. And most recently, in a very considered view on the judgment on abrogation of Article 370, where he stood out by asking for a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We'll come to that issue in a bit. But I think the first thing that the title of the session, the Constitution as the Guiding Light. So Ambedkar had said in the Constituent Assembly debates, the Constitution is a vehicle of life and its spirit is always the spirit of age. When in 2024, when we look at the Constitution as a guiding light, there are a number of young people here. How would you sort of present this idea to them? I mean, the Constitution as a guiding light and the importance of the Constitution being the centerpiece of our life.
Good morning to everybody. Welcome. See, the best of the brains of this country who had dedicated themselves to the freedom movement decided to sit together to draft the Constitution. We borrowed from different constitutions. We made the amalgam as one of the most fabulously written constitution. And it was said that if something goes wrong, it's not wrong with the Constitution, it's the way the people work it.
Because man was vile or man would be vile.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was the issue. When we talk about the Constitution as the sentinel non equivae, as the Supreme Court says, the idea is the guiding spirit. So if there are conflicts, if there are differences in thought processes, you must get back to the parent document to see how does it read. And that's what the court's job is. The court's job is to read the Constitution, reread it, when political dispensations or other dispensations don't play ball, if I may say so, to tell them what restricts them. Because the Constitution takes place a balancing factor between the executive, the judiciary, and the political dispensations. And the check and balance is provided by the judicial system. So how that system will work will depend on how much and in what manner the court keeps on informing the executive when the issue arises, that what is permissible and what is not permissible. Look at the fundamental rights chapters, look at the directive principles chapters, look at women empowerment issues. The whole spectrum is there. It's not a lack of spectrum. It has faced many amendments because as society develops, there have been amendments to it, some arising from the political thought processes which come into it. But it still remains the fundamental book, if one may say so, to look to when in doubt and say, did the creators of this Constitution, did the creators of an independent country, and I always believe, keep reminding that please look around and see, we are fortunate in some way. We are critical also about our system, but we are fortunate in some way. We still have a form of democracy which is different from around the countries if you see around.
Thank you, sir. That's an important validation that when we look around our geography and countries around the world, the fact that we have sustained a democracy for 75 years deserves an applause, and all of you sitting behind should applaud the fact that India has a functioning, vibrant democracy. Justice Kaul, you also mentioned in some one of your speeches, one of your talks, that the judiciary is not the moral conscience keeper of politics, that the courts would deal with aspects of law and aspects of politics must be dealt with in the realm of politics. But there is an intersection here where we tend to think in India, and still the state is a very large part of our being, whether how politicians behave or how politics is conducted. When people are frustrated, angry, anxious, they come to the court. How does this bridge get created?
So, if I may correct, I did not say the court is not the constitution keeper of the court or the moral keeper of the court.
You said
There
that
is-
it's a conscience keeper of the Constitution.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So there is a distinction between what the court is required to determine and what the political sphere is required to determine. What happens at time is that where there is, I would say, disparity in the strength of the political groupings which are there, what happens is the expectation is the court should intervene to look to their side. Well, the court's job is to see that any government adheres to the constitution. Sometimes there are coalition governments which are not so strong. There may be single party rules as we see today, and we've seen it in the past where the governments are strong. To that extent, the court roles becomes a little more active in ensuring that the fundamentals of the constitution are in place. But it cannot be, what I said is a substitute for the political arena issues which need to be addressed in the political arena alone. That's what I was seeking to emphasize, that we have under this often public interest litigations or some connected matters, a thought process which was developed to help the underprivileged of the society, that should not be utilized to settle the political issues which are there. If there's a legal-political issue, suppose there's an interpretation of it. We've seen this in interplay of the state's role and the role of the central government. The court will certainly step in to take a call and decide what should be the role which each of them should perform. So that's the distinction I'm seeking to carve out, that the political issues should be settled in the political domain. The political legal issues can be determined in the courts.
So if I may sort of try and interpret this a little better, is that the point is that the court cannot be expected to play the role of the opposition in a system where the domination is greater. But, and you also spoke about empowering all parts of society to nurture this project, which is the project of nurturing the Constitution. In our system, we always find rights of the oppressed, the deprived, the minorities, the sexual minorities, all of them. The domination of one grouping sort of pushes them to the edge, and they come to the court through PILs, public interest litigation, and others. Similarly, political groupings who find themselves pushed to the margin by a wave of support to the other side, they tend to come and look for you, look to the courts to sort of step in and, maybe extend. Now, the point that you make that the court can't be expected to play the role of the opposition in any system, but people expect change, people expect redressal. So if we were to go back to this very important point that you made, that we must empower all parts of society. This is a huge project. How does this get done? Does the legal education system, does our education system promote this thought across our society? Is there enough debate about these issues?
So let me say this, something which has troubled me, and I have spoken more than once, is that we are a very diverse country. There will be difference of ideas, there will be difference of perceptions. And the willingness to accept the different perceptions and carry on is very important. Some way I find the dialogue becoming less, more academic in its terms, and the ability to carry people along is under challenge. It can't be a my way or highway principle in this scenario, in a country like ours. So that's the challenge which arises, and the court is required to intervene and support certainly the marginalized sections. There may be different methods of those minorities. So I'm not saying those people will not come to court. It may be, you've seen the recent past, many issues have cropped up. Last example was the same-sex marriage issue. Well, there are social issues which need to be debated and sometimes socially acceptable, sometimes it is taking time. So I always give the example of that case as a journey. Journey in the sense many years back when decriminalization had to take place. I was unfortunately part of, just had joined the bench when this matter came up. And I told my senior judge that we must issue notice and examine this. I tried to be a little more adventurous to see that it must be decided now, which I was told you are still young in the judiciary, just wait, there are some things which take time to work it out. It went through a journey of being dismissed, going to Supreme Court, remitted back, debate taking place, and ultimately the High Court ruling in one way, the Supreme Court in another way. Finally, those people got what they thought was due to them. So the social churning also takes time at times, and so does the judicial churning takes time. I certainly feel that the sections of the society, the fact that you are in a minority grouping in any form, certainly you are entitled to an equal treatment, and the Constitution steps in. And we as judges are required to step in to ensure that those sections are able to lead their life within the domain of the Constitution without any interruption.
So this is called one of the things that, if I step away a little bit from the philosophical underpinnings of the Constitution and the issues, there is a sense that sometimes judges in one level make a decision, then it gets overturned in another, or cases are sent back. And the government seems to think that this reflects on the quality of the judges that are in the system. You had, on your retirement, sort of mentioned this in one of the interviews, that probably the way we bring in appoint judges, the way the collegium system works, and you made a very important point that the NJAC, the National Judicial Appointments Commission, could have been made to work, that it could have been tweaked. I had 2 points to it. Do you think that the NJAC would have been a better system than the current collegium system? And a more important question is, does the current collegium system affect the merit of the judges that are appointed, or is there, I am kind of being very careful with using the word, that certain interests or certain interested people's appointments carry through what within the judiciary is called the uncle's phenomena. Is the quality of judges that we have, I'm not even talking about the subordinate judiciary where things need to improve really, but in the higher judiciary, is the collegium system a barrier or a hurdle to appointment of quality judges?
So let's see how originally the appointment system began. The Constitution had a particular system. We continued with it till early 1990s. And then it was felt that some changes were required and the collegium system was defined. It worked well for many years, there's no doubt about it. But somewhere down the line, I felt there were challenges which arose because the political system felt that the Constitution devises a method by which the political dispensation has a say in it, and it should not be exclusively judges appointing judges. The fact is, even in the collegium system, there is an interaction which takes place in as much as the opinions, the system works in a manner where judges are recommended by a collegium, it travels to the executive, opinions are taken, state opinions, central opinions, goes to the collegium of the Supreme Court, then the appointments take place. So it's not that the consultative processes were not there, they were there. And, but my question was that ultimately the Parliament enacted the NJC. It got quashed when I say in retrospect that it could have worked was that it constituted a committee of 6 judges, 6 persons, out of which 3 were judges. So feeling was that predominance of the judiciary would be affected, that the manner of working may create a deadlock, and that's why it was struck down, because before that the Venkatachalaya committee also looked into it. Possibly a 5-member committee could have worked. The political dispensation talked about a 6-member committee. My view was if the Chief Justice had possibly granted the casting vote, it could have worked. This is arising from the fact that the appointment process is too slow. It takes too much of time, and which is causing a grave concern because it is becoming difficult to persuade the legal fraternity or the bright minds to accept position on the bench. I think that's the challenge which I'm concerned about. And it's not the, as it's said, I'll say openly, the uncle syndrome working. I think I have personally tapped a number of first-generation lawyers from national law schools, trying to personally persuade them. I felt as a judge it was my job to persuade a good talent to come onto the bench. Most of them are unwilling. And one of the reasons is, maybe one reason could be monetary, but more than that, they say that it takes too much of time, and what is the guarantee that if we are willing to make the sacrifice, ultimately this matures into an appointment. So what is happening is, I feel a backroom dialogue takes place. The collegium system would have at least people sit across the table and debate out and tell them why certain appointments must be made or why certain appointments can't be.
Sorry to interrupt, just for our audience to understand. The process involves no face-to-face engagement between the judiciary and the executive.
No.
And would that be a good idea to have a kind of face-to-face engagement?
Yes, because what happens is the file moves, you make notings on the file, comes here, then again goes back. And yet, I do believe informally discussions do take place. So why not have it formally, those discussions, so that we have a more open system in it, in the appointment process. In an open system, I don't mean we sit like this in a public debate and debate whether a person has to be appointed a judge or not. The only idea is it's a more system-oriented process which the appointment can take place. I may even say that we are wiser after the event because I'm sure the people who set it aside at that time thought that the continuing system would be better, though at least I'm aware 2 of the judges out of the 5 later on said that it was possibly a mistake. So that's the basis on which I made the comment, that we must encourage the best of talent to come. The national law schools are producing some of the brightest minds today. Those law schools, national, we have Sastra here, so many of them have produced students. Why should not their products come onto the bench? Why this hesitation to come onto the bench? I believe the process is not very conducive to getting the best of the talent. I think first generation lawyers have increased, first generation judges have increased. So I don't think that should be a concern, really.
So the merit or the quality of judges that we have may improve. But sir, this brings us to the question. I mean, there is this whole Latin thing, law abhors delay. And we have an incredible system. About 20 years back, we were talking about 2 crore cases pending. Now we have 5 crore cases pending. Isn't that something that sort of affects the promise of one of the 3 promises in the Constitution? And when we say the Constitution is our guiding light, I mean, how do we promise equality without delivering on justice?
So that's, I think, the greatest challenge today. To be able to administer justice within time is, I think, a problem we have to face. Now, not as a qualification, but let me say, when we talk about so many crore cases, in a population of so many crores, there will bound to be issues which will come up before the court. The case, the day it is filed, doesn't become a pendency. So if the case is not decided within a stipulated period of time, is the problem. Many cases, many cases get decided within time, but often that does not make news. But the cases which are pending for years together, naturally there's a problem. So we have to devise and think out of the box how to get the cases which are stuck in the system out of it. There are priorities given to older cases, etc. I have been a strong believer in propagating mediation and other alternative methods, not only because they will help in reducing the backlog in court, but also sometimes there are better solutions to a problem because it is something which occurs across the table with the litigants deciding in a sense what they want. It's not that on a basic principle of law the judge imposes on it without them knowing why they got a particular thing and did not get something else. So the American system adopted mediation. In early 80s, they were in a similar problem. Today, less than 3% cases go to trial there. If we expect every case to go to trial, if we expect each case to go through multiple tiers of scrutiny, then I'm afraid this problem is not going to get solved. So we have to think how to make it run in a little different kind of a manner and find solutions to it. The litigant is interested. See, you're talking about technology. I was seeing the previous dialogue. And in an age where everything happens with technology and in future, we can't expect people to wait for years together. That is something which is a concern.
I just wanted to highlight one point, sir. I mean, we must be the only country in the world where the government litigates against its own orders, I mean, income tax and other. The government is one of the biggest litigators in the country. That I don't know how that persists. There must be some filter system that should be there. And the second more important point, I mean, I remember in his closing remarks on the finalizing of the Constitution, Dr. Ambedkar had said that people may get tired, or he said that new ideologies, new problems will come up in such a way that people will get tired of the idea of a government of the people, by the people, and they just opt for a government for the people, which may be authoritarian, totalitarian, however. Isn't that a threat to the very idea of our democracy? I mean, that when you don't deliver justice in time, the frustrations might go through. And we've seen this play out in our neighborhood.
No, certainly when you talk about an expeditious decision of cases, that's a priority and must be done. Yes, I always say I don't know really of a country where government is more than 50% litigant. So let's go to England and see how many litigations would there be by or against the city civil borough or something like that. Here you have to sit, couple of judges sit on every municipal jurisdiction, civic jurisdictions, service jurisdictions. Huge amount of litigation is persons working for the government litigating with the government. So a higher level of dissatisfaction. Now, the government must lessen the litigations. There is no doubt about it, I've been saying. Otherwise,
sir, they are not even willing to reveal the number of cases filed by the judges. There are ministries who have refused to file in that system that they've created now for government litigation.
So if an endeavor is made, we did make some endeavors to see how to reduce it. But there is a reluctance to accept a view also. So if the same issue is decided, in multiple cases, the same issue will keep on cropping up again and again. I think no officer wants to take a responsibility. They feel they may be, and they have a reason, they feel that a couple of years down the line, they may be in a problem. So you must have a system by which, say, a committee or something, we can judge whether once this one issue is decided, whether other cases should keep on cropping up. Even that was experimented judicially. I remember setting up, requesting, say, the National Highway Authority to set up a committee of the technical people and the judges so that unnecessarily tiers of scrutiny don't come up. I think we have to ultimately restrict how many tiers of scrutiny will the case go through. If there was a court above the Supreme Court, I'm sure many judgments of the Supreme Court would also be set aside. So,
but we do believe in this country there is a court above the court. Supreme Court.
It's just the final court, so the decision is final, that's all. It's not that we are perfect or anybody is perfect, that it's an opinion. Ultimately, what is it? We are an opinion. Somebody else may have an opinion. Tomorrow, that opinion may change. It happens in public domain also, so it happens in courts also.
Sir, I have 2 points to sort of. One is the mention that you made about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that should be appointed. Particularly for Kashmiris who were chased out of their homes. Do you think it's a possibility? Do you think it will happen that, or as you said, sometimes it takes time for society to accept certain things. So to accept, and I'm acutely aware of this conversation, a similar conversation happening in North America and in other places, which promoted the idea of slavery for a long time, and now there is a greater demand there for, again, reconciliation, even compensation they're talking about. But is this a possibility in a condition where we are not yet sure, we are uncertain how things will play out in the geopolitical arena in Kashmir? Can people return with dignity to Kashmir?
So there are parts of this question. I mean, whether government will do it or not, I can't be a soothsayer, I can't say they'll do it. I've written because I hope that they will do so. Let's see what is the solution. You know, we faced 1984, the problems in 1984. Till today, battles are going on that. The issue was that if you are saying today evidence is not available, other things are not available, proving cases in court is a challenge. The point is somebody must acknowledge that from a part of the country, 4.5 lakhs people almost overnight were compelled to leave. They have a pain, they have an anguish. They may have settled in these 30 years in different parts of the country and different parts of the world. But somebody must acknowledge that something has gone wrong. That itself is a reparation in a sense. Non-acknowledgement continues to, the anguish continues with that. Now, after that, you had the armed services moving in, trying to fight a battle. People who stayed back have their own story to tell. At least have the stories told so that people try to put an end to that issue. Post-partition, it took many, many years for it to settle down. Similarly here, if 30 more years have gone by, this is the only method. That's what I believe. Whether those people will come back to their home in earth, well, I'm doubtful that everybody is going to come back. That's not how it will occur. But you know, people migrate. People voluntarily migrate from villages to cities for job and other reasons. If the person who went away in a small place where he stayed, if he is able to even come back in security and spend time there, I think that's the solution to the problem. It's not that suddenly one fine day the reparation will take place and all those people who left 30 years and the next generation which is coming is going to come back. But it will help them connect to the roots. I know of people who miss that connection, that they are not able to get back to the roots. That's the challenge, I think.
No, sir, my question was a little more wider in the sense that we speak about the individuals making a choice or the families making a choice. Is this situation conducive enough? Will the government do it? Because one point that has been made on this is that an establishment of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Kashmir opens the door for Truth and Reconciliation Commissions for, say, 1984, for other riots, for partition, for people will, I mean, you know, arguably find other reasons of displacement.
Well, if this, I don't recollect such kind of displacement taking place post-partition from a specified area, as has happened. It was a small minority of people, as it is the percentage of population was small. And that they should be in a scenario where they have been compelled to move overnight is a challenge. The purpose is for them to find some solace that there is an acknowledgement of what has gone wrong and help them reconnect their roots. That's the limited purpose for which it will subserve. I don't think it will open the Pandora's box, that's what your suggestion is.
Sir, I want, this is by we have run out of time, I think. I wanted to ask you, you made a mention, or you remarked at one point, that there is something that you would speak up about, but that you would speak about it after your retirement. And that mystery persists, so I was wondering if you would speak about that. And none of us knows, we don't know what it was actually on your mind that you wished to speak up about.
What mystery? See, there are some things which happen in the system, I believe should not have happened or happened. Everything can't be in public domain. But I only said that, you know, it's a continuous endeavor to find a better and more transparent system.
Sir, can I just sort of, because the audience might be wondering what I am talking about. This was a very important case that you had heard, and it came up for review, and it was to be heard by your court, and it turned out that you were not going to hear that case.
So that it's in a decided case and application, we were trying to, well, if some people say yes, push the government to make appointments because that's what is required for them to do. It was towards the end of my tenure, I had held it. The master of the roster principle comes in, the Chief Justice defines where the role has to go. In any case, they had to go somewhere else after the end of December. So it hopefully should go somewhere and appear. That's what my concern is. I really did not know why it happened, but I leave it at that.
So there is no more secret to that. We won't.
No.
I'm hoping that this would be part of your memoirs or something.
What I will write and when I will write is an issue. I think some things should be written much after the relevant time. It's better that way, rather than on the first finger at the relevant time.
I guess justice is also a dish served best cold, I guess.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Justice Kaul.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here.
Mr. Chawla has a question.
Yes.
Sorry, Justice Kaul, because this is a question as a journalist I'm asking, because Mr. Shankar here was indulging in academics, I'm indulging in reporting. Question is that there is a general perception that quality of judges is gone down substantially during the last 10 years. Quality of judges which are there is not happening because the selection process is bad. Do you agree that quality of justice being appointed is more guided by caste, community, and relationship?
No, the appointment process certainly has many spectrum issues coming up now. There is a feeling that representations of different sections of society needed. The regional, we are a large country, the regional representation takes place. It was a smaller court earlier when you're talking about the Supreme Court or the High Court. Number of judges have expanded over a period of time. So representative characters has its own challenges. But as I said, the greater challenge I feel is we must make sure and encourage the right kind of talent to come onto the bench and remove the hesitancy which some of them may have to come onto the bench. That's my personal view, that there is enough talent there, but it should be made conducive in a manner that they make the relevant sacrifice and come onto the bench.
I guess Prabhu's question was that are bad judges being appointed?
No, I think the check and balances are too many. Yes, there is no perfect system. There may be cases which do not. I had a wonderful opportunity to appoint judges in Chennai. Out of the committee collegium I headed, we recommended 60 judges. 46 judges were appointed to this court. Some of them have performed wonderfully well. Some of them I thought could have done better. So this will always arise. It's a judgment call you take. There is no perfect way by which you know. When you appoint somebody in your corporate domain, you really don't know how it will work out 5 years down the line. The only thing is we have no method by suddenly saying now bye-bye, you go out, as you can do.
I'll end up with that. The final question is that do you notice that government is defying the orders of the Supreme Court? Sometimes in your own judgment, you gave the orders to the government to come with some certain proposal, and they frequently defied your directives. Do you think it's a threat to judicial system itself?
We must be, I'm strongly of the view, must be able to implement our orders. Either don't pass orders. If you pass orders, you must be able to get it done and implement it. We can't have a scenario where a government of the day says that what is palatable is accepted and what is not, because we tend to rule both against and for the government. Both things arise. So that respect for the orders, I think, is a very important part of a judicial work. And the contempt jurisdiction is specifically conferred for that, to ensure we don't have the police behind us, we don't have an army behind us. So it's the word of the judge, the judgment being accepted, which has to take place. And that must be enforced is certainly my unequivocal.
But sir, in the order on the appointment, how the Chief Election Commissioner has to be appointed, the structure was given by the Supreme Court. And the government simply legislated a story.
So, well, one is that the structure was given in the absence of a law. It happens earlier in many scenarios where law is absent, the court creates this structure. But that is till the law is enacted.
Okay.
Now, so therefore it is not prohibited. Now, whether this particular manner of doing so in case of election commission, certainly I'm sure this will come up before the court to consider whether the manner needed to be altered in this way in a legislation.
Okay. On that note, we'll end. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time and for your wisdom and for your service to this idea of judicial.
Thank you, sir. We also have our editorial director of the New Indian Express, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, extending our thanks to our speaker, Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul, ladies and gentlemen, taking us through the path of civic understanding. Of course, the challenge is the process, the solid merits of actually navigating this space and understanding the Constitution. A truly lovely session. If I may request everybody to put your hands together as a way to thank our speaker and our session chair. Of course, with this session, I'm sure there are a lot of questions on our minds, and that is just the beginning. With that, it is time to step into the next session here on stage. This session is titled Women in STEM, the Right Chemistry. And as we set the stage a little bit, let me tell you that in this particular session, we're going to be recognizing, we're going to be championing the impactful contributions of women within the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Of course, we do have an exciting panel ready to take to the stage. And as we also set the stage, for all of us here, let me tell you that this is the 13th edition of the ThinkEdu Conclave. We're truly excited to have your support. We're truly excited that we have a vast number of virtual attendees here today, thanks to our streaming partner, Daily Hunt. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, our stage looks just about right. I'd like to invite onto the stage Ms. Annapurni Subramaniam, Director, Indian Institute of Astrophysics. Please keep the applause going. We have a very solid panel taking to the stage. I'd also like to take the opportunity to invite Ms. Priya Abraham, Professor, Clinical Virology, CMC Vellore. Welcome, ma'am. Truly a pleasure to have you here with us. This session, we're also joined by Ms. Srimati Kesan, founder and CEO, Space Kids India. Welcome, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, chairing this session, it is my privilege to invite on stage Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, senior journalist. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, championing an interesting conversation on the impactful contributions of women in the field of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. If I may request everybody to welcome our session chair and our speakers with a nice round of applause. Over to our session chair.
I want you all to take a moment and see these three women. One is an astrophysicist, one is a virologist, one is a space entrepreneur. All women in STEM. Please, a round of applause for them. It's such a privilege to be here with all of you. I'm particularly delighted that this panel has happened. I want to begin with you, Priya, because you're the one who's up there on the big screen in the vaccine war. How did you feel when you saw yourself on screen in a way played by Pallavi Joshi?
I think a lot of emotions were displayed on that movie. It just brought back a lot of memories of the hard times of the pandemic because we were so thick into it, you know. So it brought back a lot of mixed emotions, I should say. A sense of satisfaction, an accomplishment, and also that, to be very frank, I felt a lot of the other heroes who worked could not be depicted in
Only
the
movie. A woman will say that. Yeah. A man would never say that.
I felt that there were many unsung heroes who were not depicted in the movie. That made me a bit sad.
But it was also very interesting that, at least your character in the movie says virologists are not like space scientists. You know, you don't send a rocket up. You don't send a rocket up, you're always a bearer of bad news. Usually that, this is a terrible virus, it's going to kill you. That's a fact, right?
Yeah, I suppose for both space scientists and for virologists, there is very little margin for error.
Yeah.
You can't be very sort of brusque and rash about saying we have a virus or we don't have a virus.
Or we have a vaccine or we don't have a vaccine.
So I think that we need to take this with a great deal of caution. And actually when we actually told the ministry that we had the virus in the country, I had 2 labs testing it simultaneously with the same set of samples. And only when they concurred was I ready to announce it to my boss in Delhi. So there is really a lot of caution, and we should not be fear-mongering and worried about sensationalism and, having the media say, oh, we've got something new.
Yeah.
We should be absolutely on the dot when we make that diagnosis and, make it public.
Right.
So I think there is precision involved in both fields.
I want to come to you, Annapurni, because, there's so much we still don't know about the world out there, space out there. And you think that, okay, when I was growing up, I knew Pluto was the last planet. Now we're told it's what? A dwarf planet. I don't even know what that means. But there's so much we still don't know that's out there. It's both exciting as well as a little nerve-wracking, isn't it, for a scientist?
Yeah, so that is what is very fascinating about astrophysics, astronomy and astrophysics and space sciences in general. We are trending into a space of unknown. It's not like you know something and you are stretching it to and extrapolate into something where you know a little bit, but you can go to another one. So here you're plotting something on a 2-axis plane. Both are unknown. So you even know where to start, where to pinpoint. So you normally start with where you go, but you have to keep an open mind all the time because you can be completely, your ground can completely change.
Right.
So that realization the scientists always have, but they are also ambitious and ready to take challenges because most of the time we'll be doing something for the very first time. So we can't encounter people who will say that, no, I can't do it because I've never come across it. But that's the day-to-day time thing of we have never come across it.
You've never, exactly. No one has done that before.
Yeah, right.
So that's what's exciting. But
Yes.
Are you sometimes fearful or is that the challenge?
No, it is initially difficult because when you talk about the scales, the numbers, the temperature or the distance or the time, when you talk about the numbers don't make sense to you at all.
Right.
And people get really confused. Even children, newcomers trying to figure out what is happening in the field, we're completely confused. But it is just the acclimatization to those numbers. Once you get into it, you get more and more consumed into it.
Right.
And you get more and more passionate about it and you get used to it. So that's the most exciting part of it. And that is what the wow factor which also astronomy brings in.
Yeah, I know. We just look at the stars and you're probably
No,
saying,
but
what is behind that?
No, that's what I wanted to point out also. Even that is even robbed off because I just want you to step out tonight and see how many stars you can see in the night.
know.
You cannot.
You can't.
But growing up, I have seen so many stars and that's what made me passionate about astronomy. But I think we have to bring that night sky full of stars to be visible to everyone. That's just not there now.
Yeah. So what do you do?
We have to create spaces where we have access to night sky, and we have to be cognizant of the fact that the light we are putting out there is not to, throw light into the sky and waste the energy out there. Where you have to light, the light has to go there, not to places where you really don't want.
Right.
So we have to be cognizant about it. We need to do something. And we need to create spaces where children actually do not even know that there are stars out there in the sky.
Right.
It's in that situation.
Right.
So we have to create spaces. We have to be cognizant. We have to be, actually it can save a lot of energy. We have to go in that direction.
Right. Srimati, I want to bring you in because you've actually been up there, right? You've done a zero gravity flight.
Yes.
Yeah, so tell me about it and what made you a space entrepreneur?
Kaveri, before I start, can I just ask a question to these children sitting behind?
Sure.
I think we need to awake most of them sitting there. So I think I should stand up. Well, yes. Can I see some girls raising their hands and telling me one name of a scientist, a woman scientist who was behind the Chandrayaan 3? Okay. No Googling. No Googling. Children? Okay. So who is called the Agniputri of India? STEM and women. We are talking.
Yeah.
And why?
Yeah.
Why? Because it is not. Boost is the secret of my energy. I get to see Tendulkar. I get to see Dhoni. I get to see everybody. How many of you get to see Tessie Thomas?
Yeah.
How many of us get to see Dr. Annapurni? Vidya, who? How do, I mean, Priya, sorry. So we are not there in the main picture. Scientist means, you know, we run this competition called Young Scientist India. Sorry, I know you asked me about zero gravity, but I thought this is more important here because we run this competition called Young Scientist India. And you see, when there was a child who was a girl winner in that, the parent comes and tells me, ma'am, I just asked gave permission for my daughter to participate in this competition just because, you know, she wanted to. I don't want her to be an engineer or a scientist because she wants to pursue being a scientist because we were giving a prize of sending the child to Harvard for 3 days. I don't want her to have that experience and all that. Just give her one medal, that's enough. Why? Because she comes from a community where after +2, she has to get married. That is the state of affair. Where is research in the country? See, I started working on satellites and everything. Initially, I was an experiential trainee where I would, the ambassador for NASA, ESA, and GCTC camps. So I was taking children from India. I was very proud that, oh, wow, I became the ambassador for NASA space camps and everything, so I'm able to take children from here. But continuously taking children there, what am I succeeding in? What is the next goal? What is the next path? It is just, you learn, come back, forget. So I thought we should start building satellites and rockets. So satellites and rockets are a private organization. How can you do that? And who is going to trust you? So that is where I started fighting from the scratch with the system. And I said, it's okay. You don't put my name because I'm not an engineer. I'm not a scientist. I'm a commerce graduate. Went into doing Gurukulam concept for my doctorate. So nobody is trusting me. Whenever I sit in a panel, there are men engineers and the question comes last to me, so how do you work with children? It's only that one question. How do you work with children? That's all. But they don't think that that is the future. They are the future and we need to invest on that future. So that is how we started creating a platform. If you see the picture there, this is what I want to have the facade of India. Rural India, changing that. And we have done that by building a satellite with 750 girl children, rural girl children, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. I was in the ICCU where I don't know whether I was going to come out alive. But I made the project proposal there. I convinced ISRO. I told them we want these girls to be building the satellite. And thanks to Honorable Prime Minister, he gave us a free launch. Otherwise, that is also expensive because InSpace told me, madam, I know you're working for rural children and all that. Free launch mat poocho. Ye free launch nahi ho sakta hai. I said, then how are we going to promote girls? How are we going to bring them on the main forum? Space, yes, Chandrayaan 3, from ISRO, when they work, they get the budgets, but we don't get budgets. I was crying to reach out to Tatas, Adanis, Ambanis. I want these children to come all the way from there to see a rocket launch which is going to inspire. These children are children who are maids' children, truck drivers' children. You won't see, I was able to do only about 300 children. I could pull them to Sriharikota to watch their satellite. These are the children. Wow. So, to that satellite to go up in SSLV D1. I could only afford to do this. I carried a begging bowl everywhere I wanted because this is going to create an impression, a lasting impression. So many children wanted to be scientists now. They didn't know that there is something that excites them like this because we don't have role models. We don't have funds for research. Girls' attribution or the thought process in India is still, ladkiyon ko shaadi kar do.
But Srimati, it's very interesting that you say that because you yourself got married or were married off, as they say, at 18.
Yes.
And you were not given a choice. And from what I know, you were an NCC cadet, you played basketball for your state, and you were a really proud sort of on a NCC graduate. And at 18, you were told that you have to get married. And as you said, the sword was replaced by a spatula. And that has been replaced by
space now.
A spaceship. So your own journey has actually, in a way, mirrored that of what I hope doesn't happen to these girls.
There are a lot of children, Kaveri, who actually came to me. They called and they said, there's one other issue also. These children didn't step out of their village ever. This was the first time they were doing
They're all
it.
from Andhra Pradesh? Or?
All, Jammu Kashmir to Kanyakumari.
wow.
All the states,
Right.
all the states.
Sorry, you were saying so?
So, you know what happened? They said, मेरे बाजू के घर में एक, you know, one ladki, auntie, they call me auntie, ma'am, didi, everything. So, you know, they raped that girl.
God.
So, my mummy is not allowing me to study this. She's telling me, my father, she's forcing my father, get me married. So, where are we heading? The fear factor. If there is a woman, if there is a girl child at home, there is a fear for all the parents that, you know, I don't want her to do anything. You get married, you go somewhere,
And things
after that you do.
And things haven't changed really.
No, not much. Because I almost met about 1 million, you know, children across these 10 years, but nothing much has changed. This is completely, that focus is towards wedding, 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 wedding. Where is the change? I work with space, but on earth I'm not able to do this change.
Priya, I want to put the same question to you. It's important for us to open the door as the first of everything. But to keep the door open as well, I think for women in leadership positions, in science especially, that's very important. But how do you do that? Because you know the challenges better than most.
So I'll just go back to my early days when I was, you know, in training. I'm a medical person who moved into laboratory medicine. And when I decided to do a PhD as well. So when I was working, I was hyper-focused. And I want to remind particularly the men in this audience that women actually manage 2 careers.
Yes.
One at work and one at home. Genetically, men can just switch off when they come to work. But women don't switch off because they know there's a sick child at home.
They can't switch off. They don't have
they
a choice.
cannot switch off. So when I was very focused at work, I do remember, you know, one of my senior colleagues almost labeling me as aggressive.
Yeah, or difficult.
Yes, perhaps. So I actually stopped and told them, I might come through as hyper-focused, is because when I'm at work, I'm at work. This is work during these hours. And there's another work waiting for me when I get back home.
Right.
So it has been tough. I think most of my fellow panelists will share these sentiments. So I think the onus rests on us when we get to leadership positions, that there are many aspirational young girls, some who have got past school, got into, you know, done a bachelor's, want to do master's and PhD. We have to remember that they too have a tough road ahead.
Yeah.
And we should show them that empathy and help them along. If you can give them a little assistance as they, you know.
Yeah, but what kind? I mean, do you counsel them, tell them, okay, don't, take another call, don't quit just because, you're pregnant or your mother-in-law needs you or your mother needs you? I mean, what is the kind of assistance you can offer? Because you can only do so much.
I think a leader should be available and approachable.
Right.
And I have had umpteen situations, even during the thick of the pandemic and out of it, when female colleagues have come because of domestic issues, because of harassment at the workplace, and you should be a good listener.
Right.
And I think if you're a good listener, and if you can give them some practical advice, you will certainly help those young girls to get on in their career.
Right. One. I think it's not 2 roles. We've done 3 because the societal pressure also is on us.
Yeah.
So we know when we step outside, you know what the society is going to throw on us. We have to accustom to that. We have to be vulnerable, or we succumb to it, or we fight.
Right.
So there are 3 hats that we don, and I think that's really too much. What do you say, Priya? I think that's what it happens. And also one other point is leadership role in STEM is only 2%.
Yeah.
We don't have any faces. See, I proved that. Tessie Thomas is not known. I mean, you don't know who's led the Aditya mission from own Tamil Nadu. So where are we? How are we projecting these women in the forefront? It is just that, she has to be something extraordinary. That one day, that one page in media coverage.
That
and after
picture,
that, that's
the
it.
picture of all
after
the
that,
sari
she's
clad
forgotten
women.
and gone. So this is what? This is a motivation. If we are able to motivate the girls to do much better, we need to have a safe zone where she can do research. You know, it's not just earning money. Why are we in the backseat? India is so behind with regards to research. Because we are always focused, study, then work, earn money, have, marriage performed, then set ho gaya, life set ho gaya. So that's what is our perception. When are we going to move forward?
Annapurni, what about you? What have your challenges been and how did you overcome them? And what are the kind of life experiences that you can bring to help other women?
Yeah, so the most important thing, what I think is that one has to dream and stick to it. And there's nothing called quitting. You can go slow, but quitting should never be on the table. So I come from a family of musicians. My father is a very renowned musician, and my mother was a professor of music in Palakkad. And we used to have music all the time from morning to night, everything about music, teaching, talking, discussions, everything, people coming in, nothing to do with science at all.
Right.
So I was good at studies, and I was also, I also play, I'm a Carnatic violinist. So there's always be a plan B, like, I have to play at home, learn things, all those kind of schedules you have to follow as well. But science always fascinated me, and my parents had nothing, they didn't know anything about it, no guidance, nothing. So just know that if I pass, they'll say yes. If they fail, they'll say yes. Both of them are accepted. There's no encouragement as such. So I used to get really, very aggressive, agitated at home because, my God, I've come top in the class and this is the response I get from home. Somebody else is saying, why are you not top of the class?
Right.
And the parents are like, you have to be at the top of the class and you have to, and they give some, prizes or whatever, some encouragement. The same thing. If I fail also the same, come top also the same. So I said it doesn't matter.
It never disheartened you?
No, it never disheartened me, but I thought it was a good thing because I don't have any pressure. It's up to me to do it, right?
Right.
So I took it that way. So I decided, my dad said, you decide what you want to do, you take it up. But the one thing which I come back to it really scared me to make me perform the best was at the end of my master's, what do I do tomorrow? Sit at home?
Yeah.
I don't have anything to do. Oh my God, that's just not acceptable for me. I cannot sit at home. And I'll get married. And what will I do? I see my friends getting married and sitting at home. No, that's really something which I cannot do. So
and being a prisoner of the great Indian kitchen.
So I was scared. And I was so scared that I must pull out all my strength and apply and find out a research position and get a PhD. And get out somewhere. I don't care where it is, but I grew up looking at the stars, and that is what I should do. Eventually, I should reach there, but first thing is physics, and then get out and try to do stars. And then ISC was where I applied, and then I was selected for I was part of the selected
You've been there for a long time, right?
Joined the astronomy program, but I eventually joined Institute of Astrophysics. When I saw that coming, I said, that is it. I have to hold on to it. Nothing doing, I took it up.
Right.
But there was a challenge at home when I decided to work on nighttime astronomy. My mother suddenly came up and asked me, why don't you study the sun instead of the stars?
Study the
sun.
Sun.
And not the stars. And I had no clue why she's so suddenly interested in telling me what I should study.
So that you could do it during the day.
Exactly. So her thing was, why don't you do it in the day and not in the night? And go to the observatories and stay for a long period of time. Stay away from home. So these kind of things do definitely happen. And the condition was I have to get married.
Right.
So I also got married early in my PhD career. But the only condition for me was I have to continue PhD, nothing doing, no quitting, nothing.
Right.
So even my husband was posted elsewhere. I didn't go. I sent the house along with my husband. I stayed in the hostel. And continued. So quitting was never on the cards. When my kids also were there, quitting was never on the cards. I will take them to the observatory, let them sleep on the observing floor itself, telescope floor itself. We'll continue the observations. Eventually, they have to accept or not accept. My son decided to look at the stars. My daughter decided to look at the spiders inside the observatory. So they develop their own taste. But you have to take them along.
Right.
And soon they will also realize, everybody will realize around you that how passionate you are about it.
Right.
So eventually how I overcome my family problem was that I took my parents and I showed them how I am passionate about it, how the observatory is, how happy I'm doing the work, then what's the kind of work I do, what the kind of environment I'm working in, they were very happy with it.
Right.
So you have to solve the situation, you have to take people along, and you have to choose your wars very carefully. You have to fight, but choose your fight very carefully, wisely, because you will lose all your energy and time fighting very little fights.
Right.
Don't pull up everything.
Right.
You have to fight the most important fight in your life, but make sure that you save your energy and time to reach your focus.
So when you say choose your fights, what are the fights that you gave up?
No, see, in the sense that there is a societal pressure, like, I'm coming from a very conservative South Indian family. Every festival has to be celebrated at home. The way you have to do it, you have to invite people, do this, do that, etc. Right. Sometimes I'm not even here. So one of my uncles used to say, she knows when is Purnavasa and the Amavasya because she will be at the observatory. So I said, look, I can do whatever I can. You have to accept it.
Right.
I cannot,
so you laid the ground rules.
Yeah, but it's not that I completely eliminate everything. I will do it.
Right.
But it's according to my boundary conditions, not according to your boundary conditions. I will do. And do not come and tell you that this has to be done like this. Do you follow it? No. So don't push it on me.
Right.
So boundary line is laid there. And I know what culture I need to follow because I am also coming from a traditional thing.
Right.
I will follow it. Based on my own conditions and not on your conditions.
Wonderful. Yeah. So you were ever labeled difficult or problematic by your colleagues?
No, I agree with Priya that I was actually a listener. So I'm not aggressive. I also have made a conscious decision.
You're not aggressive?
No, not in the sense that I don't go pick up the fights or anything. I just listen and try to solve it without
silently
fighting.
Aggressive.
Yeah, silent aggression.
So try to figure out what it is, convince them, and then if I don't convince them, I just walk out. I'm not interested in fighting. And I also will try to erase out from my memory any kind of rough things happen because it eats my head and I'm not focused the rest of the day. So I need to be focused.
So selective amnesia is very important.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry we've run out of time. I have this timekeeper there who's looking at me very sternly. Just a last point. What is that one quality that you need to develop to get to where you want to?
Resilience. Absolutely resilience, I would say. Because, there are numerous things that will pin you down. And if you succumb to that and if you fail, then you're a loser. Life is just once. You're just born once. Make it to the fullest. So this is what I keep telling all the younger generation. Come what may be. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. It is just your way or no way. No way, not even the highway, it's no way. So just be there.
Just keep at it.
Yes, you don't need to be vocally fighting, as Ms. Annapurni mentioned. Silently wage that war. Because, initially when I started for these satellites, people didn't trust. They told me, if you're going to be sending a balloon satellite, you will be behind the bars because you're dealing with children, they don't know calculations, you think you can do this. And they took a bond. Seriously, they took a bond of 10 lakhs. And otherwise, if anything happens to the aircraft or anything, you'll be behind bars. I said, yes, I will do it. I will sign the contract. Because if we don't take that one step, we are pushed behind.
Right. Priya, because science is all about accepting failure as well, accepting your limits.
Absolutely. So similar to what Srimati said, it requires grit and inner strength.
Right.
To hang in there, yes, failure is part of the game, and success doesn't come overnight. So just hang in there and it'll eventually meet you. Another advice I would give to young aspirational girls, especially in the field of STEM, is to try and choose a role model, a woman role model in your field. And, you become the mentee and she becomes your mentor, and get some practical advice, along the way.
Who was yours?
I had a lady pathologist
okay.
who was very, very sensible. She was an outstanding doctor, but she had heaps of common sense. So I think, attach yourself to a person,
right.
Somebody who's achieved a significant amount despite all the challenges, and they will give you plenty of pearls of wisdom.
Wonderful. Annapurni?
Yeah, I didn't have any role models as such, but my take is that life is a package deal. You need to take everybody along. You cannot leave your life aside and do your career or,
Right.
leave
You
your
have to take
career and
everything along.
Everything along, and women can do it.
Yeah.
We can do it, and we actually learn a lot in the process. Much more than someone who has not taken that path.
Right.
You get really wiser and able to listen, be empathetic, and more trying to figure out how you can solve the situations, because you're doing it every day in different situations. So take it along. You can do it. You just have to hang on there and then don't quit. So be at it. Yeah.
Wonderful. Don't quit, hang in there, and be resilient. Wonderful advice. I think all of us should take it regardless of which field we're in. Thank you so much, ladies. And please do stand up once, and let's take a nice photo of all three of you together. Thank you so much.
A lovely photo op, and of course, a great round of applause to go alongside, from acclimatization to their respective industries to actually acing them. It was lovely to get a first-hand account, and of course, to add to our panelists on stage, I'd like to invite our CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, to present them with mementos, and of course, hoping that the applause will go louder as well. Ladies and gentlemen, what it's like to be a woman in the STEM, and of course reminding us that multiple changes need to be underway, starting with the fact that next time when someone asks us who the Agniputri of India is, we're going to strongly say Tessie Thomas, and of course with a loud and proud applause, we'll also announce that she's a Missile Woman of India. Here's hoping to catching up with everything that we need to know, and a very special thanks to our panelists and our session chair for setting the tone for the rest of the day. Thank you very much. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. With that, our next session focuses on two things: ranking and ratings. Do they matter? Of course, we're going to be exploring the relevance of educational benchmarks, and hopefully we're also going to get a chance to question the impact, the significance of these metrics within the pursuit of knowledge itself. To take us through this session, it is my pleasure to invite our speaker, Mr. Govindan Rangarajan, Director, IISc Bangalore. Welcome, sir. Good morning. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. A loud round of applause from all of us in the audience as we welcome sir. It's also a pleasure to have with us our next speaker, Mr. V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras. Good morning, sir. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. And with that, our session chair, Mr. Vaidya Subramaniam S., Vice Chancellor, Shastra University, and of course, one of the pivotal roles here at ThinkEdu Conclave 2024, one of the parts of the sponsors. So, ladies and gentlemen, our stage is all set, and of course, a question on everyone's mind: ranking and ratings, do they really matter? Over to our session chair. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. And this session is for 30 minutes. It's about ratings and rankings. We just saw a session that preceded ours. It was about handling pressure. So let me just take from where we left in the last session. Today, the higher education ecosystem, there is pressure from different sides and on different stakeholders. The institutional leadership is behind rankings and ratings. Faculty is behind publications, and students behind jobs. So there is a lot of pressure. So the opening question, I'll toggle questions between both of you before we take questions from audience if we have time. The first question to Professor Rangarajan, both of you represent institutions which are top ranked as a university in NIRF, as an engineering institution, IIT Madras. The first question, Professor Rangarajan, is there is always this confusion between ratings and rankings. If somebody comes and says, Carl Lewis won the 100 meters, and then contemporary Daley Thompson was a decathlon gold winner. Now, why did he not win the 100 meters, or why Carl Lewis did not win the decathlon? So, but ratings and rankings are two different ball games. But there is this confusion that the best ranked institution should also have the best rating, or vice versa. A good rated institution must also be a top ranked institution. So how do you add clarity to this confusion between ratings and rankings? What's your take on that?
I don't think these are different aspects of measuring an institution. So rankings, I think, are something which probably more people are focused on because you give some sort of numerical order and a highly rated institution, as you rightly pointed out, may not be the #1 ranked institution also. I think it's more a matter, I would not really, give much importance to these. I think more important is that the institutions should aim for excellence. And it really doesn't matter whether, you are highly rated or ranked. I somehow fail to see what the whole, importance about distinguishing such things are. So I would say just whatever it is, just focus on excellence. That is the key point which finally matters.
But do both of these work towards excellence, or one is better than the other?
No. I think both are, in some sense, as I said, different measures. That's all, different way of measuring.
So it's safe to assume that there is no point in comparing, rankings versus ratings, because there is a lot of, confusion, a lot of policy chaos, people reporting different media groups, raking this issue. So I think it's better to, begin with that clarity. Thank you very much. And now to the ranking part. Now, I have this feeling, the IITs have actually best represented in both the global rankings, whether it's QS or the Times Higher Education. But within the IITs, some of them have chosen Times Higher Education, some of them have chosen to participate in QS. So how do you actually ration the rankings? Now, why is that a group of IITs decided it's only QS, a different group decided it's only Times Higher Education? Why not all participate in both?
So I will, you are a little partial to me. You didn't ask the previous question. Okay. So I agree with Ranga on this. So we are basically going by principles of Bhagavad Gita. We do the karma. This rating, ranking is padam. We don't really bother about it, to be very frank with you. And when we do the karma correctly, we see that the padam comes. And that has been true for both of us. We are leading these two institutions, and we are seeing the results there. That's number one. Second thing is we are an academic institution. We have limited bandwidth. There is a need for looking at data. I fully agree. Ranga also agrees with us that we have to look at data. Data gives us very good insights. But then we look at data for NIRF, we look at data for, so IIT Madras, we decided on QS, because we have been doing QS for concept. But then there are so many Shanghai ranking, that ranking, this Times ranking. I can't put a dean for ranking. We don't have the bandwidth, nor there is an interest. So we want to do one international audit. We consider this like an audit. Somebody is doing, it's a third party.
Is it a fair audit? Let me just interrupt that. Is it a fair audit? Because audit has, a very transparent framework. Is it transparent?
For NIRF is very transparent.
Not NIRF, global. I'm talking just time.
QS ranking, see, the point is, again, when we actually look at ranking for ranking, we only start talking about transparency. Okay. Today, QS ranking, we look at some of the parameters that come out. For example, sustainability has been added as a parameter, which is good for us.
Is it measurable?
It is measurable. We have seen that. So last time, we had a communication gap. So the data was not presented properly from IIT Madras. So we were something like 615 sustainability, but we have a school of sustainability. We do, last year around 300 crores was generated just on sustainability project. So I was wondering what has happened. Then when we actually go through some of the data that they have given, there are a lot of very interesting points that came up. And then this year we made a very concerted attempt to make a website and make these things available for them. The ranks jumped from some 650 to 340 or something like that. So 300 ranks we came ahead of it.
Correct.
Right. But in this process, it's not just a number there. We did find out some very, very important points about sustainability, where certain processes have to be made in place and how education is being quantified there. So there is a very decent attempt made by QS to bring sustainability as a factor. So this is one example I am giving you. So ranking in that way, forget the transparency, whether it's correct, wrong, what formula they use. But some very interesting, when we start looking at the data and start populating the submission, we do get very good insight.
But
that is very important.
Since I agree with you that, data really determines where you stand. But is there a collateral damage? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. That today ranking more or less is becoming a pranking exercise where data is also manufactured because you need to be figured in the top ranked institution. So how do you ensure that there's integrity in the data?
Again, Bhagavad Gita. I, as an institute, I'm not behind the number. Okay. I, as an institute, we do good work. Rank is a consequence. If you are going towards the sun, the shadow follows you. Correct? Rank, my sun is my great work that I want to do, good work I want to do. This shadow is the rank.
But have you ever done
If I leave that good work and start catching the shadow will go off, I know that.
So, but have you, many institutions, ask the questions themselves. If I start doing this, my score in that ranking parameter will improve. Is that a good thing to do?
No, it's not. See, there should be certain, that we are very clear. For example, let me give an example. So, today there is citation per paper. Okay. Now, we as an institute, both IIC and we are all working on large-scale interdisciplinary projects.
Exactly.
So, gone are the days where I see papers with one faculty member and his students. Now we are seeing...
Excuse me? You can go ahead.
Now we are seeing 5 faculty together. We have an energy consortium where there are 150 faculty, 5 faculty writing a paper. The bandwidth of a faculty is limited. So he can write some 7 papers, 8 papers here, so sensible, good papers. So if 5 people write, then the citation is split across 5. If each of them writes 7, then my total count also increases and that citation also comes. Right. So this is a difference. Now, this is going to affect us very much on the QS ranking. But we are not bothered. We don't say, no, don't do that, right? We don't do that.
Yeah.
But on the other point, for example, there is one very interesting concept which QS has introduced called International Research Network. Right? Now, I failed to understand that formula. Okay, I tried my best. I'm also a computer scientist. I've worked on numerical formulas also, done some numerical. But this formula I couldn't understand. Forget it. But one small thing that we get is, so if a particular group works with another group, and in the last 5 years they have published some 3 papers together, and it has some 10 citations each, then we recognize this as a network, which is a very good concept. Right? Now we are seeing that our research network is some 35 people have done similar things.
Yeah.
Now, this is when we are talking about international collaboration. We have one ISET now. All of us are working on this. These are parameters which will help us grow.
Yeah. Professor Rangarajan, the Indian Institute of Sciences, is an institution that is for nation building. That's the characteristic of that institution. And this ranking exercise, there are some global dimensions. And then, it makes institution popular. And I always believe, popularity will come with no invitation and will leave with no farewell. But if the ranking parameters by these global ranking agencies change by the drop of the hat next year, institutions like yours cannot afford to, change your roadmap for excellence and all of that. So Professor Kamakoti clearly said, we are not having that at the back of the mind. And I'm sure IISc also doesn't have that back of your mind. But how do you crack the code? What is organic to IISc that it is always the most represented Indian institution in the global rankings?
Yeah, I think it's very important. As you rightly pointed out, Indian Institute of Science, we are 114 years old, and we have been a mother institution to many other institutions. So therefore, we take that role very seriously. As you know, many of the, whether you take Homi Bhabha, or you take, Vikram Sarabhai, they were all at IIC, when they formulated either the space research program or the atomic energy program, and many of the institutions therefore have come out of IIC. So we take that role very seriously. And even talking about papers and citations, we do a lot of strategic sector work where you can't even publish. So many of the work, a lot of the work which we do cannot even be talked about. So you suffer in all those areas, but that is unimportant. I think what is important is the nation building, and we have been doing it for so many years that is the focus that we have. And also, I think the most important product, as far as we are concerned, are our students. Okay. So as long as we train them well and produce good students, then I think that is all that matters. And then the results speak for themselves. So many of the leaders in scientific institutions are alumni of IIC. So therefore, we have that track record, and that is what I think we are most proud of, that we have produced good students, good leaders, who then go on to head institutions, who become faculty of many institutions, and go on to train many more students. I think research excellence is the one which allows us to do that, to train these people and train these leaders. Because once you have the focus on research excellence, then the training that you impart to these students follows that path where you focus on producing a very excellent, very good result. Yeah. And automatically the culture of excellence is built into these students, the culture of hard work is built into these students, and those are the things which really carry them forward. Yeah. So that is what has been, I think, the culture of IIC, and that is not really going to change.
Yeah, I mean, that's good news, actually. I mean, that's how it has to be also. Yeah. Right. Because we very rarely get institutions like IISc, and we cannot afford that to be, a victim of rankings or ratings. Now, let me bring NIRF into the discussion, because that's also a ranking exercise. The United States of America and Canada play ice hockey match amongst themselves, and they call each the world champion, whoever wins it. Because ice hockey is suited only to that, climate and all of that. Now, NIRF, likewise, it is actually designed for an Indian system. And you are all at the thick of the policy making there at the NIRF. Now, how can we kind of globalize that? Because today, anything that India does also should have a global impact. And now, what do you think? Maybe I should pick both of your brains on how to globalize NIRF. How long can NIRF be a national ranking exercise? You have Times, QS. Can NIRF emerge a global ranking instrument? And what should we do? Yeah,
so I think there's really no barrier as such for making NIRF ranking global. After all, if you look at one of the earlier rankings, well, the earliest probably was the US News ranking for the US institutions. Or the now what is called IARWU, the Shanghai rankings, they started out locally as rankings. Even US News was mainly for US institutions. But once you achieve credibility locally, I think more and more people start to look at those rankings, and then you can reach out to a global scale. Because what you need ultimately is, see, there are two approaches. One is what Shanghai rankings take, or the ARW ranking takes, where you only look at parameters which you can gather independent of the institution. Okay. Then you have rankings like QS, where you also need inputs by the institution. Now, if you're going the former route, there's absolutely no barrier, zero barrier for you going globally. All you have to do is whatever parameters you pick, you just evaluate them for all global institutions and publish a global ranking. As long as people find it credible, I think credibility is the key. As long as people find it credible and also matches probably, that's very important. It's a very subtle thing. If the ranking you publish is very opposite to the perception that you have, then I think people discount that ranking. So that's a very strange, because you may have some parameters in your ranking which are picking up on things which may not lead to the perception game. People would always rate Harvard or Princeton or someone, the top ranked institution, And now if your ranking is looking at parameters which doesn't, rate them very high. For example, in computer science, they are not a big institution, Harvard or Princeton is, but still there are many institutions which are ahead of them in computer science. So if you have something which is more oriented towards computer science or the parameters which are important in computer science, those institutions may not come. So initially there may be skepticism then, oh, what is it we know, we perceive these institutions to be the top institutions, why are they not ranked? So that I think could be one barrier, if you pick, unless you pick the parameters carefully. Some barrier will come when you're expecting institutions to provide data. There, I think much more work is required to convince all the research universities to contribute data. That will probably, what we should do is start regionally, have all the regional institutions in our region take part, then maybe go to Asia and so on, and then expand. As you develop credibility, you expand to the whole world.
So the first step is moving regional and then go
unless
global.
you pick the first approach, like the Shanghai rankings, you just base it purely on publicly available data. Then there's no barrier. You can just publish.
Okay. Thank you. You have any additional points on how to make it global?
One important thing that we must look at is every country has her own DNA. Right? India we have our own, responsibilities. We are the largest democracy. The way we conduct our institute is different from the way the Western world does it. So we have our own commitments, social commitments, etc. So country-specific parameters have to be given and sufficient weightage have to be given. For example, how do you define diversity in India? So if our whole thing is unity in our diversity.
Correct.
So some people from far northeast come and study in IIT Madras. It's a diverse environment.
Correct.
Inner come from Germany and come study here.
Correct.
So these type of things have to be looked at very seriously, and the way institutes are run here. See, our education is very subsidized, right? If you look at postgraduate education, compare it with other universities, it's very subsidized because the type of population that we need to address, the type of social commitments we have are different. Okay, so that is something which we need to bring. So if NIRF has to succeed as an international ranking, there must be some country-specific blocks, which will be given some 50% weightage, and that must also be figured in.
Okay, right. Then let me pick your brain on that, because that's a very important point. Because Scandinavian countries are very, very small. Morning jog, if you just jog a little farther, you will get into the other country also. Yes. And that is international actually in the world rankings. Sure. Now India is also, you have rightly said, complexities. Now, has NIRF adequately addressed those complexities at the Indian context itself? I feel that, there is still, you will have to do some cross-weightage to remove these distortions.
Yeah, so as a system, NIRF, we have been involved with that even at the, formation stage, IIT Madras, IIC, everybody we were involved on that. As a system, it is evolving, right? So this time, there is a sustainability issue brought in, there's an innovation brought in.
How do you measure innovation? I'm really surprised. Innovation is getting ranked. It's very qualitative. How do you measure it?
Innovation can be measured in terms of number of patents that are granted. So it's granted by, so there is a process that is involved in basically getting it. So number of patents is very important there. Then technology transfers that have happened. And then, the startup companies which have exited and become not necessarily unicorns, but, to a stage 2, stage 3 funding. So these are all some of the data that they are basically collecting this time. And there is a measure that is coming. I'm sure over a period of time, this will get evolved, and we will come out with whatever is a common denominator there. And as we have seen over the last 8 years, the whole thing has been evolving, and we are getting more representations done and implemented also.
But the innovation data, Professor Rangarajan can also add, the more and more somebody, is uneducated, there is a lot of ideation happening. I mean, we are missing that. We assume that the innovation is happening only in institutions. Are we missing the real innovation outside? That doesn't mean that we've got to rank non-educational institutions. But do we have an innovation measurement framework in place? We have announced the ranking, but are we having a good framework to measure the innovation?
In some sense, what this innovation actually says is it's looking at the number of incubated startup in an incubator. Right? For example, IIT Madras incubator, we don't just incubate startups from our own students. We also nurture other university students or other outsiders also to come in.
But
So
that's okay. I mean, if you have a separate ranking for innovative universities. Now, there are many derivative ranking instruments that's coming. Like even if it's Times or QS says emerging universities, Asian universities, BRIC nation and all of that. So can this not be a derivative ranking? Then bring innovation into the mainstream ranking where only few institutions have that capacity.
Innovation is now a separate category here.
Correct.
It's a separate category. So there is a separation that is
just
done.
like research.
Just like research is a separate category. Innovation is a separate category, and in the overall also there is a component of innovation that is added into this. So that way innovation has become a separate category. So I'm sure within, we see in the overall ranking institutes that are rated even above 150 are within the top 10 in innovation. That has happened, right? So even last year we have some very interesting examples. And when we go and start looking at those institutions, yes, there is a little, really there is a component there. So as Professor Rangarajan mentioned, the credibility is also getting established now.
Correct.
There is also a cross-verification happening. Like, okay, this institute we did not do, but why it came. So this type of a thing, it is evolving. So I think it's a very good exercise as I find out.
Professor Rangarajan, you said, ISC is the mother institution. Now, what's your plan to take care of the child institutions? How do you mentor institutions on the ranking and ratings? Because today, even policy decisions are linked with ratings and rankings. As a responsible mother, how are you going to mentor other institutions?
I think, I don't think we directly mentor any institution. I think, as I said, it's only our students who go on and be part of these institutions. So the way we can mentor is by setting an example. So directly, because each institution has its own constraints, has its own resources, the geographical location, all these play a very important role. So there is, I think, that is something the institution has to figure out on its own. So the best mentoring that we can provide as Indian Institute of Science is to set an example where we say that, you see, we have sort of weathered all these storms. We were pre-independence, the independence happened, so many, UGC, all these happened after, we were set up long ago.
Correct.
So we have gone through all these changes and have still kept the excellence on top. So in India, for an institution to maintain its status for 114 years is not a joke. Typically things start declining after some time. So I think that is the best example that we can provide, that you can always maintain that quality and excellence over a long period of time. And I'm sure that.
So we'll be Ekalavya institution seeing you, and we will be self-motivated, looking at you staying at the top for almost 110 years plus.
Yeah.
Now, leadership is also very, very important, and that's going to be my last part. You have, both the institutions had illustrious predecessors as directors of the institution. Now, what are you going to expect from your successors later? How are they going to handle the pressure now? Now it's becoming cutthroat competition, not at national level, at global level also. So how are you going to look at your next director? What is that you want to tell your next director?
Yeah, I think what is very critical, and I think that is missing in many Indian institutions, but it's happening more and more, and even the government is becoming aware of it, is to have a pipeline. It's very important that you groom, like they do in companies. You have to groom future directors and vice chancellors of these universities. So, for example, what I have personally done is all the deans that I have selected for the various divisions and various roles are all around 50, so that they have enough time, even once my term ends, they have enough runway for them to develop leadership qualities and become serious competitors for these positions. So I think it's very important that we start at an younger age. Often in many institutions, it goes by seniority. Somebody very, who will retire in a few years is made the dean. Then, one is they don't probably have the enthusiasm. They are working on the retirement plans more than what the institution should be doing. But they also, they really cannot contribute because they retire very soon.
Yeah.
So I think it's very important to give leadership responsibilities to young people. So right in my own institution, Satish Dhawan, who headed both IAC and ISRO simultaneously for 10 years, he became director at 42.
Yep.
So somehow, that is the sort of risks we have to take. We have to appoint young people in leadership positions. And, you look globally, most of the leaders of big companies are all very young people.
Yep.
I mean, you look at startups. These are, kids who become CEOs and do so well. So I think we have to trust our youth. I mean, I'm, being, at least in IAC, we have gone down to 50, but other things, we should even go down below. I mean, so that is something which is very important, I think.
Yep.
Developing a pipeline, giving them enough opportunities to develop leadership qualities,
Correct.
and then evaluate them.
Yeah, Professor Kama, I know, you might get a second term also because the way IIT Madras is all over. Beyond that, I saw the recent event that you had your 3 previous directors, all of them, addressing, and that was a wonderful event. A lot of inspiration from that. So what is that you will tell your successors? Because that is also linked with rating, ranking, and they need to build institutions for larger purposes.
Sure. So as Professor Ranga mentioned, so just to add about mother institutions, 70% of our faculty of IIT Madras had some touch point with IAC. I was a postdoc at IAC, so that's one thing that we derive a lot of inspiration. If you ask what IAC has done to the nation, is what that they have done. So somebody asked, I studied in Venkateswara College. Somebody asked, IIT Madras is NARF1, what is SVC doing? They said, we are preparing directors for IIT Madras, okay. So that was the answer. So as rightly pointed out, see, we are looking at creating a very strong pipeline, not just one, but 10 people who will be in a position to take the vision of the predecessor. It's very, very important that the vision must not change. An institute cannot afford a change in a vision.
Correct.
For example, 20 years before Professor Anand decided, I call him grandfather, he decided that we need to do translational work. And that is what IIT Madras is capable of in a very big way. And we started the research park. Today we have 400 companies, $5 billion is the evaluation of the companies. So then 6 years at least he had groomed Professor Bhaskar as a dean. And then that whole tenure of Professor Bhaskar,
made a difference.
The basic ideas as whatever, there is some basic fabric and that we never changed. And then I was also a dean. I was involved in administration for 6 to 7 years, along with Bhaskar at very close quarters. And COVID did a lot of bad things. One good thing is we had a lot of time to discuss during COVID, because no travel, nothing. And there, I personally was groomed very nicely to take over. So it was a state where if somebody is not bothered about admin, they would not have known that the director has changed. So that was the smoothness by which transition has happened. So that is very, very important for any institute. So what we are also doing is that all our deans, we are grooming the deans, take up administrative positions, be in very important committees today. See, we are now in a very large democracy. There is a lot of expectations from our institution, right? So
responsibilities.
Yeah, responsibilities and expectations. And right from, school education, say, what is our contribution? STEM, all of us are doing a lot of work on STEM, right? So these things have to be, basically, be part and parcel of the dean's work. So that is also coming very much. And we are also very much focusing on getting more women involved in leadership. So women leading IIT, our Zanzibar campus, Preeti has taken over. She's IIT Bombay alumnus, and she did PhD abroad, and she joined our faculty. So she's taken up. So we are also trying more and more women into coming into the leadership position.
That's
so
good.
These are some of the important things.
We have just time for 2 quick questions from the audience. The boy who just raised the hand first, and Anybody who wants to ask the second question, please raise it now so that the mic can reach there. We'll save time. Here, okay. Mic there to the person in the coat there. Yeah. The boy there first, the student.
Good morning, gentlemen. So we have seen that IITs have been accessible only for particular students who clear JEE before 4 or 5 years. But recently we have a direct connection with the IITs through BS Data Science program or through other incubation projects, sir. So is there any link with the ratings for the reason? Is there any reason for that?
Are you incentivizing, does ranking and ratings incentivize your online programs?
No. So we are doing, so what today United Nations calls as SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal 4. Every institution has to be adhering to some of the Sustainable Development Goals, and youngsters, if you don't know what are the Sustainable Development Goals, please go and read it from the UN website. So SDG 4 is talking about affordable, equitable, accessible education for all and equal opportunities. And this entire BS Data Science program has been conceived essentially based on that idea. So we are not, it's not linked to any ranking, or actually I don't know, it may have even negative impact on the ranking because we have more students and our faculty to student ratio. I have 25,000 students today, ladies and gentlemen, enrolled in the BS Data Science program. And we have 5,000.
But you will have international students also, no? You will gain there.
I don't know. So 5,000 students are below poverty line and we are supporting them through scholarship. So this is what we have made as an outreach. So that's a very quick answer to your question.
The gentleman there?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
This is to you, Professor Rangarajan. You are talking about, both of you said about grooming, about, in leadership position, etc. IIC, for example, doesn't really employ teachers who are pass outs of the institute, say PhD scholars, etc. Why is that so? That is something I've always wondered.
You mean inbreeding?
I wouldn't say it's a very hard and fast rule, but I think most institutions typically would, we want our students to go elsewhere, because that is part, I think, of the responsibility of all institutions. So to encourage that, we have such rules. And also, you want more fresh ideas to come in. So if you have a professor and that professor's student then again joins a group, it's the same set of ideas. The basic set of ideas don't change. So to promote more innovative ideas, fresh ideas to come in, it's always better that somebody from outside comes to IAC rather than somebody who's already a graduate. That is, if somebody has done, master's or undergraduate degree, it's fine. But it's only at the PhD level we have, because it's basically for that reason. Yeah.
Your last question? Yep.
Yes. I have two questions for you. One is generic, another one is controversy. So which one you choose? No, want to choose?
Make it short.
Make it, yeah. Why is that IIT is being seen as a gateway to the West? People who get graduated from IIT choose to work for the other countries.
Answer.
You said DNA is different.
Correct. Answer to your question. Last 5 years, the number of people who have gone abroad is 5%.
Next. That's a great achievement. It does not come out and open. The next is, how do you counter the controversy of giving priorities to the lecturers belong to a different sect in the society?
We have now the national, the central education. Repeat your question. I didn't get it for me.
The representation of faculties has to be from the different sect in the society.
Inclusive recruitment.
Yeah,
inclusive recruitment.
Inclusivity.
Yeah, now we have, so the Central Education Institution Act, the CA Act, has now mandated certain reservation at every level, and we follow what we call as the roster, right? Roster, it's a central government designed thing, which basically ensures that every community is given that many things. So I'm also very happy to tell you the last 2 years, 2019, it has been implemented. So in the last 4 years of our recruitment, we don't have a single backlog in the faculty and staff recruitment.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause. As always, wonderful to talking to both of you. Thank you very much.
It's also my pleasure at this juncture to invite onto the stage Ms. Santvana Bhattacharya, editor at the New Indian Express Group, to present our speakers with mementos extending our thanks. This conversation, I think, has kind of encouraged us to critically examine the impact and the significance of these metrics, of course, fostering a much nuanced understanding than we currently have. The session titled Rankings and Ratings, Do They Really Matter? A very special round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our speakers and our session chair. Thanks to our session chair. Well, a lovely session. We'd like to end it with a beautiful photo op. Let me also tell you that following this is a session titled Prime Time Party Time, the TV Warriors. I'd like to tell you that during the course of this session, we're going to be delving into the captivating world of television itself. We're going to explore the impact and the influence of news warriors, especially during prime time. Of course, without further ado, please put your hands together as I invite our speakers onto the stage, starting with Ms. Aishwarya Mahadev, National Media Panelist, Indian National Congress. Welcome, ma'am. Good morning. We're also joined by Mr. Dharnidharan Selvam, National Spokesperson for the DMK. Welcome, sir. Good morning. I'd also like to invite onto the stage Mr. Kumbh Satyan, Official Spokesperson for the AIADMK. Welcome, sir. A pleasure to have you here with us. It is also my pleasure to invite Mr. Narayanan Tirupati, Vice President, BJP, Tamil Nadu, to join us as a speaker for this session. Welcome to all our speakers. We have our session chair, Ms. Kaveri Bamsai, doing the honors and driving this particular conversation. Prime time, party time. Ladies and gentlemen, the TV warriors are in the spotlight. Over to our session chair.
So the advantage I have with this panel is that they stick to the time limit. They know that they have very little time on television, so I think you're used to speaking in TV-size bites. Thank you so much for being here, and it's nice to see you off screen. My question actually begins with both Mr. Narayan Tirupati and with Kumbh Satyan. How is it when your parties are no longer allies? How do you quickly change your stance? And do you get a directive from some headquarter, some person in the headquarters saying that now you have to say this about your allies, which you didn't say earlier?
No, first of all, we have to understand that this, whatever the alliance, comes only during elections.
Yeah.
So once the elections are on, alliance is on. Otherwise, we are growing our party, we are talking about our party and about the society.
But elections are always seem to be on all the time. I mean,
No,
and alliances break and, they come together even when it's not election time. So how do you quickly recalibrate your responses?
No, that's what I said. Alliances are made only during elections. So definitely we are not worried because the alliance, as far as we are concerned as a national party, the national high command clears the the alliance parties and the strategies, everything. So definitely it is not like other parties that when somebody is ruling here, you have got two different kind of politics. Like ruling party, say if it is DMK, then the Congress, then the VCK, other parties who have fought together, even in their symbols, they have to because they are ruling here. But in our case, it is not so. So we need to understand that also. And again, the 5 years, whatever, especially in Tamil Nadu, except DMK and AIADMK, which are bigger parties, definitely they both are very big compared to other parties. We are growing very fast, not unlike other parties, because they depend only on these two parties, whereas we don't depend. That's the reason.
AIADMK? Suddenly Annamalai is one day your friend and another day not. How do you deal with that?
Vanakkam. Political parties' alliance or marriage of convenience. So divorces happen very fast. To better put it in the present scenario.
And remarriages also happen.
True,
to
but
the same
here,
person.
what's happening right now with the emerging world, with the youngest population in the world, it is like live-in relationship. And the onus lies on both of them. If we part ways, we part ways, mutually with respectfully. Yes, there are
Not
some...
always respectfully.
Yes.
No.
Respectfully, but there are some aberrations that will happen here and there. You can't expect everybody in a political party to behave the same way. Like what we talk in TV need not be the same on the ground. The ground will be more fearful. So on the ground you see in-laws.
Yeah.
On the TV you see the husband and wives. So that's how it is.
Right. But is it difficult when you meet in person someone who was your friend till yesterday and suddenly becomes your rival?
Everybody understands it clearly that the fight is on screens, on the ground, on ideologies. We don't have any personal enmity against each other. Mr. Dharnidharan is here. We fight on the TV very fiercely. I have nothing personal with him, nor he has anything personal towards me. Yeah, I think political maturity is there to a certain extent that you can see on the top brass levels as well.
Right.
Maybe on the ground, you can't inculcate that kind of knowledge and behavior. But that's the entire political culture.
Yeah. I want to come to you and ask you what it's like to be on television. Sometimes, are you prepared all the time for the questions that are thrown at you? When a curveball is thrown at you, do you sometimes make a mistake? You look back and say, oh, I wish I'd said that?
I think retrospectively, I always think that I could have given a better answer. But you know, what I'm not happy with the current TV scenario is that the most of the debates do not focus on what people want. We don't speak about public good. We don't speak about spending on healthcare. We don't speak about education. We don't speak about policies. In fact, just before I came to speak, I was reading an article which said about on the day when the price of fuel was increased by about 10 rupees, they analyzed about 25,000 seconds of television debates. On that specific day, 40% of the time, I think it's April 2020, 40% of the time was dedicated for Ukraine, Russia war, 21% on Prime Minister Modi's publicity, 24% on Hindu-Muslim, and only less than 5% on price rise. But as a television debate, what should it focus? It should focus on people's issues. So price rise is one of the bigger issues. It's one of the most important issue. Inflation is an important issue. Unemployment, even like 2 years data I have on television debate, mostly English and Hindi channels, only less than 5% was focused on doing public good, focused on unemployment, focused on
but that's also a function
growth.
of the way parties are, right? I mean, is there no way that you can steer the debate towards these questions?
I think debates are decided by the channels. No, if I have a say on what topic they have to choose, then I would
You
say.
can always bring in the real issues, as they say.
No, I try to bring in data, but again, you know, most of the anchors, as everyone here would agree, want more masala.
Yeah.
In fact, when me and Aishwarya go on debate, they somehow want to create. They bring in Kaveri issue and they want to bring and show that there's a problem with Congress and DMK.
Right.
So they kind of try to not talk about policy, only to
So
give
is
masala.
the media to be blamed for everything, including creating trouble in politics?
No, I'm not blaming media for everything, but what I'm trying to say is the quality of debates, the topics over the years have deteriorated, right? I think that is a problem. Media should be informative, right? It can't be an entertainment channel for people who need political news. It has to inform people. Does it inform? Right now, I don't think so. It informs right now.
So, Aishwarya, do you see yourself as an entertainment star or as a political analyst?
Honestly, after 6 years of national television, I see myself as a survivor of PTSD and those tiny boxes and having to listen to some of the most infuriating, non-fact related tirades. So I'm a survivor in that aspect. But honestly speaking, ma'am, and yes, the Kaveri issue is very important. You are too. So they do try that a lot between the DMK. And I have a very good allies, not like the other side. But honestly, with TV debates today, and I've seen this for quite a while, there is a systematic deterioration because it has become pandering to what primetime viewers do want to watch.
Which is?
While, for example, a lot of people would prefer issues of price rise and inflation, or let's say human rights issues that are happening all around, there is a wider market for more primal topics. For example, where a particular place of worship is happening, or who took a dip in which river, and those end up becoming focus. And then when they try to bring a political angle into it, what we have to do and what my party has been doing consistently is we refuse to do it. We say it's either a state prerogative or we say it's a communal issue. We will not engage.
You also have a list of anchors whom you don't go to, right?
Yes, ma'am, because I think it was a very concerted effort on part of my party where we said, if we see trash on the road, you can engage with it or you can just walk past it. And I think we don't want to be legitimizing hate, because when you are the anchor, you have a certain amount of control over your panel, whether it is muting my mic, which has happened way too many times, or whether it is basically contextually distorting what I'm saying. We do not want to be while we understand journalistic freedom and quote-unquote integrity of some of these anchors, we don't want to co-opt into that system. Because if I'm sitting there and I'm hearing an anchor make some of the most rank statements about people of particular communities, I can choose not to be part of it. And that is what we have done. Because when we cannot control the sort of hate being vitiated through media, we will not engage with it. We will not add to the fodder. And we are in certain ways hitting at their viewership also by doing that. It's a, as they said, a weird form of non-cooperation on part of my party in that regard.
Mr. Tirupati, do you also have an informal list of channels and anchors that you don't engage with?
No, in fact, last 1.5, 2 years, we boycotted the entire television debate in Tamil Nadu. So it happens because, like she said, we have a lot of experience in Tamil Nadu also. And almost we have seen...
Does it help to boycott?
Pardon me?
Does it help to boycott, to not
definitely,
be...
because see, there is no, we felt that there is no use till they give space. We are talking about the space. It is not the question of how many people are talking. It is the question about what is the discussion, what is the debate, the topic, and how many people are talking for or against. That's the main thing. So the space was not given to BJP, and that's the reason we boycotted. See, it happens. Even DMK has boycotted so many days. So even the ADMK has boycotted. So the thing is that we need to understand that, yes, in Tamil Nadu, to some particular ideology, the media, entire media, if not entire media, at least
But you get so much space elsewhere. How much space do you need?
No, in the sense, see, space means I'm talking about only the debates.
Yeah.
Okay, when there is a debate on a particular topic, there should be space equally for and against. That is not happening in Tamil Nadu. That's because of the ideology what the media or the anchors have. And so as far as we are concerned, of course, we don't, personally speaking, I don't want to, avoid any kind of debates because we need to fill in, we need to say what we want to say. But unfortunately, the situation arises. So that is the problem. And almost all parties, regardless of any alliance or, opposition, we boycott debates. And we say, we insist the television companies, televisions, that they should give space and they should not be partial.
I want to ask the DMK, when you see issues like Sanatan Dharm suddenly becoming national controversies, does it not bother you? Because these sometimes seem to be totally manufactured.
See, I think DMK as a party does not say one thing before the election and one thing after the election. We've been having a consistent ideology that comes from the days of Justice Party or even before. So it's more than a 100-year-old ideology. So when DMK had opposed Sanatan Dharma, we made it very clear that we are not against Hinduism, right? We only said we want equality in Hindu religion. Are we consistent with that? Yes. That is why if you look from 1970s onwards until recently, when our leader made people of all castes could become priests, so we are not doing anything against a specific religion, but we want to make that religion inclusive. So it's as a DMK spokesman, most of the time it's very easy for me to do different things because our stance have been consistent. Because we always wanted equal society and anything and everything revolves around it.
But it doesn't necessarily get projected that way, right?
No, I think that's what I'm trying to, that's why we as spokesperson are trying to project in the right way. So when I had the most number of debates during Sanatan Dharma, at least the national media, and my stance has always been that we are not against any religion, we are not against any faith, right? We have a lot of believers in the DMK, right? The present chief minister's wife is a strong believer, she goes to temples regularly, right? So that is what we stand for. But we do not want spirituality to come into politics, and we do not want people to, right, to be differentiated based on religion, and we want equality in every religion, every section of the society. I think that's what we stand for. We have always fought for it. In fact, we have lost the election because of this policy.
I
Right?
see
On
Kovai
equality.
Satyan smiling. Why is that? Laughing now, not just smiling.
Yeah. No, whenever we go on debates, we are like cat and rats. We always say that the double standards of DMK is well true and exposed. The last 15 minutes, this is yet another example. Mr. Dharnidharan is crying, saying that the national media are narrative drivers. They are not no more news givers. They are narrative drivers. Let them introspect what's happening in Tamil Nadu. They have impersonators in the name of economists. In the name of...
Impersonators?
Yeah, impersonators in the name of economists.
That's a strong word.
Impersonators in the name of healthcare experts. Impersonators in the name of any stream you call it. So the entire media is filled with sleeper cells of DMK.
Sleeper cells?
Yeah,
I've
none
never
of
heard
the
such
none of the
strong
channel
words.
topics, none of the channels have the free hand to choose their own topic. That's the reality today. That's what's happening here. So let's look at what we are at home. Well, he says that the national media is driving something different. They are narrative drivers. What needs to be talked is not being talked. Yeah, true. That's what happening in Tamil Nadu also. The failure, 30 months of DMK government has not been spoken in the debates, TV debates.
Would you like to respond to that?
No, I'll definitely respond. See, in fact, I go for the CNN debates on specific show. In fact, I have to tell, there was 5 panelists in that show. And then I was DMK. There's someone from RSS, a senior journalist. And then there was, I think, Narayan Tirupati, sir. And then there was someone from Hindu religion movement. And then there was analyst. All of them are BJP and one DMK. And the anchor was also BJP. So when the show ended, I told him.
Anchor was BJP. You mean
Yeah, he was giving more point. He was speaking better than all the BJP A team and B team put together. So when the debate ended, I told him, boss, I think you are the best spokesperson. It was 5:1. So you are the best of the lot. But having also said that, I get the list of TV debates we participate in Tamil. In fact, the last 1 month, if I can recollect, DMK's participation has been only 30% because most of the debates did not need our presence also. So Tamil debates, if you look, are 1 hour. Each channel has 1 debate, and every panelist at least has 10 minutes to speak, put their views twice or thrice. So for example, depending on 3 or 4 panelists, you have at least 15 minutes to 20 minutes to put your views across uninterrupted. That doesn't happen in national media, right? And for example, there's one prime time show, right? It happens in one channel, which is most viewed show apparently. And that anchor, right, calls panelists by names. He said, your education is bogus. You are stupid. So what example of his, I think everyone knows the anchor who I'm talking about. But
I'm
what
sorry, do we know, do people know this anchor?
English, mostly 9 to 11, right? Supposedly the most watched show in India, where everyone screams, right? He calls the panelists by names. But what kind of society are we leading up to? When young people are watching that show, then where the anchor bullies, then bullying becomes norm in the society, right? As politicians, as public servants, as journalists, we are all here to create a better society. Our society will be better than today. But if an anchor is kind of calling people by names, bullying, where does it lead to?
Mr. Tirupati wants to respond.
No, see, you are saying that, out of 5, 4 were on the other side. So he has got a chance and to say that he will not attend it. See, that's what I'm saying. You have to choose. If you feel that you are bullied, after participating, you come here and say that. I think that is not right. In fact, I choose my debates. In fact, I say if that person comes, don't call me. I will not say, I will not come. I will say if a person who is not speaking correctly or he talks singularly, please leave me out. That's what I say. I choose. So he can always choose it, even the anchor. But as rightly Mr. Satyan said, the Tamil Nadu media, we are all known. We all know what is happening, and they are DMK members, some anchors. And at least 3-4 channels belongs to DMK. At least 3-4 channels. And at least 3-4 anchors are very clearly seen with the DMK people.
I want to ask the young people, sorry.
So basically what happens to the BJP in Tamil Nadu is what happens to the opposition across the country.
Nice.
That's what I say.
Much what it is. So at least somewhere we see the shoe on the other
put.
Yeah, small correction. What happens to AIDMK and BJP? In vernacular, the market share
So
of
at least
DMK,
in that you're in a coalition together en masse.
At least in
I
that
tell you,
they're still
I'll give you the
together.
stat. The market share of media by DMK and DMK owned people in Tamil Nadu is more than 70%. If I'm not wrong, it's more than 70%.
How much was it when your party, before it split, was
own
previously
media. We
run
don't
by
own
the
media.
former
No,
chief minister?
we don't own any media. We don't own.
Yeah, Jaya TV and
You
J
remember
News,
the
they're
lead?
not the
I'm from
ADMK.
Karnataka and even I know this.
Electronic and print media, we don't have a say. But what I'm saying is the direct association, indirect associations of DMK in Tamil Nadu media is more than 70%. That's the market share.
That's because, you know, if the media, a particular media is against the ruling party, then in the government cable it will go behind. So
Like
obviously
NDTV,
they are
what
threatened.
happened to them
They are threatened by the government. It's a fact. Everybody knew that. And see, one channel which is operating in the 001 will go to 416 or 418. So people will not watch. That's what is happening in Tamil
But I
Nadu.
think the point Aishwarya made is what happens to you here happens to the rest.
No, I don't think so. No,
nationally.
it is not happening like that. The central government doesn't do it.
Can
But
I?
the state government does it.
Sir, systematically, and this is something I take umbrage with, is whether it was NewsClick, whether it was Quint, whether it was NDTV repeatedly, whether it is think tanks having their FCRA regulations revoked, whether it's the fact that you have 80 plus journalists being put under some of the most severe scrutiny, journalists being booked under UAPA in Jammu and Kashmir under the Public Safety Act, where you can detain somebody without allowing them even access to a phone for weeks. That is what is happening to journalists and media channels today,
law and
is
order
if
problem.
you
When
do
there
not
is a law
bow,
and order
forget
problem,
bow,
you
if
have
you
to.
do not crawl, that is what happens. And I can say
You
this
have
very
to.
proudly that this portal, the Indian Express, has stood very strongly against that. And I think that way, that journalistic integrity, which is why I'm very proud to be here, but you see what happens. They either break your back or you
We
kowtow
have
voluntarily.
We have
and that
seen
is a
what
fact.
Congress did to Indian Express.
Talk
You want
about,
that?
you want to talk about emergency, sir? We
You
can
want
all
that,
go
I
back
will
to
give you.
those days.
Could I just ask some of the young people at the back to, do you have a question? Do you watch them on prime time? Do you have a view on how they fare? Would you like them to say different things? Would you like a more informed TV debate? I'd like to hear from you. Do you watch, firstly? Do you watch them on television or do you get your news from other sources? Anyone? Obviously you don't want, yeah, okay, the man in red, please, the gentleman in red. Yeah.
So good morning, and my ultimate goal is, and the people's expectation is, finally is the welfare and the development and development of the weaker section and
What is your question, sir? Do you watch them on television?
yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, so what is your view? Do you like the debates? Do you want them to be more informed, more informative?
Yeah, actually, I do watch, and it's yeah, I do watch the debates of people talking in various medias like NDTV and other medias. But my thing is, more than that, what they want to serve the people, that should be mentioned clear.
Okay. Srimati, you had a point, yeah.
Yes, I think he conveyed it in the end. It is like more, sorry to use these terms, but it is more like a cat's fight. We don't see any end result. We don't see any innovations happening. We don't see any promotional thing about the country or about any particular innovation being brought about. It is always whether you are right, I am right, why am I right,
But
why should I be right?
they've already blamed the media, right?
Yeah. That's left to the media.
Do you
have
think
to
that
talk to
they-
the
No,
media.
I think even when the media questions something, they have the power to say something against and
Exactly.
bring out their point.
Yeah.
So that is what
I
is
think
required.
practically
And
it's
I
not
would
right.
vouch, I would speak for the children because I day in and day out live with children. Children do not want to listen to any of your debates. They do not want to sit in front of the television to see such debates because they feel they are put down. Students, we say youth power and India is the most youthful country.
And they're
What
all
are you
like
doing
that.
to the youth?
See,
What are you doing?
See, I'll tell you what. We don't decide the topic, number one. And we don't decide with whom we are going to fight. But
You just said that you
no,
sometimes-
that's
yeah.
what. I'm talking in general, not about me. So the media has to be more responsible in, getting the topics, in getting the panelists.
Can I add on also?
Please,
Dharani,
yes.
Dharani, 1 minute. Dharani, 1 minute. So the media is responsible in the entire thing. Whatever she says, if it is true, then the media has to be blamed.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Ma'am,
All
it's
of
like,
you, yeah,
it's like
please
going
take
to an
turns.
examination. I only answer the questions. I don't decide the question. Even if I answer, the anchor has got the authority to say, no, that's not right, I'll give it to the other person.
Sir,
You can just say
I
it's
am-
out of the
Absolutely
syllabus.
understand.
I will mute the audio.
I absolutely understand
Just
that.
10 seconds, ma'am.
4 times.
No, this is what happened. I have to ask the 10 seconds like how I asked to an anchor.
Perfect.
My time is limited, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. And I have 2 customers. One is your generic customers, I'm Janta like you, and I have my party men. If I don't respond to what Salem Dharni Dharan does, I go back to my party, I have to answer them, right? I don't get to meet you very quite often. You get to meet me on the TV channel, but I don't get to meet you quite often. But what I live day in and day out is my own fellow people. They are my primary customers.
Do you get pulled up?
Definitely.
Yeah?
I
Get rebuked?
I get whacked left, right, and center.
Ms. Kaveri,
The
one
moment-
sec. They keep blaming the media, but 4 times if they refuse such topics to media, we are not going to come and speak about this. You think media will push them and pull them to speak about
No, I think we do it. I think often than not, we have actually refused to speak on many topics. In fact, last week there was Al Jazeera's news report in which the Prime Minister office had apparently tried to influence the 14th Finance Commission ex-head to reduce funding for the states. And we wanted Tamil channels to take the topic. None of the channels took. But it's a very important issue. A sitting Prime Minister wanted to reduce, wanted to influence the Finance Commission and wanted them to change their recommendation from devolution of funds from 42% to 32%.
That was a rumor.
The head of the Finance Commission refuses, and the Prime Minister himself, after 2 weeks, comes and says, states are responsible for growth of this nation, so that's why it's 42%. So this, none of China want to take. And as you rightly put, if, for example, for a country to grow, you need to innovate and research. India's research development R&D funding is about 0.7%. Israel's about 6%. Germany is about 5%. Are we talking things like that in television debates? No. Or television channels speaking about it? No. Right? I think as children, what do they need to know? What actually is development? What actually is growth? Right? For a country to grow, you need to have human capital. Are policies going towards human capital? Are we having discussion on that? So that way I agree. Channels have failed, but what do we do? Even if we boycott, as DMK and Congress, we have boycotted many anchors as an India coalition decision. But if I don't go, they call someone as DMK supporter and they run the debate. So in fact, I tell my party that let's go for all the debates, because even if I don't go, they send someone else on behalf of DMK, who's not even DMK. At least what I speak, I have repercussions. What the other person speaks, he could also be a BJP person going and speaking as a DMK supporter. The party doesn't have any hold.
Aishwarya, you have a point of view?
You know, one of the things when you speak about how it is largely our fault, and I'll be honest, I don't watch any of my shows. I don't think my family does either, because they see me shouting enough outside of TV studios. But largely what has happened today with the media, ma'am, is that you are in a world of binaries. It is a yes or no. You are a hater or you are part of it. You have co-opted or you have not. There is no space for a nuanced discussion whatsoever. And it is that demand and supply that drives the entire ecosystem to a large extent. And I'll give you an example. While you may haul us up for not making a change, what happens to us is this. Forget mics. The other day, specifically with the finance commissions, I've always spoken about how the southern states do not get enough because the TORs disadvantage us. Karnataka saved itself because our forest cover went up, but the southern states have been penalized for having reached the replacement level of population, which I hauled up and I basically brought up and I said, you asked for us to have these population control measures, and now you're incentivizing us or taking away what is our devolution. My anchor's response was, are you saying you South Indian do not like the North? Are you saying it is a North-South divide? Are you saying the people of UP do? I said, ma'am, for every rupee that Tamil Nadu sends, you see the fraction of the amount that Tamil Nadu gets back. It's an economic argument. But when my anchor is pushing it towards a North-South divide, when my anchor is saying, do you hate the Prime Minister because he's Gujarati? I said, there are 100 other reasons maybe, not because of where he comes from. But that is what ends up happening. I cannot have a nuanced, fact-based argument whatsoever. And to ensure we get our stand across, while we do boycott, we end up making larger, broader statements. Debates, if you want your news, you want your facts, you go read the editorials or read the newspaper, the conference here. You can't expect it from TV debates anymore, and that is a harsh reality.
I'm sorry, but I have to end it. Yeah,
I'll
just,
give a
yeah,
fine.
yeah.
See, everybody's expectations are different.
Yeah.
As a party person, my expectations are different. After the recently held rally, I want the media to take up, is DMK running the dynasty rule? Is it reinforced? And is it evident? For me, I feel that that is more important for the people to know, because a person who cannot uphold democracy within his party, how can he uphold democracy within the state what he is heading to? I feel this is important for the people to know. So I expect the media to take up that. But otherwise, yeah, there might be pressures from the ruling government not to take it up. And let's understand, let's call a spade as a spade. News channels are no more news givers. They are narrative drivers. And they try to match their narrative, thinking that they balance both the expectations of the people who are representing as well as people who are watching. So there will always be flaws. You certainly can't have a 100% perfect topic and say welfare of the people. You put a title welfare of the people, probably out of 10, only 2 will watch. Their TRP will come down. Their business will take a hit. So they have to balance both.
For a change.
Yeah, last words.
For a
both.
change.
Can I just add on? See, in the last 22 years in Tamil Nadu, DMK is in power in 7 years, and ADMK is in power for 15 years. Right? So what happened to the media then? Why are they not talking about it? On bottom line, before the last word, I want to say this. Problem with media exists across the globe now, for simple reason that because of internet revolution, for a news to be, let's say, news that's coming out from Burkina Faso, right? If a French AFP is covering it, for every other channel, for New York Times or to the interviewer, to rewrite the news takes less than a minute using AI. So there is no incentive for them to have journalists. And people consume news from social media. So most revenue, if you look print, even Indian Express, print, or even regular channels, the revenue is reducing drastically. And that is why from New York Times to Le Monde in France, to Frankfurt Allgemeine in Germany, to newspapers here like NDTV or CNN, or News 18, are increasingly being owned by big crony capitalists. And this is a problem. We need to work new models for news media to be sustainable, to be profitable. Only if they are profitable, they will be away from the influence of corporates and so on and so forth. I'm speaking away from a politician. I'm talking as someone who's interested in policy, that we need to find models to find media profitable, which is very important and pertinent.
But I want to tell
democracy.
all of you that you can always trust an established medium like ours to give you a nuanced debate and to give you space and time. So you don't necessarily always have to rush to television debates. You're most welcome to come here and have your say. Thank you very much. Do you want to have, I think you want to say something. Yeah.
See, for a change, I go with, Aishwarya.
Oh,
because
congratulations.
Because for the sake of, this thing, in one channel, there was a debate. And 5 people were there, and suddenly, English channel, and suddenly one person started talking in Hindi. I said, see, I don't understand Hindi, so let us not have any conversation in Hindi. But the anchor said, no, I understand Tamil, sir, I understand English, I will translate for you in Tamil. Then I said, allow him to talk in his comfortable language. That's what she said, the anchor. Then I said, okay. After 5-10 minutes, my round came, I started talking in Tamil. Then then everyone, started shouting, how can you talk in Tamil? Then I said, see, allow me to talk in my comfortable language, okay? So then she said, the anchor says, since you don't have an answer for what we have asked, you are talking in Tamil. So North-South divide, yes, some channels do this. That
And
should not
some
be.
papers, very good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our speakers, our
Nandri.
session chair. Before we draw the session to a close, if I may invite on stage Mr. Prabhu Chola to extend thanks to our speakers and present them with mementos. It's been an enriching session, of course, a very special spotlight on the dynamic personalities that are shaping the primetime entertainment landscape as we know it. And alongside that, we have an upcoming session that's going to take it into a different gear. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, if I may invite all of you to please give a loud round of applause to our speakers. Truly a wonderful session here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. An exciting couple of sessions lined up through the course of the day. Of course, we're also going to take a look at music, medicine, and whatnot, movies. I could go on, but before all of that, as we draw the session to a close, I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our speakers on stage. We have Mr. Prabhu Chola doing the honors, and of course, a lovely photo op as we draw this session to a close. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for, I have to say, the candid conversation that we've witnessed on the stage. Following this session, we take a look at a very interesting topic, a very real topic, combating student suicides. What can institutes do better? Of course, to take us through this particular topic, it's my pleasure to invite onto the stage our session speakers, starting with Dr. Soumitra Patare, Director, Center for Mental Health, Law and Policy, Pune. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon. A loud round of applause. And please do keep the applause going. We have our next speaker joining us on stage, Dr. Saras Bhaskar, counseling psychologist. Welcome, ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. M. Malayappan, Director, Institute of Mental Health, is our next speaker. Welcome, sir. And on that note, I'd also like to invite our session chair, Mr. Ravi Shankar, Consulting Editor, Sunday Standard, to take to the stage. The critical issue of student suicides, ladies and gentlemen, is in the spotlight. We're taking an active look at it, seeking proactive solutions, hopefully from the mental health and well-being when it comes to our speakers on stage. A loud round of applause for our speakers on stage, our session chair, as we take a deep dive into the topic. Over to the session chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Sorry, you want me to say something?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome to the New Indian Express debate. You know, today I read the news item that another 19-year-old child had committed suicide in Kota. I've also gathered information that over the last 10 years, 2001 to, is it about 2001 to, yeah, no, really? In the last 10 years, student suicides have gone up by 70%, 70%. So the stressors which I discover are parental pressure, self-doubt and, the pressure you put on yourself. And, ragging is a huge issue, especially caste-related. And third is, emotional connections, depression, etc., etc. So how much has changed? Why this increase? I mean, is it because of the economic liberalization, more jobs opening up? I mean, why this increase? I mean, what do you want to ask? I said, what is the reason of the increase in suicides by 70% in 10 years?
In my viewpoint as a psychologist, I find patience, tolerance, and perseverance seem to have gone down with the activities of daily life.
Mm-hmm.
So, inability to maintain healthy interpersonal relationships can be the major cause.
So is there something wrong with the syllabus? Is it something wrong with the syllabus?
I think let's step back a bit, because I think there's always a danger of us jumping to solutions based on anecdotal stuff. And I wanted to, first of all, I want to thank you for organizing and discussing suicides. There's always an omerta about suicides in our country. We don't talk about it except when it comes in a headline because there's one person who's died by suicide. But let's have a more sensible conversation about it. What do we know about suicides in India? And some of the data is important to know is that under the age of 18, we have about, if you say student suicides these days, and if I ask you a word, give me one word, student suicides, people will say quota. Because that's how people talk, you think of it. But the reality is that under the age of 18, India has about 10 to 11,000 suicides. Quota is only 200 suicides. So I think we really need to be actually asking ourselves what else is going on which is wrong or not happening properly. The other important factor is that it's always the suicides that come into the newspapers with young children or adolescents is boys. But the reality is that it's actually more girls dying of suicide under that age. The other fact that we don't really talk about, and this is extremely worrying, is that, if you're a young woman aged 19 to 39 or 20 to 40 in this country, the number one cause of death today is suicide in that age group. It is ahead of maternal mortality. For many years, we had maternal mortality as a problem, but now it no longer is. For boys, young men, it is number 2 cause after accidents. So clearly, suicides are a major crisis for us, and we don't collect good quality data. We don't look at research around what might be causing it, and we don't also do some interventions which are cheaply and easily available, for which there's good evidence we should be doing, which we don't do. I mean, Tamil Nadu is a great example of a policy initiative which reduced suicides, okay? Introduction of the supplementary exam after the board exams has reduced suicides in that particular age group by about 50%, while the number of students taking that exam over 10 years is double.
Yeah, but it still doesn't answer my question, why? Why has it gone up in 10 years? What do you think?
The cause can be attributed to both larger factors like economic factors and also changes in the individual. It is multifactorial. Cause for the suicide cannot be pinpointed to one or two. See, the economy is changing. We are becoming more materialistic. The job insecurity has grown. Even though I have a job, there is no assurance that I will stay in the job till my retirement. So the insecurity in the job market, major economical changes happening in the globe has an impact on the individual. And also the individual changes are important. Families have become very small, only 1 kid or 2 kids. And if there is a one kid, both the parents always pamper the kid. Everything is provided. So the kid never experienced any failure in the life or any disappointment in the life. When they go to the high school or college, when they face the loss for the first time, when they face a crisis or disappointment, they don't have the capacity or skills to face it. So these are changes in the individuals and changes in the greater society. Both are responsible in increasing the suicides.
Yeah, go on.
You mentioned about bullying in campus, and that is something that I wanted to address. The topic today is about what can institutes do. So when we talk about institute, it doesn't mean just the management. It means management, administrative staff, faculties, lab technicians, right from the security. Everybody has an ownership to ensure a collaborative work environment. Now, is that happening? So let me start with the peers first. Are you okay is a sense of comfort. The friends need not say, I will be there for you, because they may not have solutions to the problems that one may face. But can they do their best to recognize the warning signals when somebody is isolating, personal hygiene, poor personal hygiene, can they focus on that and empower them to seek professional help?
See, most of the institutions in the West have psychologists on campus who are either trained to counsel students who are in distress or teachers who are in distress. How many of them are, I'm not aware of them as a wide presence in our educational institutions.
I think, see, this is what happens is that the psychologist is part of a stepped care program that you might have. Imagine if you wanted to treat people with respiratory infections, you wouldn't say, okay, how many respiratory specialists we have. It actually starts at a very simple level. And I'll give you an example of a very well-based, evidence-based program, which all countries run, but which we don't run, is gatekeeper training programs for school teachers. These are very brief programs. They're 2 hours or 3 hours of training to teach teachers to identify kids who might be at risk of suicide. Now, all countries across the world do this as a routine part of training teachers to be doing it. It costs nothing or costs very little, but we don't do it. The problem with just saying, let's have the psychologists in the colleges, and I've talked to plenty of psychologists, and what psychologists will say is that nobody comes to me. Because imagine you're a 20-year-old or a 21-year-old or even a 15-year-old, and you're going to go into a room which is psychologist. You know, your credibility with your peers is destroyed completely. So actually what we should be doing, and which is what we're trying to do with some programs, is develop peer counseling services. You know, the 21-year-old actually does not trust the 40-year-old as much as he trusts or she trusts the 25-year-old. You know, the 2-year senior to them is seen as God. So if you can work with peer counselors, it's actually a better way to access kids.
No, I mean, if the peer counselors are also trained in psychology, it will be better. Because, see, there is this tremendous prejudice I see among Indians.
But Ravi, I'm not done with the bullying yet.
Okay.
It's a very important, because student population is here and I want to address that. Okay, thank you. See, we find certain things funny with our friends. The way they walk, the way they talk, the way they clothe themselves, their sexual orientation, their habits. But when we make jokes about it, is that making the other person, our friend, comfortable? We think on that. Are we mindful of that? Are we having fun at our friends' expense? This leads to bullying, and we know several cases of suicide due to bullying. So I would request the peers to be more mindful, be sensitive and sensible when you cut jokes about your friends. That will be the first tip that I would give, because when we talk about institutes, I'm talking about the peers. He talked about faculty. I will have
I want to come back to your question, because time is short. You know, there is this general prejudice among huge, especially as India grows larger, against Western high schools. Okay, I mean, like, especially elite schools, there seems to be tremendous prejudice, or, you know, only rich people go there, or, you know, it's true also, rich people go there. But, I mean, they send their children there. But the fact of the matter is that they have a certain more sensitivity to the mood, the psychology of children. See, for example, the other day at Woodstock, I mean, I live between Missouri and Delhi, so in Woodstock, which is one of the elite schools, they have a psychologist on board. And they have regular counseling for children and for students and for teachers, right? So while I agree with the fact that there is a prejudice kind of, you know, like people think, okay, you go to a psychologist only if you're nuts. Okay, that is another pressure point. But the fact is, how do you incorporate counseling? Because you can see the signs there. I mean, the kid is disturbed. This kid is feeling pressure. It could be kind of, I mean, the second thing I want to come to is parents. So I want to find out whether have you ever thought that it would be practical?
Yes. Every school, every college, if have a counseling guidance and counseling center with the counselor, need not be a qualified psychologist. A person can be trained to become a counselor, school counselor or a college counselor. Needs every college, every institution needs a counseling center. Depending upon the number of students, there should be number of counselors. They will be able to address the distress among the students. But that alone is not sufficient. Every student and every faculty should be trained to have a humanness in their communication. After the gadgets in the last 10 years, we don't talk, we text. We see the screen rather than we see the faces. So human communication has to be improved. Every student should be trained to detect sadness or distress in the fellow students. If every student has been modified in that way, for example, one hour a week or 1 hour in a fortnight, if they are trained in that skills, it will be improving the detection of distressed individuals. So every
I need to ask him a question. Yeah, go on.
Every student has to be, every faculty has to be trained in mentorship, in peership, in counseling, in identifying psychological distress. Every student, every school should and college should have a guidance and counseling center.
No, absolutely, and I think it should. I mean, it's up to you guys to kind of take that initiative in the government or education policy. Now, you mentioned girls. Okay. I mean, I read a recent survey that girls are more supportive of parents than boys, especially after marriage or getting a job, etc., etc. While we still have this prejudice that, oh, we should have a boy child kind of a thing. And I also read somewhere that the girls feel more parental pressure and also social pressure, especially in the villages, that why do you want to study? We got to marry you off. Or and the girl has her own ambition. It slowly is changing. I mean, the girls want to kind of, because jobs open up and girls are getting more independent and also exposed to media, blah, 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 whatever it is. So does IU's eminent education, is there any real concerted move which has been education, I mean like governmentally baptized or institutionally baptized, to really make girls into a powerhouse of education and this kind of, and that would actually change your gender equations as well?
I think, one of the real problems in the area of suicide prevention in India has been a lot of knee-jerk and what appear to be simple and easy solutions being done without actually being driven by any evidence or data. So, for example, we have a national suicide prevention strategy. I mean, most people don't know we do have a national suicide prevention strategy, which has not yet been implemented fully. We know that there are UGC guidelines for universities as to what they should be doing to prevent.
That's not my question. I'm focusing on girls. That's not the general question.
But
I'm
my
focusing
question,
only on women.
so exactly, my point is that what happens is that we pick up, there are interventions which can be done which will address this problem of suicide with girls or with boys in education institutions.
I'm looking at gender sensitization vis-a-vis suicide and girls, connecting the aspirations vis-a-vis.
But if we just implemented the policies which we've drafted, which have all of that, we would probably be doing better.
But the reality is different, no? The reality is different.
My first question is, I don't know where you got that survey from, the statistics that girls tend to take their lives out more than boys.
National Crime Records Bureau is the only record of suicides nationally in this country. Under the age of 18, girls outnumber boys. Between the ages of 19 and 40, men outnumber women by about 3:1.
The scientific studies that I have gone through talk about boys being impulsive and their hormones raging, multiple things happening at the same time. They tend to take their lives faster.
I'm quoting you the
Homicide
national
or
data.
suicide, that is from the research part. You were asking about women. What I feel in my practice, what I've seen in my practice is, women have been empowered so much that they are very strong-headed. They know what they want. Unfortunately, we have not prepared the men on how to handle the empowered women.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, are we running out of time? I want to ask you a question. Okay, you want to continue on this particular topic?
Equality on anything, discrimination on anything will lead to distress in students. If it is based on gender or economy or intelligence or any other social factors, if there is discrimination, that will cause distress in the students. So we have to, as a society, we have to move towards a culture of equality and non-discrimination. If that is imbibed in the administrators, faculties, students, parents, and in the public, when the society moves towards equality, this gender bias will disappear.
No, that's an ideal situation. No, what I was going to ask you was, parental pressure is a huge thing, and it's not new. But, I mean, people committing suicide because they think they haven't done well in school, or they've only got 90% but not 100%, and also because the cutoff thing is also a huge issue. Now, parental pressure, because parents want, I mean, it's almost as the parents are, writing the exams, as if the parents are going to get the job. So how do you sensitize the children or separate them? I mean, syllabus is another thing. The number of books are all a different issue altogether. But the simple human fact that children are individuals on their own right, and they are not in the business, they are not supposed to kind of, succeed to, make you feel proud as a primary thing. Make you proud is fine. So have educationists ever addressed this problem that to sensitize the children that you're people on your own right, you don't really have to study to kind of, make your parents proud of you or to kind of meet their bills when they grow old?
Suicide prevention is a very broad category, a very broad area where each and everything is important. Parental attitude and parental approach definitely needs to be addressed. So parents pushing putting pressure on the children will definitely increase their distress level. And vulnerable children may resort to suicide. So changes should occur in all aspects.
So maybe you should have a counseling for parents as well.
Ravi Shankar, I have some good news for you. Okay. At the school level, we have come up with career guidance assessment for the 9th standard students, 10th, even 12th. So we meet with in the Parents Teachers Association. They invite the parents. We sit them in and tell them about what your child should do to keep your family's pride. No, it is what the child's skills, interests, and abilities are. So career guidance assessments are given, and now a lot of parents are open to sending their children to the choices of their skills, interests, and abilities. That is good news. It's been happening. It'll get better. I'm giving you hope.
I think we need to look at the issue of suicides, and we don't even talk about attempted suicides, which is a real, even bigger problem. But we need to look at suicides as a public health issue, and we need to look at suicides prevention as a public health solution. You know, what are the public health issues things that we should be doing? And let me tell you that 1 out of 3 suicides, 1 out of 3 women who die by suicides in this country have a history of gender-based violence. Okay, now if you wanted to really address suicides, you have to address gender-based violence. 1 out of 3 men who die of suicide have a history of alcohol or excessive alcohol consumption. So, you know, if we took a public health perspective on looking at how we are going to bring down suicides, the 2 big things that we need to be intervening in is gender-based violence and alcohol consumption.
There is caste-based violence also. There is kind of empowering.
But the one thing that I think educational institutes need to do, and having spoken to the directors of so many educational, there is a feeling among the directors that two things that come across and which are myths. One is that only the weak students are going to be dying of suicide. So, you know, if they're attempting suicide or dying of suicide, they're weak in some sort of way, which is not true. And the second thing is that if I don't acknowledge it and I just shut my eyes to it, the problem will go away. Yeah. You know, neither of that happens. So, getting directors of institutions to acknowledge and actually put in place systems to prevent it is really the big challenge for suicide prevention today.
Okay, now let's look at a political aspect of education. One thing, when you drive through India, especially small town India, the number of English training institutes have mushroomed like crazy. I'm not even mentioning Kota. I'm just talking about even small places like Kordwa, small places. So many of them. And I know a couple of friends, sisters who work at teach English. Most of them are more grammatically wrong, right? Now, I hear cases, I mean, I think a couple of years ago, I read a case about a student who had committed suicide because he was made to feel inferior because and he came from a poor family, a rural family, and I think he was a scholarship student, something like that. And because he couldn't speak English, not that anybody tormented him, because he couldn't speak English, he felt he couldn't compete. Now, you can't blame English for that. No. All right? I mean, the thing is that you need English as a vehicle because it is not a colonial language, it is a global language. So you need that connectivity. So that would, I think, bringing a global language as maybe as a second language, I'm not saying make it the first language, making them more fluent in it could actually stop disappointment, which could lead to suicide.
I think the education department here in Tamil Nadu already has approved lectures in Tamil for the medical students so that they can understand the anatomy and the science of it. So I think it is happening, what you're talking about, the language that they are comfortable in. I don't know about the school level.
Success is always rewarded and failure is always downgraded. That culture has to change among the parents, peers, teachers. Whenever a student shines, he is celebrated like anything. Whenever a student fails, he is looked down like anything. This dichotomous thinking should change in the society. Then only there will be, the distress level will come in the students. So major changes are required.
Now time, you got a last point?
Since you brought up the issue of language, my last point is actually about the media. The way media reports suicides is actually contributing to the problem. And we've been trying to sensitize the media to do better, responsible reporting of suicides, which is just not happening. we've been monitoring the Indian media for now, like 4 years, giving feedback to them, and there's really no change. There are international guidelines which are routinely flouted by Indian media when they report suicides. Now, why is it important? Because there's research evidence to show that how media reports suicides can reduce or increase suicides by about 2%. What does 2% mean in the context of India is with 200,000 suicides, you're looking at 4,000 suicides. Just getting the media to report suicides more rationally, logically, and following the guidelines will mean 4,000 lives saved. Now that's not costing the media anything.
There's a difference between television, which is called media, and we in the
No,
newspaper
I'm
business,
talking
we
about,
call
I'm
press.
talking about you media,
No,
about the
media is the
print
whipping,
media.
The media is the whipping boy for everything these days. So, I mean, yeah, part of it is true. But now that we are winding it, I mean, I'm sure that there are enough young people, I wouldn't say contemplate suicide, but how many of you have said, my God, I've had enough of this? Not a single young person must be very satisfied. Sorry?
He has a question, I think.
Who has a question?
He's raising
Yes.
his hand.
I think you need to give him a mic.
Congratulations to the panel for having deliberated this most sensitive topic of suicide and what institutions can do to combat suicide. In fact, it's a responsibility of the entire stakeholders of the institution to take a cudgel against this malaise
What's the question? That's a statement.
I am not asking any question because already you have given enough insights. I am only making this observation. Shastra University, Shanmuga College was the first in the entire country to have a dedicated psychologist in the campus.
Which year was that?
It is 1996,
No,
2000.
see, universities like Shastra are very advanced in terms of kind of,
So at that point of time, to make themselves available for students to air and share their
Thank you, sir.
actual grievances.
I need some questions. Does anybody have questions? Oh yeah, are you young enough to have gone to school? No, yeah, okay.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, hi sir, myself Sri Hari from Shastra University. I'm doing my MBA. Now my question is, I'm being a proud student of commerce. I have seen multiple parents in multiple places, even in, not even in rural, in town places, where the parents are parents as well as few teachers, I don't want to mention the colleges and the name of it, few teachers are stressing those students who are getting great ranks in order to join in engineering or doctor. They don't have given in the choices of commerce. Whenever the teachers just say, okay, if the students are interested in commerce, you can join them. The only perception that says is, commerce is for banks, I don't want my bank.
So what is the question?
So how do you convince these parents in order to make sure, take choices for the students?
No, I think that answer has already been given in terms of communication. So really short of time, thank you so much. It's really been a pleasure. So I am a complete hostage of my dear MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very special thanks to our session speakers. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's also my pleasure to invite onto the stage Ms. Lakshmi Menon to present mementos to our speakers. We've had an exciting couple of sessions from the morning, and of course, I think this session has kind of shown us that there are a few solutions that are already underway, so a little bit of good news right there, and we do have a lot to look forward to. Alongside that, the well-being and mental health approach when it comes to educational institutions are definitely something that we will all be watching, we will all be learning from and hoping better news from. Before we draw the session to a close, we'd like a quick photo op with our guests on stage. For everyone, I'd like to let you know that we now pause our on-stage proceedings. We break for lunch, but please do join us back here at 1:50 sharp. I repeat, 1:50 sharp. We'd love to have your presence back here so we can get the next bunch of sessions going. We have an action-packed second half waiting for you, from music to movies. This is going to be an exciting bunch of sessions. You do not want to miss this. So please join us back here at the ThinkEdu Conclave of 2024 at sharp 1:50.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge. I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge. I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge. I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Please do take your seats and switch your phones to silent mode. We have an exciting couple of sessions, a lot of interesting conversations, and of course, exploring the various factors when it comes to the field of education. If I may please request all our guests who are in the corridor to please do join us within the hall so we can begin our sessions. Have a thumbs up. We have our session speaker, our session chair ready to take to the stage. If I may invite all our guests to please join us within the hall. We begin an exciting session. This is definitely going to catch your attention. We started off our day with music, and today we explore it deeper with our upcoming session. So to join us on a musical journey, I'd like to invite back our guests, our students, policymakers, industry leaders, educators. A session that's titled The Divine Voice. Without further ado, if I may welcome all our delegates and our guests to join us within the hall. We begin our first session post-lunch. We're here at the 13th edition of the ThinkEdu Conclave, ladies and gentlemen, and we're truly excited to have your presence here with us as we begin the next half of the day. Of course, today we've had some truly insightful, enlightening conversations on fun topics, on sensitive topics, and we do continue keeping the conversation going right here on stage. Before we do begin our on-stage proceedings, if I may invite our students and our guests to please do join us within the hall. We'd love to have your complete attention and participation through the course of this session. Welcome back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you've had an amazing day so far, because the next couple of sessions are truly going to grab your attention and make sure that you stay engaged and participate throughout, starting with the very first one. This is titled The Divine Voice, a touch of class, and that is basically the only way that I could probably describe our speaker, Ms. Aruna Sairam, a vocalist. A loud round of applause as ma'am joins us on stage, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set to explore the ethereal essence that elevates, that enriches our experience here. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us today. Chairing this session, I'd love to invite our chair, Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, senior journalist, to take to the stage and, of course, drive the conversation. A loud round of applause from everybody in the audience. The ThinkEdu Conclave of 2024. We're stepping into the second half of day 2, so we do hope your energy runs through. Over to our session chair.
I can't call you Aruna, so I have to call you Aruna ji. It is a real privilege to be talking to you. I was just telling her that I've been listening to Aigari Nandini on loop since morning, and it really is so empowering. But it's because of your voice. That voice doesn't come from here, as we were discussing earlier. It comes from somewhere deep within, and it is the most amazing gift. And you're truly divine in that gift. So thank you very much for coming here. I really wanted to take you back to your growing up years and to being in such a fiercely feminine household. What were your early days like?
Thank you so much, Kaveri, and thank you for having me here in this wonderful session, where such eminent people have spoken and will speak also. What I can remember of my childhood is that it was always a kind of charged atmosphere. And aside from the usual living habits of eating, sleeping, going to school, and other things, I do remember my mother's presence all over the house in the most undominating way, but she was there always. She would get up in the morning, and while I'm still sleeping, she would walk softly to the Krishna and Radha Vigraha, which was in puja, and she would slowly open the curtain, singing a song to awaken Krishna and offering him a glass of milk.
Wow.
And she would do it, for me, Krishna was like a sibling. He wasn't like some god sitting somewhere and watching over me. It wasn't like that.
Right.
So I think this kind of implicit inclusion of divine with the temporal sort of set the stage for a life which really didn't see much difference between the two. And you could always toggle between one and the other seamlessly.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is so lovely. And at that point, it must have been a very unconscious thing for you. But
Absolutely.
on reflection later, you must have realized what a gift it was.
Absolutely. I'm realizing that not everybody gets to have a childhood like that.
Exactly.
With time, one realizes the greatness of the gifts that you receive.
Right. The other aspect, Arunaji, as we were discussing earlier, the whole idea of the female guru, who's sort of become a sort of hidden figure of history, not been given enough prominence, not been actually visibilized. But in your case, you have, managed to do that, and you yourself are an embodiment of that. Talk a little about this idea of the female guru and the lineage you come from.
My guru, Srimati T. Brinda, is the 6th generation legacy inheritor of a line of women artists. And her great-great-great-grandmother, Papamal, was a court musician and dancer in the Tanjore court. So you see, every generation, these women were only serving music and dance. So my guru, strangely, was at the cusp of that sociological, socio-economical phenomenon where that system changed into women becoming non-Devadasis and becoming,
Right.
that
So she
system
was the
abolished.
bridge.
It was in her time that change happened.
Right.
So I, as a child of 10, and she was a woman of 60 at that time, but with all that, there was a bond between her and me, and which would manifest in her talking to me in the afternoons when she would plait my hair. She would apply oil at 4 o'clock and plait my hair. And then she would say things which I didn't understand then, but now I understood that it was a safe haven for her to express herself to like a grandchild. And she was an amazingly strong woman. I mean, the strength of this woman was so that when she entered a room full of the topmost musicians of the Carnatic firmament or from anywhere, all of them would stand up and give respect to her. That was the esteem with which she was held. So, but at the same time, so simple, so soft, and yet so firm and so contained. I mean, this was an amazing opportunity for me to be with first my mother and then this guru, who was an epitome of what we call today as woman power.
Right. And a different kind of emancipation, right?
Yes.
She was very emancipated, obviously.
Absolutely.
But yet very bound by tradition and upholding the tradition as well.
Absolutely.
So that's a very interesting, it has now become a contradiction, but it ought not to be.
Yes.
And it's actually the best way of living. So talk a little about that, which ought not to be a contradiction, but has become one.
May I ask you to rephrase that question?
Yeah, in the sense of how emancipated she was and yet upheld tradition.
Okay. So the emancipation came from the fact that she was her own person.
Yeah.
She was never afraid to experiment with what she thought was the right thing to do. Coming from the Dhanamal school, she went and did Gurukula Vasam with a male teacher, which was not heard of then. She lived with her guru and his wife, which never any of her family did. And she sang Ragam, Tanam, Pallavi and those difficult pieces, which none of her family ancestors did. So in her way, she was a trailblazer in terms of the choices she made musically and otherwise. And where she was traditional is that her faith, her rituals that she followed, her belief that she was sent to this earth to make music. That was the Lord's dictum to her. She was born to do this. You know, there she was very traditional.
Right.
So this was a contradiction which was so smoothly enshrined in her personality.
Right. And that's what you picked up. Do you remember some of the things she told you while she was plaiting your hair?
Yeah, sure. Sometimes she would sing.
Right.
And she would sing such ragas that she never sang in a concert.
Oh.
Those rare ragas like Hamsanandi or, Pantuvarali, which she never sang in a concert, or a Shanmukha Priya, which she never sang in a concert.
Why is that?
She made her own, branding, I would say,
Right.
of certain ragas which she thought she was a master, and she
Right.
would always sing those ragas in her concert. But so I thought maybe she doesn't know how to sing these ragas, but actually the way she sang a Shanmukha Priya is what I still go back to when I sing Shanmukha Priya. That one time that she sang it.
Right.
It was so impressive.
You
the
still
way.
remember it?
I carry the essence of it. If you ask me phrase by phrase what she sang, I wouldn't be able to repeat. But what it meant to me, what impression it made on me, has stayed with me. And I'm sure that's what comes out when I sing.
Can I ask you to? A little bit of that?
You mean Shanmukha Priya?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah. May I switch on my electronic tanpura, if you don't mind?
Not at all.
Yeah, just a minute.
You carry it with you wherever you go.
Yeah, it comes as an app.
This is called tradition with modernity. Everything is in an app now, na? So cool to see you do this. And yet this raga is what, thousands of years old? Wow.
Yeah, Shanmukha Priya, for those who perhaps don't know, is the raga that has been carefully nurtured by our Nadaswara Vidwans in our temples for ever so many centuries. So it's like, if you mean Carnatic music, this is it, that kind of raga.
This is the core of
This is an essence of that
Right.
flavor. So, the Arohanam, Avarohanam is Sarigama Padanisa Sanidapamagari Sa. That's Arohi, Avarohi. Na Adum tataya dum 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 tataya dum tataya dum dum tataya dum num num tataya dum dum tataya dum 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 da num dum dum tataya num dum tataya dum danum danum dum dum danum 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 dum dum da num danum danum dum.
Wow, amazing. And I remember you saying somewhere that your mother told you there's no such thing as a mood. If someone tells you to sing, you sing.
Oh yes, that is a story that I must share.
Please tell us that story.
Yeah, so this was, this 650 square foot little apartment in Bombay that we lived in, my father, mother, myself, and my brother. And so there was very little space, but bless them, their hearts were very big. So any musician that came to Bombay would eventually find their way into our home because of the friendship, the warmth, the good food. Otherwise, in those days, there weren't many hotels to stay in. And one day came into our house the great musician Ramnad Krishnayar. And at the same time, I had just come back from school. And, I had this habit of asking my mother every now and then to make rava kesari for me. That was a sweet that I just loved. So that day I was in a mood. I was, decided to have the better of the both of us. I said, right now I want Amma you to make rava kesari for me. And Krishnayar is sitting in the front room.
How old were you?
I must have been in first standard or something. Very young, very young. And then she said, yeah, just a minute, but let's say hello to him. Come and say hello to him, do namaskaram. Then when I went there, he said, Aruna, cholu, cholu. And I used to sing. Kids, you teach them anything, they will sing. So he said, or paatu cholu ma, or paatu cholu, he said. So I was in a militant mood. I said, no, enakku kesari taralena na paada maate. I said, okay. So my mother this went on, and then she had to take me inside. I was in a bad situation that day. I started rolling on the floor, and I said, without the kesari, I'm not singing. Okay, that day she couldn't do anything. Krishnayar, after some time, she gave him coffee, tiffin, he left. That evening, she sat me down when I was better, and she spoke to me, and she said, this music is a gift to you from Krishna. It's not you. It's not your thing. It's not your voice. It's not you singing. Remember, he is singing. Never again, never again Are we going to say mood and this and that? No. This is a gift. You have to share it. That's it. And the way she told it to me that day, till today when I go for a concert, I remember that, her face and the way she said it to me. That's why you take me anywhere, even if a small kid asks me to sing a song, I will sing. I will sing it for that child.
Wonderful. I wish we all had such a work ethic. But in your case, prayer and singing, is it one and the same thing? I wonder.
Well, if I may say so, prayer also for us, many of us in this part of the world, there's one thing to pray and say, yeah, we do that very often. Krishna or Narayana, I want this, give me that. Or at least give me happiness, give me peace of mind, give my children, whatever. But on the other hand, there are very many moments when you just want to be merged with Him.
Right.
You just want to become Him. And very often, that's what our elders keep telling us, pray, 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 but ultimately don't ask for too much, just want to become Him.
Right.
Become something purer, more beautiful from inside, right? So what I'm noticing in my thing, as the years are rolling by, is that music gives me the opportunity to become that, to become something. So there is no prayer separate and music separate.
Right.
It's just a journey.
Right. So when you're doing your riyaz, you're actually praying.
Yeah, it's call it prayer, call it merging, call it forgetting yourself, forgetting time and space, or just being whatever it is. That's what happens.
And every morning, do you do this every morning? How many hours?
Every morning. Well, the routine goes something like morning you get up, then, early morning. When I was a kid, early morning, every morning, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. After that only you will get anything to drink hot. Uske pehle only water. But now, yes, get up, first meditate, I have a yoga teacher, so now she has taught me how to do things like yoga nidra or, those kind of small things.
I'm sure you can teach her a thing or two about breath. No one knows breath better than you.
Yeah, then I do a whole 1 hour of breath exercises.
Right.
Yoga, movement, slow movement, married with the breath. So that goes on for another day. Then there is so it takes about 2 or 3 hours to be ready to face the day.
Right.
Once you do that, you know that you'll be okay.
And no moods will happen with you.
No moods. That is all done and dusted. No moods.
Since we did talk about Krishna, I will have to ask you to sing the Tilana, which I don't know, I've just fallen in. It is, I think, the most beautiful piece of music I've heard. And your voice comes from somewhere so deep within that I think even you cannot tell where it's coming from. It's coming from maybe up there somewhere, right?
Absolutely.
And tell us a little about the Tilana.
Sure. So this Tilana is composed by Oothukada Venkata Subbayar. He predates the Carnatic Trinity. The Carnatic Trinity are Tyagaraja, Shama Shastri, and Dikshatar, as we know them. And this was before that time, 16th century. And he lived in this little village called Oothukada. There's a little temple there where that Krishna, the Utsava Murti, is a Kalinga Nartana Tilana who is dancing on the 5 heads of Kaliya.
Right.
And this composer, inspired by that Kalinga Nartanam Vigraha and that Murti, and then he has composed this Tilana. If you listen to it, you get that imagery of the playway manner in which Krishna plays as well as subjugates Kaliya,
Right.
and eventually persuades him to, see, according to the story, Krishna doesn't kill the Kaliya.
Yeah.
Kaliya says, Baba, chhod do, I am going away. I will leave.
Who was as charming as Krishna?
Yes.
Nobody could be, right?
Yeah. So that is what is the story about.
Right. That's why it's so powerful. There's something very seductive and very attractive about it, right?
Sure.
So when did you first hear it? And now it's really become your thing.
Yeah.
But when did you first hear it?
First, I heard it when, I told you all these great musicians would come home, like MS Amma and Vrindama and all. So one of those great musicians was Nida Mangalam Krishnamurti Bhagavatar. He was a descendant of the Utukadu family. He would again come and stay in our house for 15 days, 20 days, and every day he would do Upanyasam at the local Matunga temple. And
you grew up in Matunga?
Yeah, of course.
You're a Bombay girl.
Matunga is where South Indians of Bombay were those days. So Matunga is the place. So there he would, at Bhajana Samaj in fact, he would do this Tilana, and you know what, 2.5 hours, one whole evening would be only Tilana.
Wow.
Line by line he would sing it, and then he would give imagery and stories around each line of that Tilana. So that is when I first heard it. But like life has its own trajectory, I completely lost track of that Tilana. He hadn't taught me that Tilana. I had only heard it. Years later, when I was already performing and I was a struggler and trying to make my own space in the world of music, one day, miraculously, a gentleman came, handed me a cassette tape. My father was with me. My father-in-law was with me. And he said, can you please record this piece of music immediately, go to some shop. Those were the cassette days.
Right.
Record it, but give me back this original. I can't part with it for long. So we immediately went, recorded, gave back the cassette, and that was done. Went home, played it. It was this Tilana.
What a story.
What a story.
What a story.
And then it took me a long time to learn, notate, go back to my impressions of it, make my own interpretation.
Make your own interpretation.
And then,
right.
now I sing
It's
it.
yours.
Yeah.
So if we could just have a little bit of that.
Sure.
I won't make you sing too much.
No, I will just give you a jhalak of it, okay? It's going to be difficult for me to stop short of. Anyway, I'll try. Thank you. Tam tim tarannatam dinatakinnatam tim tarannatam dinatakinnatam tim tarannatam tam tim tarannatam dittagita tam tim tarannatam yamuna tadaga bangeruga bhavatam tim tarannatam yamuna tadaga bangeruga bhavata kita sara sadana nayanayaka sayaka mudrita jaya jayatam tim tarannatam Tamitajam, takatajam, takatikajam, tamitajam, takatajam, takatikajam, tamitajam, takatajam, takatikajam, Neela Manohara Jala Vibhushana Nirata Jalandhara Bhujanga Nartana Neerajatadaga Adiga Mridula Pada Nikata Tarango Tunga Tadanga Nirtaka Tam Takatai Takatadimidiyata Takata Kitataga Jagadigirjaganandam Tagajagadaga Jaganandam Yamuna Tadaga Tunga tarangam himagarasminitaramita shubhangam ithastatathastara karuna apangam yadivara hridaya saroruha. Thank you.
You know, there's so much joy and divinity in your voice, but there must have been so many trials and so much pain in your life as well, as everyone has. How do you overcome that? And how do you keep the joy alive? How do you keep the curiosity alive? How do you keep your core happy?
I would say that, firstly, as I said, music itself offers a great opportunity very often to forget yourself. So that helps. But yes, the painful parts of life do have a habit of doing action replay in your mind.
Yeah.
So you go through a pain once, but you replay it ever so many times in your mind. That is how most of us have been wired, or we think it's normal to be like that. But with time, I realized, and there I must say the family helps. Like my husband Sai is, I mean, if I could be as evolved as he is.
We should clap for him. Great, sir.
So, you know, slowly I'm learning, and I also have a guru who teaches me Bhagavad Gita every day.
Oh.
Every day we do a session over the virtual medium.
Right.
And so the point is to try to erase all those recordings of the past memories. Try to not go into the thoughts ke kal kya hoga, parso kya hoga. Oh my God. It's not easy. It comes. There are moments when you lose it. But every morning, if you say, no, today I'm not going to do that action replay thing. Every morning you have to work at it.
Yeah.
And I have to, that's why I told you it takes me 2 to 3 hours with their own baggage. They are spending enormous amount of time and money to be there in that auditorium when you're singing. Why? Because they're looking for joy.
Yeah.
So it's not fair. You don't have a right to do that. These things slowly you learn and you sort of.
And you're always learning. You're always
Well,
trying to become better.
Yeah,
no?
it's work in progress
Yeah.
all the time.
Absolutely. So I think just the last couple of questions, the amazing collaborations that you've done as well, whether it's Coke Studio or whether in London, I think.
Yes.
I mean, how does that happen? They reach out to you, you have an idea. There's so much of fun that you're having with all that as well. And you get a whole new audience as well, I assume.
Yeah. That I think comes from, again, back from the childhood, because you see, when you grow up in Bombay,
Right.
you come to learn that life is a many splendor. Not that you don't do it in Chennai or any other place, but Bombay is special because it's a complete masala of too many things. And so, you know, like I was in the Western music choir of my school. Then I used to
Which
go.
school was it?
I was in J.B. Vatsha
Okay.
at Pasi Colony.
Right.
And then I used to be crazy enough, like if the Ramas did a Govinda Alare dance, I would go and dance with them. You know, I just love the street music. So when you are open to every kind of music,
Right.
without saying, you know, this is classical and this is Hindustani and this is, no. You learn to give all that up. Then I noticed that when you are open, people of themselves, they come to you. They
Right.
know, they feel the openness.
Right.
And they say, come on, let's do something together. And then it happens.
Right.
Yeah.
So even now, whatever music you do or you start, who's the person you remember? Your mother? Your guru?
Definitely,
Your
definitely. The first
The voice in your
impression
head?
comes from my mother. But yes, my guru. And I must also here tell you that for me, MS Amma is an icon.
Right.
For me, beyond all this, you know, she's somewhere always there in my consciousness, because I think she really, when she sang and you came out of that concert hall, you never remembered this was Kambodi, this was Danyashi, or she sang this. No, you just floated out of that concert hall thinking you just went to heaven and came back. you never worried about the details of what she did. And I always feel that should be a good musical experience.
Right.
So I always aspire to.
I think you deliver the same. May I ask you to end by perhaps a tribute to her, perhaps a song
Sure.
from her that you'd like to sing?
Sure.
Yeah.
Or should I, because as we were chatting just before this, you said you loved the Aigiri Nandini, so I can
would
maybe
love
sing.
that.
Sure,
I mean, that would be, I think, amazing, and I think it'll charge us for the rest of the year. For me, certainly.
So I would like to, you all know that, chanting and saying shlokas is a part of our culture, here. Every morning when we were children, our parents always taught us to chant something. So I'll do a little bit of a chanting from Lalita Sahasranama and then seamlessly move into Aigiri and close.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Om Sindhurarunavigraham Trinayanam Manikyamoudispurattaranaayakashekharam Smitamukhimaapinavakshoruham Panibhyam Adipurnaratnachashakam Raktotpalam Vibhratim Saumyam Ratnagatastharakthacharanam Dhyayet Paramambikam Shri Mata Shri Maharajñai Shri Matsimhasaneshwari Chidagnigunda Sambhuta Devakarya Samudhyuta Udyatbhanu Sahasrabha Ragaswarupa Pashadhya Krodhakarankushojvala Manorupekshukodanda Panchatanmatra Sayaka Om Ichha Shakti Jnana Shakti Kriya Shakti Swarupini Om Mai Giri Nandini Nandinute Girivaravindya Shirodhini Vasini Vishnu Vilasini Jishnu Nute Bhagavati he Kshiti Kantha Kutumbini Bhuri Kutumbini Bhoti Krite Jaya Jaya he Mahishasuramardini Ramyakapardini Shailasute Jaya Jaya he Mahishasuramardini Ramyakapardini Shailasute Om.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think this calls for a standing ovation. I'm certainly standing. But
Before we draw the session to a formal close, if I may request Ms. Lakshmi Menon to please join us on stage and felicitate ma'am and extend our thanks. Truly mesmerized, I think very moving session. Of course, we got to witness firsthand the divinity that seamlessly flows through ma'am's voice. And I'd say it is the icing on the cake, but from what I've learned, it's probably the cashew nut and the rava kesari. So a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ma'am. We saw a little bit about the responsibility as an artist that you have to your audience. The next session is going to showcase a different type of responsibility, the right prescription, revamping medical education. Of course, for this particular session, it is my absolute pleasure to invite our speakers onto the stage. Please give them a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Sharad Kumar Agarwal, National President, Indian Medical Association. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon. It's also my pleasure to invite Dr. S. Sachidanand, former Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. Good afternoon, sir. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our speakers joining us on stage. I'd also like to invite Dr. Sudha Seshayan, Director, Shastra University. Welcome, ma'am. And of course, chairing this session, once again, I'd like to invite Ms. Kaveri Bamzai. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we step into an exploration of the new era in healthcare. We're hopefully going to be unraveling the transformative approach when it comes to shaping the future of medical training. A lot to look forward to from this session. I'm sure we'll all be making notes. Over to our session chair, Ms. Kaveri.
Thank you. I'd like to start with you, Dr. Agarwal, because you recently talked about mixopathy and how, the government should not be emphasizing that, and, you think that they should take their time over that. Talk a little about that.
See, there was a suggestion by some Niti Aayog to the government regarding the mixopathy, teaching all kind of pathy at the undergraduate level. But definitely we discuss with the government, and the government is not there, on record they said that they have no planning to bring that other pathy education with the combining with
to mix
yes,
the
yes. So
disciplines.
now there is nothing like that. Only thing what they are telling in the induction program, they are telling the students the entire pathy is available in country. So that is fine with us. So knowing about what are the existing pathy in the country, I don't think that there is any point. But now there is no planning to mixing it with the medical education.
I think that's quite a relief.
Yes, yes.
But medical education is still a hostage to a whole lot of issues, and I think one of the main issues is that perhaps we don't have enough doctors, trained doctors in the country, and trained nurses, in fact. So a little about that, and then I'd like to bring the two of you in as well.
See, we all know the deficiency in the medical doctor in our country.
Yeah.
And as we know that last 10 years and after this regime, lot of new medical college has been brought into this thing. The only thing which we are worried about the quality of medical education. There should be some process, and yes, I'm sure that MC and the government, they are serious about that. We have wrote so many times, and so many times we have met the health minister and the MC. We suggested that the standard of medical education has to be maintained, and all the medical colleges should have a uniform education standard. Otherwise, if we don't fix the standard and standardize the medical education, the output will not be the same. And that is very important, because whoever is coming as a doctor after completing MBBS, they are going into society and treating the patients. So that is very important, and I am happy that government is, yes, though a lot of things has to be improved, but their intention is good and they have start working on that direction. That is good.
Could I bring you in, sir, and talk about the gaps that are there in the training of doctors and nurses, the two in particular?
Yeah. Medical education is at crossroads today. Though we recently had the introduction of a new curriculum, that is competency-based medical education, still there are some issues facing medical education. For example, it was 2019 when it was introduced. We need to know how it has fared. We find that still there are gaps between the actual curriculum taught in the medical colleges and the societal needs. So this gap has to be bridged. That is one thing. We need to tailor our curriculum as per the societal needs, in which wherever the present problems that the public is facing, those issues have to be raised, like malnutrition, anemia in women. These are all things which are ever prevalent. We are not addressing those. We are teaching students you are giving them knowledge. Of course, now there are emphasis on skill-based learning as well, competency-based, and that is assessed. But we need to also talk about the current issues that are very relevant, which need to be taught to the students.
Right, which are?
As I mentioned, the tuberculosis, tackle these things are not taught.
Right.
That is tailored to that.
Dr. Sudha, where are the gaps?
I would like to enlist, to start with, the gaps or issues which are currently prevalent. So I would start by saying, number one, rural India still does not have adequate access to quality healthcare facility. Number two, there is a necessity, considering all those factors on ground, there is a necessity to revive the concept of a family physician.
Right.
In other words, the family physician needs to be
Absolutely.
resurrected. And number three, handling patients singly in a rural setup is completely different from handling patients with somebody behind you, somebody supervising in a well-established setup.
Right.
I think these are the areas where medical education needs to be advanced and train the Indian medical graduate all by himself or herself, without the help of gadgets, without the help of scans and radiological investigations immediately on hand.
Right.
So this has to be something called, like, okay, I know to take the blood pressure.
Yeah.
I am given a kind of, some marks and I'm given a pass in the physiology examination. But then when I go to the ground and start taking the blood pressure for a patient all by myself, I would still not be comfortable.
Right.
So some kind of intensive hands-on, intensive internship, that needs to be given. The current internship pattern of 12 months is fine, but somewhere down the line, at least 3 to 4 months will have to be a real intensive hands-on on the ground.
Right.
And we also need to kind of strengthen our postgraduate education in terms of the family medicine system. And there is a necessity to revive the entire family physician concept.
Right. Talking about the rural setup, the primary health centers are mostly still in a shambles. And I think the government had a plan to create wellness centers. I don't know what has happened to that.
Some work is happening on that line. But, as was rightly discussed earlier, the proportion of medical personnel available to the general population. If you take a state like Tamil Nadu, the statistics given is, 1 doctor per 300 people or so, 243 something in Tamil Nadu, and then it kind of, keeps going up, Karnataka, Kerala. But then if you go to places like Haryana and Jharkhand, 1 doctor available for about 6,000 plus population. So that is where the gap is, and probably it will take quite some time to, even if you have that number of medical schools and then churn out that many medical graduates every year, whether these people will be motivated to really work on the rural setup. So I personally feel, I've been with the Tamil Nadu Medical University for 4 years, and Sachi and I had been colleagues, but I personally feel something has to go into the curriculum where the prospective Indian medical graduate is kind of, motivated to work in the rural setup.
Yeah.
Some kind of value-based education, maybe, at the ATCOM level or at the yoga level, at the orientation level, somewhere we need to put in that kind of a thinking.
Can it not be made mandatory?
You can make it mandatory, but then just by making it mandatory, would it have the desired effect? It would be there on paper, but then working with all your heart and soul is something different. And remember, these are people who will have to handle patients.
Yeah.
I cannot just be reflecting my moods, my ups and downs on the patient.
Right.
So that requires a kind of a balanced approach, and probably in the medical education, this needs to be incorporated and brought in.
Right. Doctor, what do you think? How can this be encouraged in the students? Because as it is, you find fewer people wanting to get into the medical stream because they think it takes too long and it's too intensive, and engineering is perhaps more glamorous.
Yeah, as it existed, medical education was knowledge-based theory to the students,
Right.
and very limited time was spent on practicals and this thing.
Right.
So that should change. It was knowledge, it was skills, and then attitudes. Now I would like to reverse that. What we need to concentrate is on attitudes, skill, and then knowledge.
Right.
That way, as Dr. Sudha mentioned just now, we would be training our students to interact very well, communicate very well with the patients, rather than show off his knowledge and things like that. That's one thing. Secondly, we want doctors who does rather than doctor who knows. We should prepare our young doctors to have that skills, develop that skills. So I can completely concur with her that we need to train students towards skill development.
Right.
May I add something here?
Please.
I had a professor, I wouldn't want to quote the name, my professor, particular drug. I was not aware that my professor never liked that particular drug because of some kind of bitter experience he had in his own internship days. Not knowing the fact, I used it. The next morning, I could see the reaction of the rest of them, the rest of the unit. They were, almost kind of telling me, I'm gone forever. And that is what was expected from the professor. If he only knew that I had used that particular drug, God knows what will happen. The heavens will come down and Himalayas would break loose and all that. But then he came and I went straight to him. I told him this is what I did. I didn't know, but then the patient is fine now. He just had one statement to make. He said, I prefer a complicated patient to someone who would not be alive the morning. That was his take. He said, I don't mind. She used it. She didn't know. She used it, but then the patient has survived.
Right.
If only she had not used a drug just because I did not like the drug,
Right.
I might not have the patient. Medical education, by the number of years spent in the medical school and trying to say an engineering graduate would earn, or the grandparent, or the peer pressure, whatever you call it, I think that's not the right way to compare things.
Right.
There's no comparison.
Yeah. May I ask you to weigh in on the NEET issue, because as you know, that's one of the biggest issues in the state. What's your take on it, sir?
Next.
NEET.
NEET.
The NEET exam.
It's a NEET exam. What you want to know?
Don't want that centralized exam.
No, see, NEET is good exam. You see, initially you see what every individual after 12th, they used to go to place to place.
Individual medical college.
Yeah, to give the entrance exam. Now there is a uniform exam. I don't feel that, see, we say what is good as per the professional, and we don't know the politics. So what the political people do, they have something else. But NEET is good. Central exam, the student is tension free, less stress. They have to prepare for the single exam. Exam is good, NEET is good. There is no problem in that. Only thing, the counseling part should need some improvement. Like state has a different counseling, center has a different counseling. And I know that government is working on that there should be a single software. And from there, single counseling, if a student want to take seat in the central quota, from central quota, should be allotted from central quota. If want to take from state quota, should be allotted from. Otherwise, it takes lot of time, rather months, to get finalized or fill up the seats. But I want to mention another important thing around the medical education. See, the biggest problem is, probably Shad, you also reported that 50% medical colleges, they don't have the sufficient faculties.
Right.
And that is very important. We are very happy that now we have 711 or 12, whatever, medical colleges producing 110,000 students. These all are the, indicators. You can make so many indicators. But actually, if you see the medical college, they don't comply. After NMC, what happened? On a single application, affidavit, you are allowed to open up the medical college. Initially, there was a necessity to start a hospital for 3 years.
Right.
Now that has also abolished. Even if you want to open up the medical college, you go and put the application, you will be allowed. You are given the time, okay, you by this time, these are the landmarks which you have to achieve. Nobody is going and checking what is happening till 5 years. I tell you, as a national president, the government medical college, I am talking about the government, not the private. 3 government medical colleges, autonomous medical colleges, student after internship, they were denied to register by the State Medical Council because NMC has suddenly waken up and took the inspection and find that there are a lot of NCs. And the student who have completed the MBBS, completed the internship, were denied for the registration by the State Medical Council. Where they will go? Neither the institute were able to help them or nor anybody else. Those poor students, they came to us in Indian Medical Association office, Delhi, and they were literally weeping in front of me that where do they go? They are on, again, after spending 5 years, they are on the square one. Then I wrote to the health minister, I wrote to the chief minister of that state and the NMC chairman. What is this? Why should they be sufferer? If you want to take, why didn't you took the inspection before the exam? Why are you now doing the inspection and rejecting those medical colleges, and what will those 300 students? But thankfully, they listen to the Indian Medical Association and immediately they get everybody registered there. But see, this should not be the individual dependent. There has to be some SOPs. Like they came to the Indian Medical Association and the national president took the... That is absolutely wrong. Yeah. There has to be some SOPs. Yes, these are the landmark. These are the time when we'll go the first checkup, the second checkup, and they should ensure this. You see, you are the newspaper, you do the, some survey across all the corner, not on the one particular state, and see what are the fallacies. They are not having the appropriate faculty there, and slowly and slowly they are keep on, minimizing the eligibility of the faculty per student, because to compensate this shortage. This is also wrong.
May I ask you to quickly...
I'll go back to NEET and then come to this. As you rightly said, NEET is a good exam. It saves the de-stresses student. It saves the trouble of the student writing many exams, and they write one exam, and it's a level playing field. But my personal opinion is equal importance should be given to board exam as well. Like we had earlier, CET, they used to take 50% marks from the board exam, 50% from the entrance exam. That would eliminate 2 things. One is, it will eliminate the coaching classes. Right. The stress and this thing, money spent on NEET exams, training the students to appear for that will be taken away. Second, importance is also given to board exams. Yeah. Otherwise, students start neglecting that. So this is what is required. NEET is good, one exam is good, give equal importance to board exam. That's true. Secondly, as I said about the faculty deficiency, that's only because that has arisen because of the fact that in the last 10 years or a decade, number of medical colleges have risen. It's almost doubled now. It's about 712 colleges at present, which was around 400 or 350 or something just 10 years ago. So this rapid rise in the medical colleges has given rise to, deficiency of faculty. That is one thing. Secondly, the faculty positions and the teaching profession is not attractive. It is not attractive because the salary given to these doctors are very less after having put, because MD is minimum, MD-MS, which means that he'll take around 8.5 to 9 years for the doctor to graduate, postgraduate, and then he gets a very less salary. So it is not attractive at all. The NMC and think tank should think about this thing. They should make it more attractive and try to attract more young doctors. That's one thing. Secondly, they should be trained and then allowed to get into the colleges.
Right.
There is no formal training at all. These two things should be addressed.
Yeah. Dr. Sudha, closing thoughts?
Yeah. I think NEET, much has been told, and as rightly told by Sachi, it has to be a balance between the qualifying examination and the kind of training, because intelligence is something that can be trained.
Right.
So questions or, the exam should be based on the qualifying examination or the content that goes into the qualifying examination. Now, with regard to the inspection formalities, the number of medical schools and all that, one major issue is inadequate faculty in almost all the preclinical departments. Like, the preclinical departments, especially anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, microbiology, not many takers. And you would have seen last year in the postgraduate selection, even those who had scored 0 percentile in the NEET were given seats, were given the postgraduate seats in anatomy and physiology. So somewhere the salary will have to be hiked up, number one. Some kind of social security and social status. Dr. Sachi, I would even go on to say the preclinical colleagues are not even respected by their own clinical colleagues. So that's one, kind of a discrepancy that prevails within the system, and that has to be addressed by people who are responsible for running the system.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're out of time, but thank you very much. I think we've managed to address quite a few things within the short time. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our speakers on stage. Allow solutions to fill them in. We're going to be bridging those gaps in the coming years. Exciting times ahead. This session, ladies and gentlemen, the right prescription, revamping medical education, was absolutely comprehensive. And if I may request everyone in the audience to give our speakers and our session chair, and of course, all of them a loud round of applause as we draw the session to a close. Our next session is titled Public Service, a Magnet for Millions. As we set the stage, I'd like to invite our speakers onto our dais. Mr. Alok Ranjan, former IAS officer and author. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Albie John, MD of the Metropolitan Transport Corporation. A pleasure to have you here with us, sir. Good evening. It's also my honor to invite onto the stage Mr. Manoj Jindal, CEO, Jila Parishad Thane. Welcome, sir. And chairing this session, back on stage, we have Mr.
So this is a session that is important for all those people who, no matter what stream of education they're doing, aspire to join the government, IAS, appearing for UPSC and all. So we have three very young and experienced people here. And I'm going to conduct this session as a FAQ for you guys as to, so my first question, if I may, Mr. Ranjan, I'll start with you.
Yeah, please.
Give us like 2 reasons why people should get into public service, why it is a rewarding career option. I'll ask all 3 of you. Then I'm going to come and ask you, what do the students need to do to get there? And then we will get into the more deeper negative issues also.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
But like a rapid round, we'll do this so that we get more content into the 30 minutes.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Well, just to put the topic in the right perspective and context, I'd like to say this. Yes, public service today is a magnet for millions. Millions, look at the civil service examination. As far as you know, as many as 12 lakh people register for the prelim examination. Up to 5 lakh to 6 lakh actually write the examination. And only 600 to 700 are selected, finally. And in the IAS in particular, only about 180 are selected. So that shows the small percentage of people who actually get selected. But still, people spend so many years writing this examination, spending years at a stretch, staying in hostels, staying in Rajendra Nagar, staying in Mukherjee Nagar daily and doing this. Public service actually, why is it a rewarding career? I just like to say, just a small example I give of my own self. I also did my MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. And after that, I got a placement I got a placement in Mumbai in a multinational corporation. And I went there and worked there for several months. But then, it came to me from inside that this is not what I want to do in life. I want to do something different. I want to go for public service. I go for civil service. Why? I thought I wanted to make a larger or a more direct. I'm not saying the corporate sector does not make a contribution. It makes a great contribution. But I wanted to make a very direct contribution, to the lives of the people, touch as many lives as possible. And that excited me. And that's why, I resigned and wrote the IAS and I got selected and I came into this. So the first thing, why a person should come into public services, the motivation must be, if he is interested in doing something for the citizens, if he is interested in improving the quality of life of the people, if that excites him, then he should come for public service.
Mr. John, is that the core of your desire to be in public service, is to make a difference?
Yeah. So good evening and thank you for the opportunity. So you were asking why people should, opt for the civil services.
Is it a dream career and why?
Yeah. So two things. One, it's a great career. It's a great career choice. So I don't think there is any other career in India which gives the diversity that the Indian Administrative Service gives, or for that matter, other civil services gives. As an IAS officer, 3 months back, I was a district magistrate in one of the districts of Tamil Nadu, and now I am the managing director of a public transport company. So I don't know where I'll be in the next year or so. So it gives that diversity in challenges, and it is very interesting on a daily basis. Your challenges changes, your opportunities changes. So it's a new day on a daily basis. So that's one. Secondly, why people should choose the civil services? Because India needs its best as civil servants. The responsibility and the opportunities for a civil servant, even in any of the service for that matter, is very huge. And we need our best candidates in the service. That is two reasons, I would say, why our youth should opt for the civil service.
Okay, so you said that India needs its best to be in public service. But does the government use the best as the best? Because one of the lines that IAS officers always say that as soon as they attain some expertise in a subject, they are transferred. So you become like jack of all, master of none kind of thing, and you keep shifting. But I take the point of the diversity of opportunities that you get and to crack problems in different areas.
So, sorry if I can respond to that. Generalization, being a generalist in itself is a specialty. It's not easy to be a generalist. You can get specialist for anything. You can get a consultant. You can get a person with an expert opinion. But to see various expert opinions and to bring all those things to the table and put in a way which can be of use to a problem, that needs a separate skill, and I would call that skill as being a generalist. Thank you.
Well said. But here's how I would frame it. I would say that the ability to execute ideas is what is the core to being in public service. I'd like to hear your views of why you chose public service. What's your background?
So my background is in commerce, sir. I've done bachelor's in commerce actually from abroad. And I also worked in New York for a couple of years. And at that time, the question was whether should I do an MBA, whether should I go into some other corporate role. But I realized that I came back to India in 2015, and I qualified for civil services in the 16. So at that point, I realized that India was at its cusp of doing things in a very different way, even in the government. And that is what I'm realizing in the last 6-7 years of my experience now, that there is so much problem solving, there is so much contribution, there is so much from changing the public service from just having individual driven to systems driven. So that quality of life, as sir said, people's quality of life can improve. I think there is great exposure for young college students, for young Indians, and I think that is why people should join the civil services.
Mr. Ranjan, if the students want a reality check, now you're the most experienced person on this panel, and now you're a teacher and academic also. Insight to it. What is it that you need to be able to navigate to be in public service?
Well, first of all, let me say that I'll agree with my colleagues out here that it's indeed a very rewarding career. I spent 38 years in the IAS, and each day was thrilling. Each day was full of excitement. And every day I felt I was doing something new, something creative, and actually contributing. So I think that this service gives this opportunity, the diversity and the kind of work you're doing. It gives you that reward by itself, inner satisfaction. Then, about navigating and how you go about, you mentioned a thing about frequent transfers. That is true. That is a reality. That frequent transfers, and they are more in some states as compared to others. I come from UP, perhaps UP has been guilty of that kind of a thing much more than my states from which my friends are from. But then, yes, that is a kind of an occupational hazard which you have to go through. And then second thing, of course, is about you have to navigate the political aspect also. You're working in a political system, especially the IAS is working in a political system. And today, the electorate, in our democracy, the politician is the master. He is the boss. And so you have to work along with the politician. And there's sometimes, political intervention is necessary in a democracy. But then sometimes you face political interference. And that political interference is what you have to navigate. That becomes very important because you take an oath to the Constitution, to the rule of law as a civil servant. You have to go by that. A politician has to go by what his voter is saying. And that is where the conflict sometimes comes, very often, between the civil servant and the politician. In fact, I'll go as far as to say that I say they come from different universes, the politician and the civil servant. They're a different viewpoint altogether. But then, I think you have to respect the politician because he knows the people. He understands the pulse of the people. He is a genuine leader from the masses, from the ground level. So you must show respect to the politician. At the same time, you know that you have to go by the rule of law or by the Constitution, what that's right. You should not get into the unholy nexus with the politician, which is what is the topic of criticism very often. The unholy nexus leading to criminal nexus also at times, which I think that is very detrimental for the civil service as such. For anyone becoming a civil servant or aspiring to become one, he has to keep this in mind that I have to follow and tread by the straight path.
So you're from IIM Ahmedabad. Yeah. So can you give us a quick case study of the downside and the reality, how you navigated it?
Many things happen. I'll say, for instance, just to give an example, on both sides I'll give you. I can appreciate the political people also. I remember sometimes the politician comes with me a problem and the officers give a different viewpoint altogether. For example, he said this alignment of the road should go in this manner and not in this manner. When the engineers are saying something different. But when I, as a district magistrate, went to the field, I found what the politician was saying was right. Because they understood what was really going to help the people. So never distrust the politician, that's what I say. But the other side is, as you said, very often that happens sometimes. I remember when I was in this education sector only, and I was trying to recruit a director for one of the top engineering institutes. I wanted to make that engineering institute to the level of IIT or something and bring it about. And I thought I'll recruit purely on merit. But here was a minister, somehow he was the chairman of the board of governors. And he was the chairman of the interview committee. And he had pre-decided whom he wanted to select for various reasons. I was not going to highlight those reasons. But he had decided. I packed my committee with director IIM, director IIT and everything so that we could force upon him the right choice. But no, at the end of the interview, he said, no, nothing doing. And finally, when we insisted, he just banged his fist on the table and said, I'm leaving. Either it's my man or it's nobody. I'm leaving. And then I was stuck, what to do with that situation. But finally, I went around him then. I had to go up to the chief minister. I went to the chief minister, wrote a note, sent the whole thing, and the chief minister summoned me, talked to me, and finally she kind of saw my point and agreed, and then the kind of a meeting was held with all of us together, and I was able to have half my way. There were two directors. The chief minister finally got a compromise solution. You take one from your side and you take one from the minister's side. So that's the kind of thing that happened.
What is your view? Now, you're relatively young to this. What batch are you from?
2013. 2013.
Oh, very young. Okay. So what's the learning curve for you?
The state of Tamil Nadu gives reasonably good tenures. Like I was telling, I was a DM. I did around 2 years and 6 months as a DM. So
2 years and 6 months is a good tenure.
It is.
Reasonably good tenure,
in a particular post, it is. Yeah.
2 to 3 years is a good tenure.
Good tenure as in a particular post, yes. So regarding the reality check you were asking, I think we can break it up into two parts. One is regarding the exam, the UPSC exam, and secondly regarding the service.
No, we'll come to the qualification later. I want people, the youngsters here who are looking at UPSC, at public service as a career, to know the reality of life. When you get into public service, how do you navigate, say, transition? AIDMK is in power, then DMK comes into power, or in the case of Uttar Pradesh, SP, BSP, now BJP. In Jindal state, of course, you know, it is a little difficult to figure out who's in power at times, but how do you navigate this? What is your experience been in terms of managing the political system?
So I think I may not be as wise as Alok Ranjan sir, due to his seniority. But the thing is that what I have seen, and from my little experience, what I see is that as long as you do your job, and you do your job alone, you'll be fine. You do fine. Like, our job and our responsibility is to the Constitution, and we are positioned in a particular post to do a particular job. As long as you are good in that, and as long as your allegiance is to the Constitution, it should be fine. There is no problem. But there is one issue which we many times miss, is the challenges on a daily basis you feel. It is very stressful to be in the IAS, or to be running departments, or to be running a district. You know, the challenges and issues will come on a daily basis, and it is stressful at times also. So that is the reality I think we should face. You know, when we see the stories of toppers clearing the exam and give speeches and all that, many a times we don't see what is awaiting you on the other end of the
So
table.
what you're saying is that it's not a cushy job.
I would not say that, yeah.
Okay.
But this is what you are signing up for. You know, these are the challenges which is there.
That's precisely the idea. Students, youngsters should know what they're signing up for. There should not be any illusion that, you know, they are going to sort of get into and there will be a powerful post, because a government position comes with its own trappings of power. 4 people are around you, somebody saluting you. You know, when you're Jilla Parishad, you're the king of the Jilla. So what is your experience been?
So my experience has generally been very positive. First of all, political neutrality is very, very important in our career, because in fact it is looked up by politicians. If we are political neutral, it is actually liked by the political leadership, because they know we are interested in our work, we are interested in delivering what we have to deliver for schemes, for whatever the programs of the government are. So our priority, and for young students, I think in a lot of popular TV series, you will see politicians, it is showcased in this TV series that there is this constant struggle or battle between the bureaucrats and the politicians, but it is not that. There could be rare instances of that, when publicly you see that, but whenever I have presented my logic, my reasoning to a political leader, they appreciate it. But it has to be logical, it has to be backed by facts, it has to be backed by some government orders, and then a way is sought in order to do the public good. So I think, sir, overall, that is how I have approached the services, and it has been overall positive.
So I'll start from that end now. There is a perception among people that the Babudam doesn't deliver, they're all apathetic, they are lethargic, they don't solve problems, they don't care because they have had it made. So why do you think that perception is, and do IAS officers have an incentive to do better? Is the incentive process aligned?
Sir, I think that's very, very important question today, because definitely there is a perception among the people. In fact, the first day I went to my office, first month, I remember I went and sat in the different departments to see what was the public footfall and how was the public being treated. And definitely there is much to improve. When it comes to a service delivery, there is much that desires to be improved. Now to do that, the whole idea, now governments are, like the way I like to think about it, government is a monopoly. So the government servant who's sitting there, the lower bureaucracy, a lot of times that apathy or that lack of care, lack of empathy for the person coming into the office is because of this monopolized behavior. So I think that has to change over time. And it has happened in a lot of offices. Like in Maharashtra, there is something called right to services. You can go apply for over 100 services online. And there is a very specific time-bound manner in which you should get those services. 10 years back, sir, those certificates would take months. And now it takes literally 24 hours to get them. So things have improved a lot, but there is a lot we have to do. And I think in the next 10 years, technology is going to transform that. And civil servants are definitely working in that route.
John, any thoughts on it?
I would beg to differ that I actually think that, the civil service delivers to an extent. As in, we have done reasonably well for a country with its inherent complexities and issues and the challenges that we are facing. And in my opinion, to an extent of this can also be contributed to the Indian civil service also. Yes, there are issues, absolutely, and many of them are getting addressed. Some issues have to be addressed also. But to phrase it in a lighter vein, many of the time my experience with customer services of any utility for that matter, private utilities, many of the time they are much worse.
You're saying that we are not worse off than those guys.
No, much worse than what probably I have seen as a non-bureaucrat. I mean, when I was in college or something. So as any organization which deals with millions of people on a daily basis, we have to improve our work, and we have to improve the way we interact with our customers, or probably our the behavior with the general public as such. But I think on a whole we are done reasonably well. Yeah.
Mr. Alok Ranjan, I'm not going to ask you to say with that where the bureaucracy lacks. You've seen it up close and personal. There is a feeling that IS officers do not get the room to deliver. I want you to quickly respond to that, whether in your career, in your long career, and you've been Chief Secretary of UP, and you know the largest state, the most populous state. What is that one key that needs to be changed in the service rules for IS officers to be able to deliver?
Actually, let's put it that way. It's not that they don't get room to deliver. They do get room to deliver, and a lot of IS officers have been delivering a lot also in whichever job or assignment they've taken up. But there are certain issues certainly that do come up here and there which inhibit the ability of the IS officer to deliver. As I mentioned, the political interference, this aspect which I mentioned at the beginning, very often this aspect inhibits the officer from doing his best possible. That kind of pressure which are there on him, that kind of pulls and shoves which he is not able to really get out the best or what he really wants to bring out, what he's really aiming for. But still, I would say that in my 38 years of career, and even in a state like Uttar Pradesh, where I spent 33 years, is a highly politicized state, I could deliver. I felt satisfaction that whatever I wanted to do, I could do. Maybe not 100%, but 70 to 80%, I could do what I wanted to do, because the politician or the system itself does not stop you from doing many things. They interfere only in some areas. Where they interfere, there may be some issues. Okay. Secondly, just to highlight, one point which does happen is, as the management people will understand, that you need to deliver the right man in the right place or the right team. So very often the IAS officer is heading a team, but he is not able to decide his team. He doesn't get the right kind of team. Team is decided by somebody else. People are posted from the government or on deputation, or the whole team is decided. So that sometimes also does not allow you to deliver to the extent that you would want to deliver. These are some of the issues, but then you can find your way out of it. If you are committed, if you are dedicated, if you want to do things, if self-motivated. And now, let me tell you, there is an incentive in the system. People in any cadre, in my cadre also UP, good officers have been generally getting what is known as prominent postings. Others may not be getting. Even at the highest level of promotions, not everybody is getting automatic promotion. At the secretary level to Government of India, not more than 30% of a batch is getting promoted. So these things have happened.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you quick, like a rapid fire. one Guru Mantra you can give the students to crack the UPSC? One Guru Mantra each. I'll start with you, Jindal.
From my end, sir, I think it has to be discipline. You have to be extremely disciplined. If you are disciplined, if you have a good routine, if you follow that discipline consistently, I'm very sure that you have very high chances of qualifying for civil services.
And disciplined about what?
Discipline about continuously focusing on what is the task before you. And that is, if you are appearing for civil services, you have to study. You have to study the entire syllabus. You have to finish the entire syllabus. You have to test yourself. You have to be critical about your own abilities, whether you can crack this or not. So you have to be very honest to yourself. So this discipline, if you have, definitely you have a very good chance.
Okay, Jot. One Guru Mantra.
So my advice will be to not just to listen to the toppers or the people who have actually qualified the exam, including me. So people who have qualified the exam or got into this side of the stage have that survivor bias that anything is possible. If I was able to make it, like anybody can make it. Yes, anybody can make it, but not everyone makes it also. So we always see the topper stories alone, but we need to also hear people who could not actually make it and to understand what was the reason and what was the reason for the failure, and probably to learn from them also. And one more thing that is that we always need to have a backup option also. Like many of the time, people who are preparing for the civil services get into this loop of appearing again and again, applying again and again, and doing the exam like 6 or 7 times. So we need to have a backup option, and probably a couple of times or 3 times, whatever you are going to give a shot at the exam, you decide, give your best, be disciplined, give your best in these attempts, and if at all things don't work out, it may not work out. As we were saying, out of the 1.5 million people who are appearing on a given year, only around 1,000 people clear the exam. So if for some reason, either due to us or sometimes due to a stroke of bad luck, if you're not clearing, we always should have a backup option. That's what I would say.
So backup option. Alok Ranjan ji, how many times is a good time? Now I'm going to rephrase the question. How many times is a good wait? Should they appear twice, thrice?
No, actually, this is a very good question that you asked. I've been noticing that many people are spending 5 years, 6 years, 7 years writing the civil service examination, and they're losing their entire youth preparing for the examination, where they can be productively employed anywhere else in the economy and for the country's development. In my time, when I wrote the IS in 1978, we were allowed only 3 attempts, and that's how it should be, not more than 3 attempts. Second thing is about the age also. I don't think there should be an upper limit. In my time, it was 21 to 26. At best, you can have 21 to 28, but not beyond that. You are wasting people. I've seen people 7 years, 6 years writing the examination and not doing anything else, and then they're not fit for any other job also. That's the kind of thing. And what you said about what they should do, number one, they should be sure they want to join the civil services, not just by the way. It's not a by the way examination. It's not the toughest examinations going on everywhere. Second, you must have the will to succeed. You must believe in yourself that you can do it. Third, it needs dedicated and focused hard work, and at least for a year. You can't have your feet in 2 boats. Like I resigned from my job. I strongly believe that you can't write a civil service examination along with the job. Many can do it, but it is difficult. It's very, very difficult. Then you have to find time outside your job to spend half your night burning the midnight oil. Otherwise, spend time exclusively preparing at least for 1 attempt. After that, you can do whatever you want to do.
Okay, I'm a hostage of my session chairperson, but I'll take 3 questions. No? No question?
We're running behind time.
1 question. Okay, 1 question from 1 student who's, if you're appearing for UPSC, then you get to ask the question.
Yes, I am appearing.
Okay. Ask your question.
My question is more than preparation. I'm asking about the civil services in general. So with the next 25 years to come, and with the increased need of specialization and all those things and civil services reforms, according to you, what are all the crucial civil services reforms which are going to come in the future to reform the civil services to make it, to deliver the services to the people?
Jindal, this is your question. You got 90 seconds.
You want to know about the civil services reforms?
Yeah, like
Correct.
we had Mission Karma Yogi on that roadmap.
I think civil services have been going through a lot of reforms. I think what is going to happen in the next 20-25 years is civil servants are going to right now play even a more important role in the governance system that we have. So one of the reforms, when you think about that, would be that the civil servants will be acquiring more and more specialization or more degrees, like you said. More, for example, a lot of civil servants now, after a few years of service, they go and study and get skilled and come back. Even Labasana has increased the trainings that we have in Mussoorie, which are interdisciplinary in nature. So there are trainings with the military, there are trainings with other departments as well. So I think that, and even with the private sector. So that is going to make civil servants even more and more dynamic in the future.
So basically, he wanted to know whether AI will replace civil service or
No,
not.
no,
That's
no.
not going to happen.
No.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, drawing the session to a close, I'd like to invite onto the stage Ms. Lakshmi Menon to present our speakers with mementos. Of course, with this particular session, we had an interesting conversation on the contribution towards the betterment of society, of course, creating a transformative impact. And our speakers, their personal experiences have truly brought to the forefront the various ways in which we can move forward. A loud round of applause for our speakers, our session chair, ladies and gentlemen. A truly interesting session. We'd love to round off the session with a quick photo op. Our next session is on getting the economy right, the rise of India. Of course, we do have our session chair continuing on stage, Mr. Shankar Iyer. Joining us is Speaker Mr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. This particular session, we aim to unveil the economic trajectory and explore the pivotal factors that propel our country towards unprecedented growth. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We begin our session by starting off and handing over the floor to our session chair. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. For all the students there, here's a tip-off. Dr. Anant Nageshwaran is a PhD in economics. He is from IIM Ahmedabad. He's worked in hedge funds. He's worked in think tanks. He's written books. Now he's the Chief Economic Advisor of Government of India. I suggest all of you, whoever wants to meet him, no matter which stream you are pursuing, you can ask him for a few Guru Mantras. I can't sort of push that very far ahead. Myself being from Tanjore, they'll be saying that this is a whole Tanjore district conspiracy here. So, and Anant is an old friend. He has come armed with several slides, and I saw him sort of fixing it. And everything that you ask him, he will provide evidence on the screen. But Anant, we'll try and stay away from I want people to know, is this thing that the rising India is, how true is it? How big is it? I know we've grown 7+% GDP. How would you sort of make the youngsters here and the audience understand what is the magnitude of this moment?
Thank you, Shankar, and very happy to be here. I know that you have a flight to catch, and therefore you want quick-fire answers. So let me try to give you point by point. We are not only doing well in absolute terms, we are also doing better than others. And if in next financial year, 24-25, we also grow at 7%, as RBI governor has said somewhere in Davos, that would be the 4th consecutive year we would have grown at 7 or above after COVID. So it is one thing for India to grow at 8 to 9% as it did between 2004 and 8 when the world economy was booming. But to grow at 7% when the world economy is struggling and there are so many geopolitical uncertainties for 4 consecutive years post-COVID, I think that is a creditable
And in a world where China is not growing.
And in a world where rest of Asia is struggling, including China, I think it is indeed a credible achievement because 1 unit of growth in this situation is much more valuable than 1 unit of growth when the whole world is doing much better.
So there used to be this thing that India contributes 0.2%. 25 years back, I heard that. What is India's contribution to global growth now?
I think it is now heading towards 10%, and by the end of the decade, it would be close to 1/6 of global GDP would be coming from Indian growth alone.
And by the end of the decade, what would be our GDP be roughly?
This is something that I have been sticking my neck out and saying, although I don't believe that numbers are the be-all and end-all. But I think $7 trillion at current exchange rate in 7 years. That's so easy to remember, 7 in 7.
7 in 7 years.
It's
So
possible.
every year we will add $1 trillion to our GDP.
No, every year we're talking about adding about $500 billion.
$500 billion. Okay. So now, obviously in the absolute terms and in the relative terms, India is the fastest large economy, fastest growing large economy, fastest growing free market democracy, all the things are there. But parts of India, large parts of India don't feel so. The feel good is not sort of there. For instance, as someone who looks at these numbers, the thing that struck me is that the GDP grew by 7.3%, but private financial consumption, which is consumption by people like us, grew by 4.2 or 4.3%. The other thing is, if you're in the markets, if you are the people who are running companies in the products that are at the edge, the frontier of the consumption basket, small motorcycles or things. So they seem to be suggesting. Yesterday I heard somebody say that this festival quarter was among the worst in several years in terms of inventory, in terms of sales. Now, that might be one point of view. But the general impression in the economy people sort of have is that the buy now, pay later categories of consumption is grown, but pay now to consume now is sort of struggling. And so I said in half in jest, the whole government runs in buy now, pay later economics. But what is the truth? I'm sure there is consumption because the GST figures are showing consumption. But the GST figure consumption doesn't sort of reflect, or this doesn't reflect there. What is the story?
No, I think as with many things, for every statement you make about India, as Joan Robinson said, the opposite can be equally true. And it is true that rural consumption is not growing at the same rate as urban consumption. But I don't believe that we have a so-called K-shaped recovery. Because the way you talk about K, it's as if one portion of the economy is growing and the other is contracting. But that's not the case. You can say that some portions are growing faster and some are growing less. But it's important to remember that much of these things are anecdotal in nature simply because we don't collect statistics on the basis of urban and rural demarcations. Even if you go to, for example, the Federation of Automobile Dealers Association, FADA, gives you automobile sales. They don't collect statistics on the basis of urban versus rural. So when the two-wheeler sales, people say two-wheeler sales is a proxy for rural consumption. It is not picking up. The moment you say, no, look at the recent data, last 3 months it is picking up quite well. Then they turn around and say, no, but two-wheeler sales, which are in affordable category, are not picking up. Then you go to FADA and ask them, can you give me that kind of breakdown? They don't have that kind of breakdown. So many of these statements are also based on very anecdotal samples that are happening. But that said, I do track some of these indicators from a company that is based out of Tamil Nadu, Kavin Care, etc. So within rural India, discretionary consumption spending, for example, a haircut may be necessary after some periodic intervals, but a facial and some kind of hair coloring, etc., are all discretionary spending.
This will get you into trouble. There's a lot of part of the audience which will not agree with you.
No. What they're saying is some of these expenses are postponed. postponable. So therefore, they say that they do see pickup in these kinds of expenditure also, where ordinary consumers who want to undertake an expenditure which they can afford to postpone, they are not postponing. And as I mentioned earlier, two-wheeler sales, even at the lower price category, is beginning to rise. And yes, rural real wages have been just about matching the inflation rate, but in the last couple of quarters, they are beginning to rise above the inflation rate. And therefore, I feel that this gap that we have witnessed, or which we are hearing about from anecdotal stories about urban consumption versus rural consumption, is probably getting closer. Let me also add one last point before I let you come up to the next question. The Indian Institute of Urban Development said in a 2014 report that 35% of the area that is currently considered as urban is because of rural areas redesignated as urban in 2001 to 10. So the expansion of urban land space, 1/3 happened because of rural spaces getting relabeled. So when you talk of urban consumption doing well, remember there are still large parts of rural area which are counted as urban, so they are doing well. So this entire dichotomy between urban and rural may not be as pervasive as is being made out to be, while there may be pockets of it. Yeah.
Fair enough. There are two other data points that I want to sort of just to explain where the economy is. The central question for us is, why is that feel-good factor not palpable in certain geographies?
No, but if you look at the fact that last 4 years, you have had participation of people from tier 2, tier 3 cities and rural portions in the stock market, etc. It couldn't have happened unless there was wealth generation happening in those cities as well. It is no longer confined to the metros. So my point is, for every statement, we can always find some evidence in the country in some pockets where the diffusion is not happening. But it is true that the large portions of the country, because the government is giving them free education, free food, and also affordable housing. So many of their basic parameters are indeed taken care of, and that is why you see in the multidimensional poverty index, you see such a large decline in the multidimensional poverty index. Because the disposable income that is left in the hands of the people now, because the government is taking care of many essential needs, is more than what it used to be.
So here's the contrast, the contradiction or the contrarian argument to this, is that on one level, the government says we have moved 250 million people out of multidimensional poverty line. The government says we are growing at 7+%. The government says that consumption has gone up, so many more mobile phones, so many more people on data, so much data is consumed. And that all of that is true. And yet, the political response to this economic growth is 81 crore people getting free ration, 10 crore gas cylinders under the Ujjwala scheme, I think 3 crore, 2.5 to 3 crores PM Awas Yojana, about 26 million people are registered, 26 crore people are registered on the National Rural Employment. And every election, every party is saying that we will give free cylinder, free this, free that. Is there a divergence between how the politicians or the political parties perceive the economy to be and how we perceive the economy?
I think again, this is a special topic in and of itself for a discussion. I don't think you can compress it within half an hour conversation.
I am aware, okay, acutely, but
no, I think yes. Your point is well taken. That if there is such a palpable improvement in the economic performance, then do we need all these? I think it is fair to ask, but I think. There are some segments of the population that are still making the transition to better opportunities because they now have these essential things taken care of. But at what point you draw the line, at what point you
I can understand maybe 40 crore need, but if free rationalism, should it be 80 crore? That's the question. And they have increased procurement price, they've increased there is now the PM Kisan is PM scheme plus top up. The gas cylinder LPG is top up. So there is this question that is coming is how much can this be done?
I would say one thing. Shankar, you have been in this journalism business for 30 years, right? So
40 years. 40 years.
40 years. So I have been a chief economic advisor only for 2 years.
Okay.
So you have a 20 times head start over me. So I would simply say that therefore you have a very great question here, and let's move on.
No, so I am a believer that in 2 years back, I wrote in the New Indian Express that Destination India, the $1 trillion dream sort of unrolls, and that. At that time, I was asked, why am I saying? Just like when I wrote a book on Aadhaar and called it the 12-digit revolution, people said, what revolution? And now people are saying that, okay, it's the question is that can you be, so this has been, the government has spent 60, 67, 68 lakh crores in the last 7 years on infrastructure. That has pushed growth. We see metros everywhere, we see roads. The change is very visible. There is no question about it. People who are traveling by Vande Bharat, they're celebrating being on Vande Bharat, which is another interesting. But can this be done? I mean, how far can you sort of move this story? Can you go on being funding? And CRISIL says that Government of India is going to spend 142 lakh crores in the next 7 years. Is that fundable? Is it doable? What needs to be done? What's your snapshot?
Let me just quickly show certain things to the audience here in terms of the infrastructure spending, which we talked about, which Shankar has been talking about. So capital expenditure of the union government has gone up from just around 1.8% of GDP on the left side, the green line, is taking you to 3.5, 3.6% of GDP. And then here on the right side, the private sector is also beginning to spend. So your question is it sustainable? What the left side chart, is it sustainable? I think there is still some scope. Maybe the pace of increase that we had to do between 2018 and 2024 for the last 6 financial years may not necessarily have to be sustained at the same pace. Part of that was because of COVID, and part of that because the financial sector and the corporate sector were still repairing balance sheets. So somebody had to do the investment, and who better than the government, which is the best credit rating in the country. So now that the private corporate sector is willing to step in and is stepping in, as you see on the right side, I think there is scope for the government to not to pull back in absolute terms, but to pull back the rate of growth.
So the interesting thing is that in the stock market, you would have heard that all the public sector shares have sort of rocketed in the last 2 years. Some crazy 300%, 200%. And they're all beneficiaries, of the government spending on infrastructure. From your take, that if the private sector picks up the slack, invests in new projects, which we are just about hearing, I don't know how much of that is going to come through, and we probably know after the election. If that comes through, you think there will be a more generalized, more universalized investment growth?
I think so. We may not get back to the 2006, 2007, where we went to 38% of GDP, but currently we are at 30% of GDP, the capital formation in the economy, investment rate. I think that can pick up at least up to the mid-30s in the next 3 to 4 years. That is possible, and that is sustainable. And if you have a ratio of the efficiency of capital is 4 to 5 times, then you're talking about 7% GDP growth at 35% investment rate. So it's possible.
So Anand, now there's a large number of young people are there, and this is an education conference. Does all this growth, is it translating into jobs, or is it translating in some sectors, some geographies?
I think it is translating into jobs. You can look at this from the point of view of the, let me go back to the previous, here you go. So, the truth is, if you look at the labor force participation rate, the amount of people who are ready to get into the labor market, this is a 435-page report of the Ministry of Labor and Statistics, the annual periodic labor force survey. There are lots of things that we need improvement on. in terms of the people who have formal contracts, the people who have regular wage-paying jobs, those proportions are still relatively smaller. But it is equally true, though, that the unemployment rate was 21% during the pandemic peak. Now it is down to 6.6% in urban India. And if you look at the overall unemployment rate, including rural India, it is 3.2%. And people say that women are now taking up agricultural jobs. It is not because of distress, because most of the jobs that women are taking up in rural India in agriculture are market-related activities. So it is not subsistence wages, it is proper wages. So in that sense, the job market situation is improving. And if you look at the formal sector, in 21-22, IT sector created jobs. In 22-23, financial services created jobs. 8% growth in 21-22, 5.5% growth in 22-23. So the economy is, and then we are completely excluding the gig economy, which employs close to 700,000 or 7 lakh workers. And you see it in the Employee Provident Fund Organization net enrollment, which is stepping up year after year. So job creation is indeed happening, but more organized sector jobs more have to be created. And even in the organized sector jobs, smaller proportion are the ones who are having a proper contract, social security benefits, etc. All those things have to improve. So there is much work that remains to be done.
I'll take, Kaveri, we can take questions? Okay. Dean sir. உங்கள்கிட்ட அப்புறம் வரேன் முதல்ல ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஓகே தட் யங் பாய் தேர்
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, till 2019
one minute பேர் என்ன சொல்லுமா identify yourself.
I am Sandhya Kumaravel from Kingmakers IAS Academy. I'm basically an UPSC aspirant.
Okay.
So till 2019 we were receiving 2 volumes of economic survey, like the reforms part was being missing for 3 years, sir. We hardly require this time. Can we expect the same?
So UPSC aspirants are missing the 2 volumes, is it?
Yeah, of course. That's a big concern, sir.
No. We did bring out a volume, by the way. I think you probably missed it. End of December, we brought out a collection of essays. It is still available in the Department of Economic Affairs website. See, we turned it back to 1 volume survey in the last 2 years, not because of lack of time or because of COVID or whatever. Economic survey is what it should be. It is a survey of the economy. The larger idea generation of the Office of the Chief Economic Advisor should not be confused with the economic survey. So we did it separately and we brought it out in December, end of December. Similarly, for this financial year, because this is going to be an interim budget, there will be a mini survey coming out in the next few days. And there'll be a full survey after the elections, before the full budget. And in that survey, we will talk about some of the best practices that many civil servants spoke about here that happen in different parts of the country. For example, you look at stunting in children, height for weight. Sikkim and Bihar have done exceptionally well. We want to feature how Sikkim and Bihar manage it compared to other states. So those kinds of stories and policy decisions taken, implemented, etc., which can then serve as an inspiration and model for other states and other districts, we will cover all those angles in the July survey. But you must take a look at the collection of essays we brought out end of December.
Particularly, you should read the debate on why India's ratings are not what they should be. Okay, next question, young man there.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Myself, Balaji, currently pursuing bachelor's in electrical engineering. So I have one question for you, sir. In recent quarter of our GDP data shown 7.6%, but GVA, the gross value added, is declining a lot, especially in the IT sector and manufacturing sector. So, which is the major GDP contributor in our GDP. So, how come GDP can grow when key sector like IT and manufacturing is in trouble?
You must have seen in the data that there are sectors like mining, construction, tourism, hospitality, and other services, they are growing. You get the breakdown of the GVA. Obviously, not all sectors will be able to grow at the same rate at all times. The IT sector is subject to global cycles, and therefore there will be periods when they will wax and wane. But the data gives you the breakdown of which sectors are contributing at what points in time. And therefore, if there is a slack in one sector or the other, there are other sectors that are making up for it. More recent periods, I think construction, mining, manufacturing, tourism and hospitality and other services, they have been rising even if the IT sector has not contributed as much in 22-23 and also in the first half year of 23-24.
Okay, we have to wrap up now. Dean sir, you're escaping your question?
Very quick question. Recently, you were very critical about the World Bank metric used by credit rating agencies on investment safety of countries. Now, World Bank, IMF itself, they themselves are getting irrelevant. And I know about your deep research, empirical models that you're developing. Do you have an alternate framework that you're working? Can we expect that soon? Because now India is no longer going to consume anything. We have to contribute to the larger scheme of things. Alternate credit rating. Because these credit rating agencies are the ones who escape all crises and still surviving, enriching themselves.
Right. No, I think there are two parts to your question. Alternative methodological proposals, we have made them in that particular essay which Shankar also referred to in this collection of essays. That's the first essay. So we have made some proposals to these credit rating agencies. Then the second part of your question will be, if they don't do these things, do we have an alternative credit rating mechanism itself? Now, that is a completely different set of problems because they have 100 years of incumbency advantage. And if we sponsor some credit rating agencies, they will naturally face the problem of new upstart versus established oligopolist. So it's a different problem to solve. And that may not be solved in a year or two. It is a process.
தஞ்சாவூர் பாஷையில் பணம் கொடுக்குறவன் தான் கெட்டி மேளம் எப்போ அடிக்கணும்னு சொல்லுவான். Thank you very much. I have to wrap. All the students I advise, Anant is here. Grab hold of him, get some advice from him. He has been in different streams, different places, global exposure, Indian exposure, public service exposure. You should catch hold of it.
Now, I will also tell you one thing. Shankar is a good friend. That's why he's saying all this. And second, I benefit a lot from having periodic conversations with him.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we draw our session to a close. If I may invite onto the stage Ms. Lakshmi Menon to present our speaker with a memento and extend our thanks. Of course, in this insightful session, we've kind of had a compass of sorts guiding us through the landscape of economic evolution itself. A lot of shared insights that will for sure illuminate our path towards understanding the evolution that is ahead of us. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause. And on that note, I'd like to invite onto the stage for our next session, which is titled The South Story, a New Narrative, our speakers, starting with Mr. Neelakantan R.S., data scientist. A loud round of applause from everybody in the audience, if I may request you to. Mr. A.R. Venkatachalapathy, Indian historian and author. We're also happy to have with us our session chair, Mr. Ravi Shankar, consulting editor, Sunday Standard. This session is on the South Story, a new narrative, of course, exploring the vibrant narrative of the South. Alongside, I know that a lot of us are tuned in virtually, and I'm truly proud to let you know that we have crossed over 7 lakh views today in our virtual attendees. A loud round of applause for everyone who's tuned in right now. We truly appreciate your virtual participation as well. And on that note, over to our session chair, Mr. Ravi Shankar. Good evening, sir.
Welcome, gentlemen. It's a contentious topic these days, South. I don't know whether you call it South versus North, but the South divide, especially after your book. I would start with I would rather not start with the data of, 30 to 31% increase in GDP, UP 9%, etc. I mean, I would rather go into a larger context, a larger civilizational or cultural context or historical context into the South, not worse, the South different from the North. So where do you see the South standing today? As an independent cultural force, as an independent economic force, which is helping the rest of the country? Or do you see the South as part of a unified cultural economic force, which is enriching the country's economy? I don't know what, culture.
So, thank you for that, and thank you for having me. It's very important that we distinguish the ideas of culture, and our individual ideas of it from the political economy, right? In my mind, culture is a post facto understanding of, who we are and what our definition of an in-group is, right? The purpose of an in-group is not to contribute to the economy of what is the political boundary of India. The purpose of an in-group is to be the in-group, right? And towards that extent, if you were to, which is why the contribution of GDP, again, GDP is a number which, in fact, it's the person who came up with GDP has quite often warned us that, it's most likely to be abused, Simon Kuznets, right? But the point I want to make here is pretty simple. The status of various states in India is deeply problematic, whether they are south or west or east. But the point is that the Indian Union is at a certain precipice. And the reason why it is the case is because the resource allocation problems of this country have come to a pass wherein the viability of arriving at reasonable solutions no longer seems to be within the realm of what is conventional ideas of understanding of governance, right? So that is a serious problem. Where does culture come in? Well, like people who are at the receiving end are going to define themselves by a certain culture, and therefore, like how do I say this? I guess I'll leave culture to, anthropologists and historians, but to me, the intractability of the resource allocation problem is what matters.
But I mean, if you look at it, I'm tossing it to you. I mean, there's a very strong southern identity. I mean, there is in terms of clothes, in terms of food, in terms of even cinema. But while you can actually divide the northern identities into more specific, the rest of the subcontinent, let's put it that way. So would you see the South as a separate cultural entity ever coming into conflict with the northern structures? Unless it already has, economically.
Like all historians, historians cannot give you short answers. Historians cannot give short answers. They have to take hours and hours, but considering the limitations of time, we are always constrained by time. I think no region exists in isolation. This is a no-brainer. But each region, each culture has its own special characteristics, defined by, time and the various risks which have contributed to it. So we can think in terms of commonalities, but we can also think in terms of diversities. So I think there are times when we have to think of what distinguishes the South from the North, considering what has happened in the last, say, 30, 40 years, both economically, in the sphere of economics, in terms of growth, in terms of politics. I think separate processes have unfolded. How economic growth in South India, as my colleagues Kalai Arasan and Vijay Bhaskar have argued, I think in their book, Dravidian Model, that growth has been possible to a great extent in South India because of the inclusive nature of that. So here I also want to bring in one historical thing, there is always the baggage of weight, baggage of culture and history. So more than 100 years ago, when V.O. Chidambaram Pillai, Vausi, started the shipping and navigation company, there was no capitalist enterprise in this part of the country, certainly down south. But how does somebody come up with an idea to have a grand idea of starting a shipping company? You can always, culture is
made by human beings, which means that though they are constrained, they can always transcend that.
So, but then why this whole language conflict between Hindi and Southern language? I mean, if it's so inclusive, why this? Is it a political thing or is it a cultural thing?
So historically, we have to go back quite far in time. So whether we go back to the legacy of the Sangam literature, where, almost all over the world, literature and culture is very strongly rooted in religion. What we find in Tamil, actually, is there is strongly rooted in a secular culture, one. But that is the same place which also gave birth to the Bhakti movement. South India is the birthplace of the Bhakti movement, which has had such a transformational effect on our society that it continues to stay. 1,500 years later, you can still see the influence of the Bhakti movement in terms of how liberating it can be. We find this the difference between how it is practiced in North India and how it is practiced in South India.
But you had that in the Bengal Renaissance, period in the East, which you didn't have as the northern, part of it. But I agree with you to a certain extent. Now, I'm going to venture into slightly dangerous territory. 1947 to 50 was a very turbulent period because the nation was being put together, etc., etc. So if you remember Dr. C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer, who was the Diwan of Travancore, he was actually envisaging two separate countries in many ways, like a loose federation where he had made an arrangement with the Nizam, so the Madras Presidency, the Travancore state, etc., etc., would be part of a federation which is different from the rest of the country. And presumably with Sir C.P. as the Prime Minister, I suppose. To the extent that I remember Nehru, the story about Nehru was so enraged and hated him so much that he told Patel that if he comes anywhere near Delhi, I'm going to shoot him. And where is he now? So Patel said, he's in my house right now. So, that was a different era. But what do you think? I mean, surely going into dangerous territory, surely going into a kind of, hypothetical situation. If that had happened, economically, how different would have been the picture?
So before we come to the economics, I think you're right in that consider, Hyderabad, for instance, right? Like the Indian Union never asked its people whether, what were the different provinces of British India, to ask them whether do you want to be part of the Union in any formal referenda, even in cases where it was absolutely clear that the population was for joining the Indian Union. Take, Hyderabad, for instance. Like, the Indian troops marched in, they sort of won it over, but the reasonable thing to do would be to ask them, hey, don't you want to come? Especially given that the Union at that time knew quite well that the answer would be yes. So the lack of the idea of the consent of the governed does not seem to be in the DNA of the Indian Union since its inception. And that is probably what is causing many of these concerns. To answer your question as to why is it that there is this problem of language earlier, like, all you need to do is, go to Finland, and their hatred for the Swedes to this day is actually very, very, there is still a law on the books in Finland, for instance, in that if you're stopped by a policeman, you can either, whatever, the charges have to be read out either in Swedish or in Finnish based on what you want, and most people who are drunk and get caught pretend that they're Swedish and ask that to be read out in, Swedish, right? But therein lies the problem. The reason why problematic is because the moment you have a kind of an imposition, either from the Swedes to the Finns or from Delhi here, people are not against the language. People are against the idea of imposition. And whatever that imposition is, the opposite of that becomes your in-group, right? And that definition, unless you ask in a formal way, and unless there is a written ask of it, and that consent is periodically renewed, it becomes problematic. And to answer your question of C.P. Ramaswamy, I forget his full name. Anyway, C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer, yes. Iyer, right? Yes, yeah, the road on which I go away. But the point is that, the more reasonable question is not whether we want an independent Southern India or whether he wanted it, but the more reasonable question is, Tamil Nadu today is the size of Germany, right? Most Indian states are bigger than most European countries, right? You would not ask if Germany wants to, should be a country, right? Like so, but 1.4 billion people is a lot of people. So it's reasonable to wonder, why is this such a large country? And if it is such a large country for good reasons, which maybe it is, then the reasonable thing to do that from that point forward would be to renew the consent on a periodic basis. That is a mechanism that we don't have.
All right, so we're talking about
If I may just add a little bit about, tidbit about C.P. Ramasamy Iyer.
I think we need to
C.P. Ramasamy Iyer, who...
take it slightly, slightly lower. Too close to the mic.
Okay. So C.P. Ramasamy Iyer, who wanted to declare Travancore as an independent state, in 20 years' time, he was made chairperson of the National Integration Council. And C.N. Annadurai ridiculed Nehru for it. So the question of consent, it is any nation is based on, a voluntary consent. We find, now, the great book that Arup Jyoti Saikya has written about Assam. What we find is that in the margins of the country and the nation, the kind of football that politicians play with people, where their consent is assumed rather than debated. I think that is the crucial point. It is not a question of, somebody want to be going away, but it is always constantly renegotiating your relationship with other parts of the great nation.
You've been a more civilized discourse. Okay, let me lob another question at you. See, India is rather is what I call the antiquity victimhood. The antiquity of victimhood. Oh, we were kind of, we were civilization, we were like 500,000 years old, and these guys came in and blah, blah, blah. The South has suffered horrible invasions. We had a lot of Islamic invaders. We had, Tipu all the way up till Palghar and, etc., etc. Why is it that religion is a more effective political tool in the North than in the South?
Okay, I'll take this. I think, once again, we have to go to the Bhakti movement. When it originates in Tamil Nadu, South India, in the 6th or 7th centuries, it is a profoundly liberating movement. It is able to mobilize all classes of people. And it uses not a ritualistic language which people can't understand, but the language of the people. And if you look at all the devotional literature, whether it is of the Saivite Nayanmars or the Vaishnavite Alvars, you find there is a emphasis on the direct relationship with God, rather than through the mediation of a priestly class or through the mediation of a language that people can't understand. So that is foundational, and that continues to feed the culture, and that continues to inform the culture of the people. The second is what happens to the institution of the temple during the Chola period. Unlike the North, in South India, temple is a social institution. Even though the society is hierarchical, caste is very much there, every segment of society has a role in the temple institution, even though it may not be equal. So that has a very leveling role. And the power that is given to the Tamil language.
No, but you still have Dalit temples and non-Dalit temples. You had in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu now. So how does that work?
Pardon me?
I said you have lower caste temples. I mean, you keep reading about, like roads passing through. So lower caste temples, you have the same thing in Kerala, you have the same thing in Tamil Nadu, you have the same thing in... So temple participation, leveling experience cannot be a universal. No? There is a caste element to it also.
No. Temple as a social institution in Tamil Nadu is of a very different order. It is a social institution, cultural institution, economic institution, and it has been so for at least 800 or 900 years. That is why we find that to this day, we find social conflicts played out in terms of rights in temples. We want to pull
in Kerala have done the same. I don't know about the rest. Yeah,
just to add to what he says, while that might be true about the historical evolution of this society, if you were to look at states wherein Prerna Singh wrote a wonderful book on this, and she measures the degree of subnationalism in every state. And if you basically correlate that degree of subnationalism to the use of religion in that particular state's politics, you find that the states with the highest subnationalism have the lowest use of religion in their politics. And coincidentally, Tamil Nadu and Kerala happen to have the highest degrees of subnationalism, and incidentally, their use of religion in their politics is much lower. So.
Let's switch to a more contemporary kind of a thing, because I'm talking about the film industry, right? The great stars were always from Raj Kapoor to Shah Rukh is still, he's done something amazing recently. But suddenly, the South seemed to have just rocked, people in the North are really taken aback. It's like they hit them. Who's RRI? Who's Prabhas? Who's this thing? And they're kind of commanding the kind of fees which very few North Indians, which a few North Indian stars kind of do. And there seems to be no heroes come up, while South seems to be manufacturing one after the other, and to the extent that many of the Hollywood guys are turning to Southern, movie plots to kind of repeat this. So, do you think the South as a modern cultural force is ever going to take over the North or leave the North behind?
I think the nature of the film industry is very, very different in the North and the South. Bollywood, because it wants to cater to a very huge market, what it does is, it is kind of a rootless wonder. After the times of Raj Kapoor and Gurudutt or whatever, what we find, at least my little exposure to Hindi cinema, is that in the last 30, 40 years, most of the stories are, they are made in New York and London. While the films of South India, most of them are rooted films. You can make those films only in that region. So that linguistic boundedness, which limits its market, is also its strength. Now you are trying to break it through these pan-Indian films, and the same problem comes up.
See, there's an image percolation, okay? People wanted to dress like Shah Rukh Khan. Remember, they used to be Devanand, sadhana haircut kind of a thing. So in many ways, Bollywood influenced the Indian look all across. Maybe a little bit in the North, there was, South, there was separate. So in the 70s or even the early, the whole concept, I live in North India, so the whole concept of the South Indian was a Madrasi who would wear a dhoti, eat sambar, chawal, I don't know, whatever, right? So suddenly, you're having these muscular 6-foot guys, hitting elephants, and they become I remember Devika Padukone, who was supposed to be one of the most beautiful women in India, saying that, I'd love to have an affair with, who was it, Prabhas, was it? All right, it would have been unimaginable 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, where you would have Sridevi, Sridevi was South Indian. Tell me something, hey mama, she's again a South Indian. Who is? I can't hear.
Deepika Padukone is from...
Oh, yeah, but she's kind of incorporated by the North. So that's geographically technical, but what I'm saying is that it would be unimaginable. So the whole South Indian look has changed in the perception of the North. All right, so that is a very strong, let's say, anthropological indicator to the growth of society, how, a body looks. So isn't that a kind of power statement the South is making today?
Shall I take this?
Yeah, both
okay. Firstly, let me just draw attention to what the great columnist Mukul Kesavan said about the ugly Indian male. In the Indian cinema, men are insufferable, you cannot look at them, while the actresses are ravishing beauties. So that is one part of it. But what I would say is the big difference is the social composition of South Indian cultural elites has changed. In the last 40 or 50 years, even 30, 35 years ago when I first went to Delhi, a typical South Indian, Tamil Nadu person, would always be mistaken for a Brahmin, especially if you could speak a smattering of English. All our newspapers used to quote only Cho Ramaswamy and Gyani and others. But now what has happened in the last 20, 25 years? There has been this widening of the South Indian intellectual elite and cultural elites. that I think is reflected in the cinema. You have, Gemini Ganesan, whom we used to ridicule as Sambar. Those kind of soft heroes can't click. Your Aravind Samis cannot become big heroes. It is only Dhanushas and, Vijay's and others who don't have conventional good looks. They are the ones who are...
and also the sophistication of South Indian businessmen. I mean, Aziz Premji, will be, many of those people. Sorry.
Yeah, I just, I'm very wary of making cultural statements because A, I'm not qualified, and B, I also think that
Please
it
go
comes
ahead.
with a lot of
The
prejudice.
less qualified
And-
you are, the more qualified to make
Yeah,
a statement.
but I just want to make this point, right? And this abuts Dr. Venkatapathi's point, which is that Tamil Nadu's gross enrollment ratio in higher education has been above 50% for a decade now, and it sort of has been in that category now for almost a generation, right? Now, if you have a large number of people who are college educated and go on to hold some version of a relatively high-end service job, that is the making of a middle class, and middle class makes culture, and culture in the end ends up in movies. So it is no surprise that this is a phenomenon. But to the point of the person in Gurgaon, which is sometimes where I live, sort of looking at a little bit of a surprise with movies in southern India, I don't know, that is a comment on them. I don't think it's a comment on us.
Okay. So, do you think the North is, see, the thing is that, like, look at the way the South has welcomed the Salwar Kameez. Maybe it's convenient, maybe it's more trendy. Look at the way the South has welcomed even things like paneer. I mean, you go to a restaurant, order Matar Paneer, and, even in the smallest places, seriously, believe me. The way the South has incorporated even Punjabi music with the dance too, which is, I mean, I love Punjabi music. I think it's fantastic. So, but, one second, just...
I'm very curious. Where are you hanging out?
Where am I hanging out? I mean, not with you, obviously. I mean, not with you, obviously. But if you go to Kerala, you can easily, you get Matar Paneer quite easily. In fact, my sister-in-law said, when I went home, she said, can I make you some paneer? I said, forget it, no way. So we have welcomed or absorbed these things, all right? I mean, I remember Daler Mehndi being blaring from some tea shop once, But the fact of the matter is that there is not that kind of inclusivity which comes when you start going up. So do you think the South is more open maybe because of education, maybe because of more self-confidence in their own culture, which has grown?
Can I just, yes, much as I would like to sort of, put this chauvinist hat and say yes to this question, the answer is we don't know because there isn't research. And I'm very sort of cautious to say that, any one part of society is more or less welcoming unless we have data to prove it.
But if you drive through Kerala, at any garment shop, you'll see Salwar Kameezes. I have nothing against them, but which was not the case when I was growing up. No, I'm not saying it's the wrong thing. All I'm saying is that Kerala is more, or maybe the South is more inclusive. They're more open to kind of, absorbing other experiences. That's all I'm saying.
It requires a survey and a book is all I'm saying.
Okay, since I don't use numbers and I use qualitative data, I would broadly agree with it, but there is a geographical reason for it. South India is a peninsular region. We have the coast, and historically coasts are very porous. So we have been open to various influences. We have been open to Arab traders, Roman traders, German, Greek traders. Moors have been here, Portuguese have been here, Dutch have been here. So
we had
there
African
has been
kings.
more openness. While in the north, because it is a large hinterland, and the major empires of North India, even the great Mughal Empire, was not a naval empire. While South India, because of its long coastline, has been a naval empire, maritime, seafaring has been very, very prominent. And I think that explains.
Okay, one last topic. One last topic is, the South India had the greatest Hindu empires, much before those, the Gupta Empire. I mean, you had the Chola Empire, you had kind of empires which went all the way up to Indonesia and Bali and all that, which actually spread Hinduism, and they're not kind of, But those roles have really been played down until that movie. What is the new movie which has come out? I don't know, something about Chola. Whichever, you will help me there. There was a new movie which has come on the South Indian king. I mean, there was Ponniyin Selvan, yeah. Right. Until then, I mean, the Chera Empire or the Pandya Empire, Chola, please go laughing, was not kind of, so the most of the empires which were considered the Hindu empires, the greatest empires were the Guptas, who the other guys, the Maurya Empire, etc., etc. Why? So, I mean, why is it a historical anomaly in terms of projection?
Okay. The indifference and apathy of a North Indian elite towards South India is, it's intolerable, uncondonable. I have lived in Delhi, I have interacted with the North Indian intellectuals. Their knowledge of South Indian culture, language, and history hovers around a statistical zero. So they are to blame, we are not to blame.
There you go.
Right. Again, I just want to also say that, I don't think, these empires happen to be Hindu. I don't think that the reason why they aren't in the popular discourse, and for instance, the CBSE textbook in any great detail, at least at the time that I was a student, is not because, they were Hindu. It is largely probably because, the Chola Empire's heyday was like, 1,200 years ago? And, the Mughal empires were more recent, and probably because there is more, historical sources available. It's lazy historians to blame.
Not Hindu in the sense you understand Hindu today. That's not what I mean. I don't mean Hindu as you understand Hindu today.
Whatever the case, right? Like there is a recency bias in the way in which education and history happens, and that is true for all of the world.
Fair enough. But one thing which
If I may add just one point to your question. This kind of, binaries which we are operating with Hindu and Muslim, we have to remember that the so-called Hindu empire of Vijayanagara had Muslim soldiers. Its king wore the robes of a sultan. So this idea of, this black and white definitions in terms of religion did not operate in medieval India.
But it did operate during Ashoka, when he had to kind of, work the Brahmins against the Buddhists. And where you look at, anyway, that's a totally different story. But, so, is it the failure of a political leadership? Because we had very strong political leaders. When you had Kamaraj, you had presidents who were Hindus, South Indians. You had Tamil Nadu chief ministers who controlled who would be the cabinets and stuff like that. So, do you think it is a political failure on part of South Indian politicians?
Absolutely not. It is a failure of the structure of the Indian Union. You can basically win the Indo-Gangetic Plains and form the government in Delhi and completely ignore southern India. And therefore, you get to sort of, live in your own world in Delhi, right?
All right. Any questions from the audience? Nobody wants to ask them questions? Okay. There's a lady at the back.
Is it audible?
Yep.
I'm Abhirami from MOP. My question is to Mr. Neelakandan. So I did a little research and I found that you were a data scientist. So how do you go from being an engineer/data scientist to writing a book called South versus North, India's Great Divide? Like, what drove you to that?
It would be extraordinarily rude to my co-panelists for me to answer that question on some personal tangent. But if you really want to know, what I did was, I was living in Madras at that time. It was 2011. There was an assembly election. I calculated the probability of my vote impacting, in electing my MLA. My constituency is Virugambakam. If you're really interested, you should go and calculate the probability of that yourself. And, when I calculated that, I found that to be e to the power minus 254, if I'm not wrong. And then what happened was that I got curious, and therefore I calculated the probability of me electing the MP, and that happened to be e to the power minus 591, if I'm not wrong. And then what happened was I got sufficiently more curious, and so I took a random constituency in Madhya Pradesh. It was called Guna. I calculated its probability. I found out that the average...
In short, he was hanging out with the right crowd.
No, what happened was that I found out that the average voter in Tamil Nadu is about 40...
She's a kid.
Yeah. She is interested in this, right? And she should be. So So eventually, moral of the story is that I found out that the average voter in Tamil Nadu is 40% more powerful in terms of electing their representatives compared to the voter in Madhya Pradesh. And I was wondering why. The answer to that is this book.
Good, well.
And if I may add, if you have a
One more
open
question.
and inquisitive mind,
Well done.
you can move from being an engineer to being a data scientist, to being a novelist, an anthropologist, historian. So what I want to tell students is keep your minds open, be inquisitive. Don't get bracketed and imprisoned in straitjackets.
One last question left. Is anybody I want to ask one? Not really. All right. Okay, we're done. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
What a fun chat.
Check. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may invite our CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, to present our speakers with mementos, extending thanks, and of course, what a fitting end to a lovely session. A loud round of applause for our speakers, our session chair, ladies and gentlemen. Being the southern part of our nation. We've spent the last session understanding our world, our land, thanks to our speakers. If I may request you to put your hands together as loudly as you can as they take their leave. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. With that, we move on to a much awaited session. This is called Passion and Progress in Cinema. Taking to the stage this particular session, we have actor par excellence, Mr. Siddharth, joining us. A loud round of applause. Chairing this session, we also have Mr. Sudhir Srinivasan, entertainment editor. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes to creative fervor and cinematic evolution, they always go side by side. Today, we explore the interplay. Our speaker and session chair to join us on stage. Welcome, sirs. All right, the audience is all set. I'm sure our virtual attendees, really large in number at this point, are all set. Over to our session chair, Mr. Sudhir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. It's such a pleasure to be here. After all the heavy conversations that you've no doubt heard through the day, here's adding more heaviness. I hope you weren't thinking that it's going to be light-hearted, particularly focusing on the flavors of films per se. Let's go a bit deeper than that. Let's go into touching upon the formative years of what made Siddharth. It's such a pleasure to have you here, Siddharth. And I say this because I see you as a very important artist, both for your contributions in cinema and beyond. You are an actor who's given what I think is your career best performance in your most recent film, Chitta. As an artist, as a public personality, you are a free-thinking voice in a time of polarization and fear as well. And over the years, of course, we've discussed cinema and its nuances. But today we are in the presence of many students here, youngsters who at this age particularly often seek a sense of direction. I don't think that ever goes away, by the way. Some reassurance that the world is all right, and I thought we'll speak about your formative years. And let's start off by having you talk about when you were a youngster. I don't want to imply that you're not one now. One of the first questions we're asked then is what we want to be when we grow up, right, as a career. What was that for you? When your teacher looked at you and said, Sidhu, what do you want to be? What was that for you?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that very kind introduction, Sudhir. So when we discussed having a conversation here in front of students, I told him, it doesn't matter what we try to do, it's important what we try not to do. So we can't be boring. So was the first, instruction I gave him and request. And the second I said is, no matter what, we are not going to dumb down this conversation in order not to be boring. So we're going to try to do both of those things with this conversation. I hope that's okay with our large student crowd here. Because talking about cinema is something that I take very, very seriously, especially when I talk to youngsters about it. Because this is my 23rd year in the business. And from the time I started out to now, I've asked for one thing more than anything else, which is validation for our intelligence, for being part of an industry that's given very little credit for being responsible or cerebral, or things you expect from other industries when you expect a good conversation about how they go to work and how they do what they do. And in my business, it's always brought down to frivolity and, trying to make somebody get a smile or a laugh. So I don't work at the circus, so that's not what I'm going to do today. And now I'll start with the question that Sudhir asked me, which is what I wanted to be when I was growing up. And the most important thing about being an adult today for me is keeping the child I used to be alive inside myself. And that's what I work on, really hard. So when I was young, I was, shock, surprise. I was very outspoken and I thought a lot about myself. And I was a confident kid. And I told my dad I wanted to be a musician, I wanted to be in cinema, and I wanted to be a cricketer. So just to give you context, I work in films as an actor and a producer. I perform on stage as a singer today. And I just shot in Chepauk for a film based on cricket, for which I played pretty good cricket for the last 3 days. And it's called Test. So you tell me, can I go home and tell my dad, I think I was pretty accurate when I said I wanted to be in music and cinema and cricket. And I remember my dad telling me nobody else has done all of those things at the same time. And I said, well, I'll be the first. And I think that's what I can summarize my whole career and my whole outlook to life, my creativity and, my energy down to two things. One is my curiosity and the second is my enthusiasm, which is also read as confidence. So if there's any two things I would want you to, please, it's yours, take it from me, is your curiosity and your enthusiasm. So that's what I think you guys should take with you as well, because, like I said, you set out to do the things you decide to do, and you end up doing the things that you decide to do. And everything else in the middle, you'll find reasons to say, oh, that didn't happen because of another human being, or that didn't happen because of the context, or that didn't happen because of the system. All of that is secondary. What you want to be and what you want to do is already very firmly established inside yourself. So you just have to look inwards, and everything is within. Whatever is without is either illusion or hearsay. So you have to look within yourself, and you have to listen to the voice that's telling you what you want to do with your life. Because no amount of motivational talking and no amount of, history watching and seeing how other people did it is going to get you the results that you want. There's only one person you need to impress with what your choices are and what you're going to do with your life, and that is yourself. And if you do that from a very young age, I think we've been conditioned a little wrong. They told us you can't be selfish, and it's a very rubbish word. Self-love is very important, and you have to put yourself on at least a certain pedestal so that you can listen to yourself when you speak, and then you can, be a better version of yourself. So love yourself. Don't be afraid to celebrate yourself. Be proud. Being proud is not bad. Pride might be looked at as a vice or even a sin, but pride is different from, you be proud of what is good in you and what you want to do. So for me, growing up, I liked making people laugh. I used to love singing. I used to love thinking I'll write stories and tell stories and be able to live a full life so that I can write the stories that I see and experience in real life. Not that I, voyeuristically stole from somebody else. So that's what brought me to where I am today. And I still get a bit confused when I realize it's been 2 decades, right? Because I read somewhere recently, and this is something I totally agree with, it takes 20 years to become an artist. And I know I already thought I was a great artist when I started performing for the first time. But 22 years later, I think I'm starting to become an artist. And now it's about becoming a better artist. And a better artist is someone who remembers what they learned along the way, and they keep polishing it, and they don't forget to live their life and experience. And I see these lovely faces here. These faces go into your mind when you prepare for a role. Because you don't say, oh, in this scene, this protagonist or this character goes through this, so how will I feel this? Is not acting. It's about thinking, how would somebody in that position perform it? So the first step is empathy. And the second step is having a good enough sense of observation and sense of both memory and posterity to then remember that and try to be a human being who's not yourself and be both believable as well as fitting into the furniture of what the writer and the director create in a scene. So acting is a very dense, incredibly vast experience. And I think I'm just starting to scratch the surface, and it's not what you've read. I've read all the books and I've met all the masters and I've spoken to all of them. But each person's journey is individual. So, I think I'm starting to get better at that.
Siddharth, I love that answer. As you were talking, I wondered what sort of complex question did I ask you for all these great insights that you share.
You brought up my childhood, so I think that is a pretty complex starting point, right?
Fair enough. If only everybody were as eloquent as you, then I think all the YouTube interviews that I do would become far more simpler, I think.
Sudhir, your interviews will never be simple. I think our conversations are never simple, and I wouldn't trust anybody more than Sudhir with this job of handling me on stage, because I find him very well read, very well spoken, and he's very difficult to throw off, because I think Sudhir is the kind of guy who in 6th grade used to intimidate his English teacher, with just his, is that how much you're giving me for my test? No, here, take 10 marks more. So I feel like that's how I react when I look at you. Yeah.
And he just added more depth in his voice than I ever can. I think that's what makes him a good actor. As an actor, people seldom see you for who you are, right? You have a bunch of people already judging you for that label. You have a bunch of people already, sort of elevating you to the skies because you belong to that label. So today, before you came here, before you sat here, how much of yourself did you want to really show the people here, show everyone here? What sort of decisions govern how you present yourself in any space?
Here's the thing. If you've known me even for 10 minutes, you know that I don't filter and I don't prepare for how I'm going to present myself to people I'm meeting for the first time. Because for me, whether I'm meeting you for the first time or you've known me, fortunately or unfortunately, for 10 years, I'm exactly the same. So this is how I walk into a room, this is how I would talk, and this is, if you ask me a question, I'll reply to it. So how much of myself am I going to expose? How much trouble am I going to get myself into with a microphone in my hand? These are not questions I think about too much. But I have promised my parents over the last few years that I will be spoken about more for my art than for my politics or for my courage or all of those very confusing adjectives. But, so yeah.
Fair enough. Let's return to the topic of careers. When we speak about careers, we often talk about passion. And I think when everybody is pretty much in school, towards the end of it, or starting off at a college, you often decide to follow your passion. That word becomes very prominent suddenly, from out of absolutely nowhere. But few people are able to follow suit and move on with doing what it is that their heart wants, tells them at that space. Looking back at your life, what's the place of this word, this passion word for you? You told us that you wanted to do about 2-3 things during your formative stages. And I almost suggested that it was impossible for you to do all of them together, because cricket and cinema, they're diametrically opposite, but you already told us how you've managed to do several of them. What place does this word hold for you, the word passion, and what place should it hold for people about to make something of themselves?
I'll tell you, the most unfortunate thing about growing up today, I mean, I speak to younger people, and from their experiences you understand that the binary of winning and losing has become such a violent binary, where you're told you have to win. And when we were growing up also, they said, no, it's not about winning, it's about, enjoying yourself. I get all of that. That was in one section of a very small part of society, there would that be that thing that it's okay for you to just have fun. But as you grow up with that, when you then look around and society is showing you that winners are the ones that are being called good. So they never won anything of consequence, but that word winner. So you associate that success, and that success is something which is very scary to look at from a distance as a kid. And for me, the cure for that kind of violence of that word success or winning is this word passion. Because do you decide you've won based on somebody else's rule book, or do you decide you won based on why you left home to persevere or to work hard? So you need to first set up the rules of the game so that you can give yourself a chance of winning. If somebody else holds the power of telling you whether you won or not, is damn confusing. So again, when you look inwards, what you're finding is your passion. So for me, passion, if you ask me what do I want to do, what is my passion? My passion is to make films. I love making films. Now in that passion, is it a one-word answer? It's very, again, it's very detailed for me because I love process. So you learn something and you realize that that's the right or a better way of doing something which you weren't doing before. So you learn that process. Then you want to pass that on and you want to tell somebody else who's in the position you were in 5 days ago that this is the process. We call that best practices. So for me, making films is the subjective way of saying that that's what my heart tells me to do. The objective thing is doing what I do well. And well is best practices. So it's easy to say it's objective. So you try to do it a little better, and for that you need a lot of passion.
You know, I know a lot of people who look up to people who made something of themselves, who become very successful in, the careers that they created for themselves out of passion. I hear a lot of youngsters often talk about, Ajit's film Mugavari comes to mind. You know, he's currently pursuing something, but it takes a step back because he prioritized something else at one point. Because so is it a privilege to be able to follow your passion? Do you need a basic sort of support system in order for you to be able to do that? Did you have that? Were you fortunate to have that, or how do you see this?
No, see, the word privilege will color whatever answer I give you right now, because no matter what story I tell you, I'm very privileged. I mean, all my life, I've never lived in fear. I've never lived in a sense of being ghettoized, traumatized, physically or mentally or spiritually assaulted. I've never experienced any of these things. So that privilege is going to be in everything. But that can't, become the reason that the following of the dream becomes any less, special. That way, though, because I'm born and I will die privileged, none of my actions or thoughts have any consequence. I should just live in guilt. I can't live my life then like that. But for me, a lot of, like Ram Gopal Varma's film Company, there's a famous line that says, "Faisle galat nahi hote, unke natije galat hote." Decisions are not the problem. The consequences of those decisions is where the fault lies. The positive flip of that is also this, which is Chitta example. People said after it was made, after it was seen, after it was celebrated, people said, yeah, it's a no-brainer. Of course you should make a film like this. I'm like, that's not how the film was made. We were constantly pushing a boulder up a mountain because everybody said nobody will want to watch a film like this. They said, why are you making a film about this? Why are you producing this film? But when the result happens, everyone's like, yeah, I always knew that boy's idea of that film. So it's very easy to hindsight 2020, right? Similarly, for me, it's very nice now that, yeah, my privilege probably helped me get through 23 years of a career in cinema after an MBA. So,
No, not for a minute.
No, but you know what I'm saying? But the fact that I said at 16, this is what I'm going to do. Yeah. And I give that passion is what drives everything. And you have to know what you want in order to be passionate about it. If you don't know what you want, then all your pep talk and passion will amount to not knowing what you're talking about. So yeah,
How do you
know.
develop the conviction to follow one specific area that you're interested in?
I mean, ask them if somebody is studying science, why, how did they choose science?
No, I ask you this because I notice that it often keeps changing. It's fairly mutable, isn't it? I mean, you like certain things, you want to make something of yourself. Maybe a lot of people
No,
hear you
again,
talking.
a lot of kids here, sorry, I'm saying kids, I didn't mean that in like an I'm an old person thing. I mean, a lot of people here have heard this, like jack of all trades, master of none. All nonsense. What does that mean? Jack of all trades, master of none. What an idiotic, reductive way to tell a child to, not do many things at the same time. You're saying multitasking is for losers. Who told you this? So please do as many things on a horizontal value chain as you want. It doesn't always have to be vertical in a straight line. You can do multiple things. You're not in college for the rest of your life, right? Where you have mains and subseas and all of that. You can just do whatever you want, whenever you want it. And that's the beauty. You're growing up and becoming adults in a generation that talks about intermittent fasting. Okay? Which is basically telling you don't eat breakfast, which is what you've been eating your whole life. Your grandfather's been eating their whole life. Today they're saying don't eat breakfast. So, you're living in a time where even your food is being told to you about. So you decide what to eat, when to eat, as long as you want to eat it. Same thing applies for your career. Same thing applies for love. Just do what. Wait, in love, I'm not saying do like meet 20 people. No. Please don't make a, thumbnail out of this. What I mean is, you have to keep your mind open, like the previous speaker said. And don't get, closeted into one straight line that you're stuck in. Next 20 years, you have to do this like. Don't do anything like that, yeah?
Sir, you spoke about Chitta and how difficult it was to conceive of it, execute it, and now in hindsight, of course, because of its success, everybody seems to think that, yeah, that was the way to go. You did well. So there is a purity of vision that was retained across Chitta, I think, at every step of the way, which is why the film turned out to be the way that it did. And how today this purity that we speak of expression, say, how do you do the right thing, say the right thing, without worrying about self-preservation, without worrying about retribution, when there is no necessary practical incentive to be that?
There's a big problem with one word that you use in that question, the word right. How do you know to say the right thing? You're saying, if I say something and you think it's the right thing, it's because you and I agree with each other. If the entire front row thinks that I'm saying the wrong thing, then this question doesn't even mean anything. So what is the right thing? Apne dil ki awaaz suno, okay, is the right thing. March to the beat of your own heart, okay, fantastic. There's no right and wrong. There's only what you will do and what you will not do. Each individual has a mirror. Look in the mirror. There are things I will do even if it's for free. There are things I won't do even if you pay me 10 crores.
Okay, so let me be very specific then. On social media, while you were still there on Twitter, you did not hesitate to make your opinions felt.
That I've been doing since 1985.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So how, I mean, now you're not on Twitter, and I think Twitter is the worst off.
Twitter is now X of mine, We don't talk anymore. Yeah.
I think it's worse off because I think the discourse isn't meeting a necessary certain. I mean, you spoke about how there is no good and bad.
You're being very polite. It became toxic, and it was just, you don't want to get into pardon my French, a shit fight with somebody who has no scruples because you're just going to get really messed up. So just get out. It's pointless. There's no discourse. It is just, bottom of the barrel. You can get as many of these metaphors, but yeah, it's really poor.
Yeah.
I told you, we also live in a time when somebody is killing somebody else. I'm saying, please don't kill that person. They're like, who are you to say don't kill this person? Do you know who this person is? Do you know why you should kill this person? Do you know where he came from? That's the world you're living in right now. Where if you tell somebody, please don't kill another person, it's a fight. This is not the world we used to live in. First, nobody kill anybody. Let's just sit and talk. That used to be the world we lived in. So it's a dangerous world. So now sit and talk only doesn't mean anything in the information age. Tomorrow you won't know who said what, where. Everything will be deep fake. As it is, WhatsApp University is the world's largest talked university right now. On top of that, tomorrow these guys are very uneducated buffoons. What are you going to do? And they're going to, then use digital technology, hacking, deep fake. You will have no authenticity. We don't have a media. It's just, scary place to be saying that, yeah.
Thank you for hesitating for a second before you said that.
Yeah, so we can cut it and, edit it differently, right, Kaveri ma'am? Come on. Teach them some cinematic liberty. Come on. Yeah.
Let's, with respect to Chitta, I mean, I keep going back to that film because I think it's one of my most favorite films of the last year. It pushed boundaries in many spaces. Commentary on men, portrayal of child safety, characterization of the protagonist that wouldn't necessarily be, unicolored. If someone says they want to make progressive cinema today, what are some things that you would expect to see it do?
I'll tell you what helped me, and this might not be easy for you to follow, but if you can take the root of it. I call Chitta my first film in many ways, because it took me my whole career to make a film where I can say everything that's on celluloid is exactly what we wanted to say in that story. It is made to the best of our abilities technically. It was released and distributed to the best way possible, and we stand by the entire film. So to be able to say that, I self-funded Chitta. So for me to even attempt to make a film like Chitta, I have to make a whole lot of money, I have to pay my taxes, and I have to keep some aside for my family, and then whatever's left I put back into my cinema. So the good part of that is that I don't have to answer to anybody else except myself. Because with cinema, I'll tell you, I don't know how much this applies to every other profession, but with cinema, you leave your house, let's say on a Monday morning, to make a film. And from there, every Friday, a new film is made, a new star is born, a new trend is created, a new safe way to make money will be introduced. The system gets used to that, but you can't keep modifying the product you left home to make with what is working. Achha, let's just take this from this and put it into this film. You can't do that. And there are films where we have all done that. And they become, some people ask you, did you even see the film before releasing it? Why did you want to make this film? Because sometimes films get confused from the point of making, the conception to the point of consumption. And so for me, that freedom, that making my own rules, having to answer to myself, and it being my money, it really, really helped with a film like this.
With Chitta, you really broke away from the sort of assumptions people might have had about the type of roles you could play, or you have played. I ask you this not just in terms of cinema, but in terms of many people's lives. After you do a certain thing for a few years, 10 years, 15 years, you often get boxed into a safe cocoon. Right? Because you now know how that system functions and you know how to rig it in such a way that provides for your basic survival. Now, how do you break out of that? And I think you did that with Chitta. I don't know whether you set out to do exactly that, or whether it happened anyway. Now, what would your advice be to anyone who sort of box themselves into a safe space where they do the same things over and over again? Where comes this energy, this creativity to try and step out of that box? Is it because you have to? Is it because you were bored of what it was?
No. I told you, it's in my SOP, okay? The SOP is very simple. I didn't do an MBA and take a 9-to-5 job because I don't want to do anything twice. Because I'll tend to find fatigue or, boredom or something I don't want to do the same thing twice. I don't want the routine. I want to keep surprising myself. So the film industry is the best place in the world to do that. You don't even know if you'll have a job the next Friday. So it's great. So that was, one part of it. But when I was starting out, like I told you, I had very clear ideas of what I will not do more than what I will do, because I also wanted to write and direct and all of that. But as an actor, I said I won't do certain kind of films. I won't do, let's say, an item song. Something that's called that I find deeply disturbing, and I'll never do that. And I've never done it for 20 years, even though there's a lot of money in it. I turned down, the largest contract of my life 15 years ago for a fairness brand. And I said, are you mad? Why the hell would I endorse that? So there are things that I knew I will not do. Now, what you will do, it's a list of two things. One, what you want to do, and won whatever the, opportunities, so to speak. So I was told to pick a language and work only there so that I can be the biggest star there after 20 years. So I said, but I don't want to be a star, I want to act. So then I said, whoever gives me the best, work, I'll go there. And I sat here after my first 2 films and I didn't get anything interesting, and then just, something just happened and I got my first film in Telugu. And I went there and I had a contract condition in 2004 that said, I will not do the film unless I am the voice that dubs the language. Nobody should dub for me in any film. I will speak the language no matter what language it is. So this was very important to me in 2004. So I learned Telugu in 2 weeks and went to shoot Nuvasthanante Noddantana. Right? And I dubbed for myself for that film. I also dubbed for myself for the Telugu version of Aidharita without knowing the language. I said, no, I have to learn the language. And then I learned, and I wrote a film in Telugu as my follow-up film to that. So that was, after doing the biggest hit of the year, I could have chosen to climb up in that same swing. I said, no, I'll write one film for myself and see what happens. Because I get to learn something new. I get to do something I haven't done before. So that was selfishly the way that I planned that.
So I guess the answer on some level...
No, so then people advised me, pick a language, now pick a language. So I was there 8 years, then I said, I'm not enjoying this, I don't want to be a star, I want to do new things. Like you said, that people associate you with a certain... I didn't want anyone to associate me with anything. My job is to pretend to be somebody I'm not. So whoever that character is created by the writer and however the director tells me to perform it, I should be able to perform it. That's my job, to pretend to be somebody I'm not. So to become somebody, the moment he comes on screen, everybody's like, that's my guy, clap for him, is the exact opposite of why I became an actor. I love acting, I love being part of films, I love watching films with people and watching good acting or good films. But I don't want to be the biggest kid on the block or the most famous person or the number one, or everybody should always, think of me the same way. I don't want to do that. So I learned different languages. I worked in 6 languages now. I'm going to do my 7th next year. And when I produced a film called Chitta, I dubbed it in Tamil, Telugu. I learned Kannada and dubbed it in Kannada for the first time. It took me 6 days and 70 pages of writing my own dialogues in all of my other languages so that I could speak perfect Mandya Kannada. So I have always wanted to do films and play characters and speak their language the way their locals speak it. Not just learn it in 2 days and, and speak Ungalike and Ramba Padicherika. I don't want to do that. I want to speak the language like a local. So that makes me happy. So after 20 years, if I'm telling you that I have even one film in 7 languages, the value of that in your eyes might not be great because you're like, how many 100 crore hits have you had? I'm like, wrong number, It's apples and oranges. So you have to decide what is currency in your life. Otherwise, none of your achievements will matter. And that's why most people are unhappy because they get what they were told they should get to be happy. Then they get it and then they're even more unhappy. That's because they didn't know what they wanted in the first place. So if anything, the only luck, if just permutation, randomness, is me wanting to work in art. Even that my mother's probably, injected it into me, she, whatever. But that's apart from that intent that I think I will work in entertainment. When I was 10 years old, if I had not had that, I don't know. But luckily I had that, so I can't say, I hope you also can find a 10-year memory or something. But, that's what happened with me. I hope that makes sense.
So that it absolutely makes sense, and I'm told that we are coming to the end of the conversation now. Those who follow my conversations know that I'm just getting warmed up.
Yeah, this is first gear with Sudhir Srinivasan.
So maybe as a final question, I'll ask you this: in the world that you live in today, what constitutes a responsible citizen?
A responsible citizen. Wow. First of all, pay your taxes. There are 10,000 reasons not to pay your taxes. There's only one reason to always pay your taxes. What he just said. To be a good citizen. Because, like I said, in my whole life, that's been number one. And I've been in this business more than half my life. And the fact that I still sit before you and proudly say that the reason I've never been, silenced in any way that's sad or depressing is because nobody's ever been able to come into my house. They can say whatever they want from the outside. They can't come inside. So you need to do your job as a citizen and buy yourself that insurance. If you didn't do anything wrong, nobody can bring you down for something you never did. So that's one reason. But apart from that, this is a great country. And we call ourselves Indians in this room. None of us can fathom how big this country is and how many people constitute Indians. And beyond this room, as it starts widening, how little you know about the real life our country lives in. And for you to be able to be part of the discussion of how this country is run, you need to pay your taxes. And that's the first thing, right? The second thing, and this is a very important, is to be able to affect your immediate surrounding. I think as a good citizen, just your immediate surrounding. Because today you're hearing 10,000 things all the time and you start thinking with one viral video, I'll change this forever. Nothing ever changes forever in an instant. Every single thing is just pushing stuff up a slope. But what you can affect is your immediacy, where you are around you. And it doesn't always have to be people that you're sworn to protect like your family. It can be somebody outside of that. And even one person or two people outside that spectrum per person in their lives, if they can in some way affect their lives positively, then that's a really big citizen move. Because everything else is, money doesn't have any value anymore. People's lives don't have any value anymore. History doesn't have any value anymore. Authenticity doesn't have any value anymore. So what do you have left as a citizen? To keep all of these things alive within yourself and be the best version of yourself that you can be. That's what a good citizen should do right now.
On that note, I think we'll open this session for a question or two, because I'm sure that a lot of people there do want to ask you certain questions.
Yes?
Good evening, sir. I'm from Sasta Institute of Technology. My name is Jacinta. First of all, I'm a very big fan of you.
Thank you.
And everyone knows that cinema is highly persuasive. And according to you, what is cinema? And if you want to persuade something through in means of cinema, what it would be?
First of all, cinema is not persuasive enough. Otherwise, with 100 years of the messaging that has come from cinema, we should be a much better behaved society. So please stop giving cinema credit it does not deserve. Cinema is a mixture of two things. It is mainly entertainment and engagement. Okay? Now, what happens during this entertainment and what happens in the process of this engagement are just the two, waves that carry this medium through. But persuasiveness, even if it works in cinema, is fleeting, which is why it's called manipulation more than persuasion. So it's a magical medium. It can make you believe unbelievable things. And, as far as good and bad is concerned, throughout history, even our country's history, it's like Charles Dickens, it's the best of times, it's the worst of times. There's good people and there's bad people. There's good messaging and there's bad messaging. So, that in the cinema also exists. And it's an artistic expression. And for me, it's always about supporting. Let them say whatever they say. You can choose not to see it, but I don't believe in saying that any work of art should not be released. Whichever side of the political, it can be left, right, center, none of the above, whatever. The artist should be allowed to make their films, and so that is my persuasion. That's what I would believe in. But otherwise, it's not that persuasive, yeah.
Do we? Yeah.
Good evening, sir. I'm Gideon. So we know you are a confident and an optimistic person, and I have seen your interview. I have quoted a statement: "Man mein hai Vishwas, pura hai Vishwas, hum honge kamyab ek din." So being in this society, like everyone tries to push you down always. It's general in a life of a teenager or a college student. So how you keep yourself optimistic all the time?
I told in the beginning of this conversation, thing I worked very hard on, because when I was a child, they said I used to speak like an adult. So now that I'm an adult, I try to remember that child who used to speak like an adult and try to be like that person. They say I don't age, I don't look, whatever. It's because of how I am on the inside. And for me, it's about, just being your young self. And that really, really helps with what you're talking about. Does that make sense to you? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think those are all the questions that we
Take
can
one,
take.
last one from her.
Okay, sure.
I fought for your question, make it worth it, okay?
I'm Manaswini from Sastra University. You said that you didn't want to be associated with one thing, but today when we talk about Siddharth as an actor, everyone seems to think about Chitta. So what is your thought on that?
Well, that just means I have more work to come in the next year. When everybody's talking about your last film, things are very good. So, and to answer your question, my next 6 films, hopefully that's what I know my slate, my next 6 films, no film will have anything in any way to do with Chitta. I don't believe on milking things beyond what they're supposed to do. Chitta was an expression. It was a very important wake-up call for all of us in society, especially my female compatriots and parents. And that's what the film set out to do, and that's what it did it. So I don't like to do the same thing again and again. So it's not like I'm going to announce Chitta 2 next week. Yeah. So we won't do that. Don't worry.
That's sort of a trend, so I can see where the question came from.
Yeah. So there's no cinematic universe in my films. It's only one film at a time. Thanks.
Siddharth, thank you so much for this conversation. It stepped into many
ask
deep
them.
spaces.
Remember the 2 things. 1, that we'll try to inform you about something, and 2, we won't be boring. Kaveri ma'am, please tell me we passed. A loud round of applause for Sudhir and I. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy speaking to young people. It's not easy. And I count myself in the audience as well, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being such a lovely audience as well.
Thank you so much, sirs. Before we let you go, if I may call upon Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director of the New Indian Express, to present our speaker with a memento. Truly, like Mr. Siddharth said, entertainment and engagement is exactly what cinema is meant to be, and what this session transpired as well. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our fantastic speaker and session chair, both of whom kind of navigated the cinematic odyssey that we've been listening to for the last session. A quick photo op as we draw the session to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is time for us to step into our ultimate or the closing session. Now, through the course of 2 days here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024, we've explored a plethora of topics within the world of education. And as the closing session, we kind of focus on something that's truly the need of the hour. Moral compass, why we need it in education. To take us through this conversation, I'd like to invite our speaker onto the stage, Swami Mithrananda ji, spiritual teacher from Chinmaya, Chennai. Welcome, sir. Good evening. Thank you so much for taking the time and for sharing your valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, our session chair, making her way to the stage, Ms. Kaveri Bamzai. Like I said, we've explored the diverse facets within the field of education. But this one is going to be truly different. This one is definitely going to be a well-rounded conversation. And for that, I'd like to hand the floor over to our session chair. Good evening, Kaveri.
Thank you. Swamiji, I'd like to ask you to begin by talking about why we need a moral compass in education. And as you can see, they've just stepped out for a bit. I think they'll be back soon.
Education should make us live life to our full potential.
Yeah.
First point. Second point, education should make us live life well and more happily. The education what we grew up with, from kindergarten to graduation, didn't even teach us how to handle anger.
How to handle?
Anger.
Of course.
And anger is something which we get upset every day.
Absolutely.
Which is something happening almost most of the time. But we were not taught how to deal with something like anger. Now, the education is incomplete. It is this moral, spiritual values which will guide you how to deal with this. So whether it is anger, whether it is guilt, or whether it is failure, the education did not guide us how to do it, how to learn. We learned how to deal with it outside the schools, but not in the school curriculum. So moral compass is mandatory when it comes to education. Another most important thing for education is the education should help the individual to find one's own swadharma, one's own inner calling. I'll tell you a small anecdote. A person who is artistic by nature joined army. Mismatch?
Absolutely.
And he was in the army, and one day they were to move from one place to another. So
just one second. Could there be less disturbance there? It's it gets to the podium here, and you really cannot, have a conversation like this. Please do settle down. If you wish to come in, sit down, pay attention. Otherwise, please stay out. Thank you.
They'll settle down. Young
Even
people.
then,
That's okay, yeah. So this man joined the army, and the battalion was to move from one place to another. So the regular engineers, civil engineers were not there. So they want someone to do things quickly. So this guy, the chief comes and says, "Is there anyone who can draw? We want a bridge." So this guy gets up saying, "I'll draw." And he goes there and he draws a bridge. A nice, small, distant rainbow. Very romantic.
How beautiful.
And he gave this to his chief. He looked. Do you think the chief was asking for that bridge? He said he was taking his army, the troops. So he said, "Remove all this." So next time he went and he said, "Take the children off the bridge and show me the bridge." So he made the bridge again, keeping children below the bridge. Everything was the same, and the children were below the bridge. The man was more furious. He said, "I do not want any children, butterfly, nothing. Just a plain bridge to tell my troops how to cross."
Right.
So he makes a bridge, plain bridge there. Nothing. No butterflies, no rainbows, nothing. It's just a plain bridge. But below the bridge, in one corner, he put a tomb, 2 tombs. So the guy looked at the whole thing and he said, "What is the tomb?" He said, "Those 2 children you killed. The 2 kids which I drew, you killed. They are there in the tomb." That which you are born with, if that doesn't find an expression in your living, then education has failed. So in education, what we really need is swadharma. We should teach our children to identify their inner calling. That should be, an opportunity should be created to find that. If that comes, then children they grow up living more happily, living life with their full potential, and more those who have found their swadharma, they live from happiness. Others live for happiness. So education should help you to do this.
But of course, it's easier said than done, isn't it? Because the entire society is sort of engineered in a way that success and material success is paramount currently.
Yeah.
And that is confused with happiness.
So what happens here is we are not guiding. See, when you find your swadharma,
Yeah.
you can be materially brilliant.
Yeah, there's no reason why you can't.
Like, if I have to give you an example, Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
He found his creativity. Creativity was in him. I mean, Swadharma is not opposing material prosperity. Swadharma probably can help you. And even if you have material prosperity, or you don't have material prosperity like Subramanya Bharati,
Right.
you would still be happy. That should be provided. It's not against.
Perhaps I phrased my question inaccurately. What I meant to say is that what re-engineering in society do you need so that children can find that Swadharma?
Huh.
Because as you said, you don't necessarily find it in schools.
Perfect. The kindergarten teachers,
Yeah.
is school teachers here, kindergarten, anybody? Kindergarten teachers should be paid the highest.
Yes.
They should be paid the highest. And you should select people of that kind who has that ability to observe child and start noting it down. The primary school teachers should be the next required people. They should observe so that when the child leaves or when the child comes to 8th standard, the report should be like, in 2nd standard, I found this talent in this child.
Right.
This interest in this child. And I could see that in the pre-KG too. And now it is there even in 6th. There is a continuity. Now that is a field. You should plan your career in that kind. So these teachers have to be good observers, notice and do it. Schools are doing this today. Many schools are doing it and they're forming. What is the child's interest at different stages? This is one change if we can bring in, it'll happen. Because this is moral. You're making a person live well. See, today, unfortunately, moral science, when you say, people think moral science is like, do good, be good.
Yeah.
Moral science is reclaim your divine. You're born divine, you're divine. You have forgotten, reclaim it. The education should be able to take us there.
Right.
So, Swadharma has to be compulsorily brought into the education system. I think what I have seen with the new education policy, NEP, because we run schools, I've been checking, that caters to this more or less in helping the child find one's own calling. Yeah.
But as you said, you need the right teachers at all levels, not just kindergarten.
Yeah.
So is it very important that your guru has to be, your GPS has to be a guru? Or can your GPS be inside you and you can read enough and find your Swadharma?
There are so many people who found truth on their own.
Yeah.
Like Ramana Maharshi of Tamil Nadu, he didn't have any guru. He found for himself. Like and there are people, my guru is guru. Swami Chinmayananda's guru, Tapan Maharaj, he found the truth by himself. They were not guided. So there are people who are self-taught. That is called Swabodh, self-taught. And there are some who needs guidance. So these two types of people will be there. Those who need guidance will seek guidance. Those who have that quest born with it, they'll find it by themselves.
I want to take you back to your youth. When you talked about anger, I was reading about your life, and as an 18 or 19-year-old, apparently you were full of anger and rage as well, until your sister apparently took you to your guru, and that changed your life. Is that so?
No. I have not conquered anger even now fully.
No?
Okay, because when you have to work in the world with people, anger is a thing.
Given.
But the only difference is I keep the anger issue-based.
Okay.
I don't take it personally.
Right.
If it's issue-based, the next moment I meet that person, I don't carry that forward.
Right.
If it is personal-based, then every time you see that person, you'll get angry.
Right.
So anger should be handled as issue-based. And when you are transacting in the world, not all of us in Vedant parlance, it is called gunas. Sattva guna, Rajo guna, Tamo guna. Not all of us are in the same guna. Our combinations are different.
Right.
Some gunas, anger is the best way to communicate.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah?
They won't understand otherwise. So then the anger plays a role.
Right.
And I love what my guru taught me about this, Swami Chinmayananji. He said, keep anger in your pocket.
Okay.
When you want, and put it back.
Right.
You don't get angry.
Right. Just use
So,
it.
use it. So
Sparingly.
when it is required to, you're dealing with that kind of a guna. See, adult, child, and parent conversations we have. When a child, like you, somebody approaches you, you take a parent stand.
Yeah.
Same way, if a particular kind of a guna comes and they can understand only the language of anger, then you use the tone.
Right.
You use the word. But actually, you're not angry. You flashed it out,
Right.
but you're not angry. So anger, if at all we get angry, it should be issue-based and we should not take it to person.
You've talked about the 3 books that all of us must read, the Gita, the Puranas, and the
The Upanishads and the Brahma Sutra.
You've said that those are a must. For any young person, why do you say that they would be a must?
See, if a person is seeking the divine, who's on a quest, there are sources for the information. So these 3 books in our culture are called Prasthanatraya. Primary, important books. One is Gita, the Upanishads, and the Brahma Sutra. Gita helps you to live well here. Arjuna was confused, he didn't have confidence, and Krishna taught him, and Arjuna, confusion gone, he regained his confidence. So Gita is a beautiful book, a manual to live here in this world. Upanishad is for the higher. The Upanishad doesn't teach you about living here. Upanishad talks about how you withdraw and you seek the higher. And Brahma Sutras are the final books, the highest books which one reads, to get more clarity in recognizing you are divine, in understanding Tattvamasi, that thou art, or Aham Brahmasmi. These are beautiful sutras. Sutra means aphorism.
Right.
One word, Mahavakyas. Explanation of that is the Brahma Sutras. So in aphorisms, in one-liners, this is being taught. So these 3 books are the primary books for a seeker who wants to find divinity.
Right.
And Gita is more practical because it talks to the people how to live here.
Right. You know, society has changed, families have changed, their needs have changed. You come across so many people. What are the prime concerns people seem to have now, and how do you address them?
People are loaded with too much information continuously. The attention span has gone. You can't hold anybody's attention. Even when we talk to children, if you're telling a story, they listen to you. The moment story ends and you want to say what is the idea behind the story, they'll turn all over. So, and for anybody, to sit and listen to somebody is also difficult because you keep checking your phone. So every now and then there is too much distractions, too much information. As a result, people are too occupied. The occupation in the head is too much now for what it was earlier. Before stepping in, we were discussing with Ananta Nageswaran and a few others. The word school is a Latin word. Escole. It means leisure. The root is leisure. Is there leisure in schools today?
There's not even a free period.
So you understand.
Yeah.
So this loading is too much. That has to slow down. So when people are loaded so much, they're confused. Over information. And if that part of it can be done, and if people realize that I don't have to carry this phone 24/7 or anything which distracts, there is specific time I can use it. If that kind of a self-discipline people do, then probably you'll enjoy a sunrise. You'll see a bird flying and you'll say, oh, that's lovely. Today, people are occupied. You're not able to celebrate what life has provided. Right. In Tamil, you have this poet, Bharadiyar.
Right.
He says, Ethanai kodi inbam vaitai iraiva. What a beautiful line.
What does it
Ethanai
mean? Sorry.
kodi inbam vaitai iraiva. How many crores of happiness you have manifested?
Right.
Are we seeing it? The waves in the ocean, or the bird, or even a caterpillar moving. There are many ways to celebrate
Appreciate
life.
Yeah.
All those are joys.
Right.
He says, how many crores you have kept? But we don't have.
Right.
We are so occupied with something that anything happening in front of us, we miss.
Yeah.
So we have lost the art of celebrating life with small, small things.
And celebrating the now.
That's it. No, it's occupied. When you're occupied, you're either with the future or with the past.
Right.
You're hardly there. So we need to tell people, chill, breathe, celebrate what is in front of you. And there are enough things to celebrate.
But do you see that happening? Do people listen?
Some people do, because they are, I mean, that way I have found in the youth a lot of hope. At least with the people with whom I've been working with.
Yeah.
There are quite a people saying, I need a break, I need to take time off. Where do you go? They're looking at either the mountains or by the riverside.
Right.
So that I have seen, that I want to go and spend some time in a retreat, things like that. So that is a very good sign. What they do with it, they will slowly figure out.
Right.
But that break they need is important. You need to step back.
Right.
Because otherwise it's a mad rush which is going on.
But, that celebrating slowness, leisure, these are all wonderful things. But then people start looking at your bank statement, then their EMIs to pay, their households to run. How do you tell a householder, take a break? Breathe?
No. A householder has to understand my priority, my living has to be happy.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a householder to be happy. So the person need to realize I need to be happy.
Right.
So what are the ways by which I can be happy? Money is one of the many. So if I'm happy by 9 methods and money is just one more, then I'm okay with it. If I think money is the only way, bank balance is the only way to be happy, then I'm lost.
Right.
So basically, it's like we started this conversation with the education didn't even teach us how to handle anger.
Exactly.
The education never taught us how to live. Where is the knowledge how to live? In the past,
Right.
we had an education which is called Paravidya and Aparavidya. These are the two terms. Paravidya, Vidya knowledge. Paravidya, supreme knowledge about the absolute. Aparavidya, that which is not absolute. Finite, infinite. Matter, spirit. Education should have a combination of these two. Then we are prepared for life.
Just the absolute last question, because I have
No.
my friend telling me to wrap up. Love. The absence or the underplaying and the lack of importance we are placing on love and compassion in modern life.
Very few people love. In today's world, when you see, very, very few people love. To love, you have to be selfless.
Yeah. Nobody wants to sacrifice.
You have to be selfless.
Yeah.
Love would naturally mean, to give your best to the beloved.
Yeah.
That's how love.
And your beloved, it doesn't necessarily have to be a beloved. It can be your family or your...
anything.
Anything,
To that which you love.
Yeah.
If you love, you will not compromise.
Right.
You will give your best.
Yeah.
So, but most people actually don't love. They seek different things and mistake sometimes that to be love. So, where selfish interest is there, love cannot find its place. But if you want harmonious living, in any relationship, you need to bring these two facts, love and respect.
Right.
These two are important. If you want to save a relationship, if you want to cherish a relationship, if you want to, in engaging, you want to be happy, in that case, you need love and respect in that relationship. Only love, the relationship will still survive. Only respect, it can still manage. But it will not be that charming. But if these two are taken away,
There's nothing.
that will be a hell.
Yeah.
So we need to guide children.
Wonderful.
Love and
Thank you
respect.
so much. I wish we had more time with you, but I think whatever little time we've had has been most enlightening. Thank you so much for coming,
Most
and thank
welcome.
you so much for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Ms. Kaveri. Ladies and gentlemen, drawing the session to a close, it is my pleasure to invite onto the stage Mr. Prabhu Chawla to present our speaker, Swami Mitrananda, with a memento extending our thanks. And of course, a lovely reminder, this closing session, to take it slow down our journey, and of course, take in every single step that we come by. A lot of insights for our modern life as well as educational spaces. A loud round of applause for our speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. With that, we're truly happy to say that we draw to a close the ThinkEdu Conclave of 2024 with a lot of pride, with a lot of excitement. We truly thank you for your presence. Of course, through the course of the last 2 days, we've seen this platform for educators, policymakers, and stakeholders converge. So we're celebrating the conclusion of the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024 on an exciting note. And through the course, we kind of take in our dynamic conversations, the responsive needs that we have kind of identified. So the next year is going to be exciting. We look forward to your continued support here at the New Indian Express ThinkEdu Conclave. Alongside that, let me also tell you that we have great news. We have an exciting award ceremony that's going to be taking place. Devi is officially here. I know a lot of us have been waiting for the Devi Awards, so we do hope that you will join us there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a fantastic, fantastic couple of days. Thinking, identifying, and of course, understanding the dynamics of the educational landscape. We truly thank you for your presence. We look forward to your continued support. Here's a reminder that our journey doesn't just conclude doesn't conclude here. It propels us forward with renewed commitment. See you at the next edition. Have a great evening.